Chapter 410. For 10 dragon bone in hand. What are you shouting for? Continue, Heaven's Path palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and the Heaven's Path palm print blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the palm print of the heavenly Tao and rushed forward. Huang Qixian and the others' faces turned green. He had to block the Heaven Path palm print on one hand and defend against Dandan on the other. How was he going to fight? You guys block the palm print. Huang Qixian shouted. He really didn't dare to be distracted, or else he would be hit by Dandan. Boom! The other masters of Phoenix Lake worked together to resist the palm print, while Huang Qixian stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qixian, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not withstand Lu Ming's palm force at all. Each and every one of them trembled and coughed up blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qixian. This time, Huang Qixian was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still heavily smashed. This time, all his teeth were smashed out, his mouth was in a mess and his nose collapsed. His originally handsome face instantly turned into a pile of dog shit. Live goo, live goo! Huang Qixian roared, but because his mouth was full of holes, he originally wanted to say I, but in the end he said lives. Buzz! Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Get go! Huang Qixian's mouth was leaking air as he roared. Now, he no longer cared about the dragon bone. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be crushed to death by the stone egg. With an angry roar, he turned around and ran away with the people of Phoenix Lake. However, the grievance in his heart was needless to mention. Ah, take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Huang Qixian and the others almost spat out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they could only feel their eyelids twitching nonstop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke the ruthless Lu Ming. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bones. The dragon bone was as white as jade and crystal clear. One side of it was embedded in the stone wall, and the other side was exposed. What was exposed outside was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence chi in the bone banner. This might really be a dragon bone. Otherwise, it would still contain such dense spiritual essence even after so many years. Lu Ming's eyes were sparkling. With this dragon bone, his true war dragon technique might be able to advance by a few steps. Lu Ming then grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Kacha! The stone wall made a cracking sound, but it was not pulled out. Again! Lu Ming growled. The muscles in his body bulged, and his physical strength exploded to the maximum. At the same time, the true war dragon technique was fully activated. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, hugged the dragon bone with both hands, and pulled it out with all his might. Bang! Bang! The stone wall under Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone loosened and was slowly pulled out. With a final bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a bone that was 3 meters long and as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. It looks like a finger bone. Lu Ming sized it up curiously. It looked like a finger bone of a true dragon. Great harvest, what a great harvest! Lu Ming grinned and kept the finger bone in the supreme shrine. Not far away, the others were watching enviously, but no one dared to step forward to fight for it. What a joke, didn't they see that even the geniuses of Phoenix Lake had been beaten up so badly? After keeping the dragon bones, Lu Ming continued to move forwards. They didn't come across any precious treasures along the way. After about 10 miles, there was light in front. That's a huge underground cave. That's the true dragon's dwelling place. Charge, charge. Immediately, everyone's hearts burned with excitement as they rushed towards the light. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. The underground cave was too wide. It was more than 10 miles in both length and width and several thousand meters in height. The walls of the cave were inlaid with luminous stones that illuminated the cave. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. Figures were flying in one after another. It was Biu Fifan from the Flaming Mountain Range and Sun Chu from the Yang Spring Valley. They had split into 3 paths before, and they had entered the other 2 paths. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the true dragon's final resting place. There must be supreme treasures here. There's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After the commotion, most of the people flew towards the center of the underground cave. Because there was a huge jade bed there, about 100 meters in length and width, it was extremely shocking. You ants, get lost. Boom! A burning aura burst out from Biu Fifan's body. He slashed out a huge flaming saber light, and a dozen young men were killed. Quick, avoid the people from the super area. Those in the larger regions were shocked and dodged. Ha, kill. Bu Fifan laughed. He took the lead and slashed with his flaming saber. No one could withstand his attack. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. Buzz! A sword radiance streaked across the sky. Xian Feng stepped on the sword radiance and the people around him avoided him. Get lost! Huang Qishuan's mouth was filled with air as he shouted and rushed forward with the people of Phoenix Lake. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. Arg! What was that? A scale that's a dragon scale? Someone exclaimed. In the middle of the jade bed, there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was actually flashing with 3 different lights. It was the size of a water tank and was filled with a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. A true dragon scale was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, you wish. The dragon scale is mine. Bu Fifan shouted. Boom. Boom. Immediately, a great battle broke out. As long as someone rushed forward, they would all be caught in a great battle. Screams rang out continuously. In almost an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air, and corpses covered the ground. Boom! Sun Chu, Biu Fifan, Xian Feng, Huang Qishan, the 4 experts, were in a chaotic battle. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His gaze was not on the jade bed but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on all 3 sides of the cave, and there were luminous stones on the stone walls. Only that direction was pitch black. It wasn't a stone wall, but seemed to be empty, with wisps of black mist permeating. When Lu Ming entered this place, he felt that the 9 dragon bloodlines were unusually agitated, as if they were very eager to go in that direction. Yes, very much so. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Let's not worry about it for now. We'll talk after we get the dragon scale. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure moved and he pounced toward the dragon scale. Brat, don't even think about it. Stop right there. Just as he was about to approach the dragon's scale, 2 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. It was a phoenix wing and a flaming blade. It was Huang Qishan and Biu Fifan who had attacked him. Both of their attacks were extremely terrifying. Lu Ming could not ignore them. He could only block them with all his might, but his figure was blocked. Chapter 411. 411 Conspiracy, Dragon Burial Abyss. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, Lu Ming, Huang Qishan, Xian Feng, Biu Fifan, and Sun Chu stood in the void, confronting each other and stopping for a while. The others were still fighting. Huang Qishan, you're getting bolder, aren't you? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qishan unhappily. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Huang Qishan said coldly. He condensed his genuine qi to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of a slip in his speech. At the side, Biu Fifan and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Huang Qishuan's miserable state, of course they had discovered it. Could it be that he was beaten by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they had to re-examine Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very insidious. He has a kind of hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest that we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Huang Qixin said coldly. He really? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Buzz. It flew out and smashed towards Huang Qixin. What are you fucking for? Huang Qixin roared. He was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play his cards according to common sense. He could not win the argument and immediately took action. What kind of thing was this? Huang Qixin burst out with all his strength and desperately resisted. Badash. Bang. He was still smashed in the face by Dandan. His face, which had been slightly better, had turned into dog shit again. Arg. Fuck. Huang Qixin shouted like he had gone crazy, almost losing his mind. Having his face smashed so many times, Huang Qixin felt like he was going crazy. Hiss hiss hiss. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others all gasped. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably and could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against it. When they looked at Lu Ming, their gazes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qixin is injured, his combat power has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qixin first? That way, we will have one less competitor. Lu Ming said loudly. Sun Chu, Bu Fifan and the others couldn't help but look at Huang Qixin. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if they killed one person first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to do so, they did not have the guts to do so. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, it would not be good. Being stared at by a few people, Huang Qixin felt a chill run down his spine. He screamed and retreated 100 meters, looking at Bu Fifan, Lu Ming, and the others cautiously. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qixin. Arg! What the hell is this? Help! At this moment, someone among the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in fear. Lu Ming and the group were shocked and could not help but look over. Wisps of bloody qi rose from the surroundings of the underground cave. The bloody qi rose and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns had appeared out of nowhere. Shockingly, blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground and wrapped around some of the experts. The experts struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. They were tightly bound by the blood-red tentacles. Arg! Ah, my blood! The people who were entangled screamed in horror because their blood was being sucked away by the tentacles. In just a dozen breaths, a dozen people had been sucked dry and died an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and their teeth chattered. They thought of the large number of corpses they had seen outside before they entered the dragon's cave. Those corpses had also been sucked dry of their blood, just like the situation in front of them. How did this happen? What was it? Buzz. Buzz. The patterns on the ground glowed, and the number of tentacles grew. More people were entangled. This is Devil Earth. Run. Many people screamed in fear and turned to run. Let's go, we'll also leave this place. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon scale was precious, one needed to be alive to use it. This place was too strange. If he were to leave it here and lose his life, it would not be worth it. Today, none of you will be able to leave. At this moment, an eerie voice sounded. Buzz. Buzz. On the walls of the underground cave, figures suddenly appeared. These figures were dressed in black robes and had been hiding in the pits on the walls. No one had noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as they appeared, they shot out beams of light from their hands into the ground. The patterns on the ground glowed brightly. And NBSP, then, more blood-colored tentacles emerged from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles that were waving wildly, trying to wrap around the group. This time, 50 to 60 people were wrapped up by the tentacles. They screamed in fear as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, even more tentacles came out of the ground. This is an inscription formation. Who are you? Bu Fifan swung his saber, and a burning saber light cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the tentacles that were cut off quickly grew back. How can you break the grand burial array that we've worked so hard to set up? The cold voice rang out again. From the direction of the darkness, a young man in a blood-red robe walked out. A lifelike blood dragon was embroidered on the blood robe. The young man's face was extremely pale, and he looked extremely sinister. Speak, who are you? Bu Fifan shouted. Since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The blood-robed youth smiled. What? Are you guys from the Dragon Burial Abyss? Bu Fifan and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't that the other party was very strong. On the contrary, the Dragon Burial Abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient barren city. However, from time to time, a peerless expert would walk out of the ancient barren city. However, the Dragon Burial Abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out from it. In the past, there had never been any geniuses from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards. Therefore, no one understood the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. It was just roughly classified as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, they had even set up a huge formation to kill them. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. Impossible? How did you guys get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they entered, they clearly did not see anyone from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Furthermore, from what the blood-robed youth said, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. How naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the dragon's den? The blood-robed youth sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the dragon's den appeared was also because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the dragon's den in order to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my dragon's devouring divine technique will be completed. I'll definitely become one of the 4 heavens divine guards in this time's Detian divine guard selection and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Haha. The blood-robed youth laughed. Chapter 412. 412. Only 4 people left. A trap. Everything was a trap. Everyone finally understood that this was all a trap set up by the people of the Dragon Burial Abyss. Although he did not know what method the people in the Dragon Burial Abyss had used, the dragon's lair had appeared because of them. The reason was that this genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate his divine skill. You want my blood? Dream on. Huang Qixin roared, his arms shook and he used the scarlet slash. With one strike, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless. The tentacles would form immediately. It's no use. The plan I've set up is foolproof. You can just wait for your death. The blood-robed youth sneered. Let's join forces and charge in the same direction. Xian Feng, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. All right, I agree. I also agree. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. Lu Ming also nodded. All right, then let's charge. Huang Qixin roared and used Phoenix Wing Slash, rushing in the direction of the exit. Buzz. Whoosh. Sword light, saber light, fist force, spear light. They gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, they had already covered a distance of a few hundred meters. Use all your power to control the formation and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he shouted angrily. The 100 or so young men from the Dragon Burial Pool shouted in unison. Their true chi surged, and runes appeared in their hands, which were then plunged into the ground. Instantly, more tentacles rushed out from the area surrounding Lu Ming and the others. They were densely packed and kept winding around them. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to get out. Kill! The blood-robed young man shouted coldly and rushed into the formation. His body technique was like a ghost, flashing among the tentacles, but the tentacles ignored him. Die! The blood-robed youth's claw was as red as blood and his target was Huang Qixin. Huang Qixin was obviously injured, so he had to deal with him first. Huang Qixin roared and used the phoenix wing slash, clashing with the blood-robed youth's claw. Boom! Huang Qixuan's body trembled and he staggered back. The blood-robed young man's body flashed and disappeared into the blood-red tentacles. Bu Fifan and the others wanted to help, but they were too late. Buzz! Buzz! In a few flashes, the blood-robed young man appeared behind Huang Qixin. His blood-red claws, like the claws of a blood dragon, grabbed at Huang Qixin. Huang Qixin fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's own strength was extremely terrifying, no weaker than Huang Qixin at his peak. Huang Qixin was no match for him at all, and with the tentacles wrapping around him, Huang Qixin was completely at a disadvantage. After a few consecutive moves, Huang Qixuan's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Huang Qixin. Break! Huang Qixin roared and struggled with all his might, but he could only break free from a few tentacles. Around him, there were more tentacles that wrapped around him. No, save me! Huang Qixin panicked and shouted in horror. Slash, slash. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others used all their strength to save him. Usually, they would wish for the other party to die, but now, they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less force. If you still want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robed youth sneered, his figure flashed and rushed towards Bu Fifan, exchanging a few moves with him, neither of them winning. Ah! Huang Qixin screamed. His body was rapidly shriveling and his blood was being sucked out. Save me, save me! Huang Qixin roared, full of unwillingness and fear. After a few breaths, his screams stopped abruptly, and he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Qixin, the strongest person in a super region, a rare for-battle genius, died in this place, turning into a dry corpse. Screams kept coming from all directions. At this time, less than 100 of the hundreds of people had died. Most of the blood of the young experts had been absorbed. After absorbing the blood of so many young geniuses, the power of the Grand Burial Array had become even more terrifying. The entire cave was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this moment, the tentacles were actually merging together. The power of the tentacles was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the group found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young men, they were wrapped up by the tentacles in just a few breaths. Miserable shrieks continued to ring out as the Grand Burial Formation became even more frenzied. Only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and Xian Feng were left in the formation. At this moment, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu were terrified. Lu Ming frowned, while Xian Feng's face was cold. Only the 4 of you are left. All of you can die. The blood-robed youth laughed. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit, but in the opposite direction of the exit, in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. Boom! The 7 to 8 tentacles crumbled. Lu Ming rushed forward and whipped out his long spear. The power of wind and fire combined and destroyed the 3 tentacles that were coming at him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At the critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's expression was also extremely ugly. Only Xian Feng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robed youth was stunned. Is this kid stupid? The blood-robed youth sneered. Heaven's path palm. Lu Ming did not say a word and continued to rush inside. Don't worry about that kid, we'll charge at full speed. Bu Fifan shouted angrily. The 3 of them worked together and kept charging outside. That brat is charging in. That's a dangerous place, and only death awaits him. Use all your power to control the formation and deal with those 3 people. The blood-robed youth instructed. At that moment, more than 100 young men from the dragon burial pool controlled the grand formation and sent more tentacles towards Bu Fifan and the others. In this way, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times and the pressure was greatly reduced. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blasted out a few Heaven's Path palm prints in a row, crushing a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming charged forward at top speed. Lu Ming was about to rush out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robed youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No, this kid's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. Stop him first." In a flash, the blood-robed young man's body was like a ghost. With a few flashes, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Stay here." The blood-robed young man shouted coldly and his blood-red claw reached out to grab Lu Ming. The strong wind whistled and was filled with the smell of blood. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward and it collided with the blood-red claw radiance. A powerful force surged forth and Lu Ming could not help but take 2 steps back. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. "I've said it before, none of you can leave the formation. All of you will become my nourishment and help me cultivate the divine technique." The blood-robed young man shouted coldly. He struck out with his blood-red claw and collided with Lu Ming's foots. Then the 2 of them took 3 steps back. "Dandan!" Lu Ming suddenly patted the stone egg. "Buzz!" Dandan turned around and turned into the size of a human head, flying forward. Chapter 4:13. For 13 under the abyss. As soon as Dandan rushed out, the tentacles around her wrapped around her. "In this formation I have the final say. Whatever methods you use are just a waste of time, goo." At first, the blood-robed young man snorted coldly and was calm and composed. However, the next moment he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored those tentacles and went through them, directly smashing towards the blood-robed young man's face. The blood-robed youth dodged with all his might, but in the end he died. Bang! Blood spurted out as the blood-robed youth's face was smashed into a pile of dog shit. "Ah!" The blood-robed young man roared. His figure flashed and he kept his distance from Lu Ming. He roared, "Damn it! Damn it! Take control of the grand formation and kill him." Walala! A portion of the tentacles swarmed toward Lu Ming. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward with all his might. The heavenly path palm and the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps were executed in succession. Before, because most of the tentacles had been used to deal with Bu Fifan and the other 2, his tentacles were relatively weak, and he immediately blasted a passage. Bang! 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 The tentacles exploded and Lu Ming dashed thousands of meters away in an instant. He was already close to the pitch-black area. When he got closer, he saw an abyss. The other end of the cave was actually an abyss. The abyss was pitch-black, and it was impossible to see how deep it was. Black mist filled the air, making it look extremely terrifying. Whoosh whoosh. The tentacles swarmed toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. They were many times more concentrated than before. "Brat, go to hell." The blood-robed youth's eyes were extremely cold. "Hee hee." Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last tentacles in front of him were directly crushed by him. Then he leaped and jumped into the abyss. Damn it. The blood-robed young man's figure flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he did not dare to pursue. Buzz. Buzz. 2 black-robed figures appeared beside the blood-robed youth. "Eldest senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we pursue him?" One of the black-robed men asked. "No need. This abyss is the most dangerous place in a dragon's denver. Even if I cultivate the dragon's devour divine technique, I'll still die if I go in. This guy will definitely die if he jumps in. It's just that it's too easy for him to die in the abyss." The blood-robed youth said coldly. "Now, attack with all your might and kill the 3 of them. The blood-robed young man pointed at Bu Fifan and the other two. Yes. Yes, the black-robed man replied and used all his strength to control the formation. Lu Ming had no idea what was going on above. He jumped into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body could not help but fall rapidly. Gusts of wind blew past his ears, and black mist surrounded him. Through the black mist, Lu Ming realized that the abyss was very wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The force disappeared and he could fly in the air again. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi and stopped his fall. He slowly floated down. After about 1,000 meters, they finally reached the bottom. Gotcha! When Lu Ming stepped on the ground, there was a cracking sound. Lu Ming lowered his head and was slightly shocked. On the ground, there were white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped. The ground was covered in white bones. It was unknown how many of them were there. Moreover, they were all in human form. Could it be that all the human warriors who have entered this place for countless years have turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself, and his heart could not help but turn heavy. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. The surroundings were completely silent. There was not a single sound. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming seemed to have come to the abyss of hell. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is extremely excited about this place. There must be something here that is attracting the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Let's search around. Lu Ming pondered and began to walk forward to observe his surroundings. Lu Ming gathered his essential qi and walked in the air, ignoring the white bones. After moving forward for a few thousand meters, they still found nothing. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew across the world. The wind was cold and gloomy, and it gave people goosebumps. Roar! All of a sudden, a loud roar was heard and a black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with a terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his long spear and collided with the black shadow. Bang! There was a loud boom and Lu Ming felt a surge of energy surging towards him like the water of the sea. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. This is a horned dragon. At this moment, Lu Ming could finally see clearly what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen, and it was completely black. 5 claws, a true dragon. No, not a true dragon. The next moment, Lu Ming could clearly see that the true dragon was not a physical entity but was condensed from energy. It was formed by a black energy. This energy was filled with a brutal, fiendish, and evil aura. Roar! The black dragon's attack missed. It roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming. Before it even arrived, it brought with it a violent wind, whistling through the air. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and collided with the black dragon. The next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. This black dragon was too strong. It was much stronger than Lu Ming. Let's go! Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He turned and ran. The black dragon roared as it pursued. Roar! Lu Ming had not even run 100 meters when a roar came from ahead. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. Another one. The front and back formed a pincer attack. Roar! And that wasn't all. On the left and right sides, loud roars sounded as 2 black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't even a match for 1 black dragon, let alone 4. Moreover, who knew if there would be more? As if to confirm Lu Ming's words, a series of roars rang out in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He wished he could give himself a tight slap. This was really what he wanted. As they roared, more than 10 black giant dragons appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Now, I can only try the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. In the next moment, The blood light surged and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. Roar! As soon as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, it roared at the black dragons. The black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the bloodline of the 9 dragons in fear. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragon, and the 9 dragons were even above the true dragon. As expected, they had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. Roar! At this moment, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and flew out. A powerful devouring power erupted from its mouth and enveloped a black dragon. The black dragon screamed in fear and struggled with all its might. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed over and grabbed the black dragon's neck with its claws. Chapter 414. 414 consecutive breakthroughs. Then, the bloodline of the 9 dragons pulled hard. The dragon roared as large chunks of mist were pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these balls of mist. These balls of mist twisted and rolled in the air, looking extremely evil. Evil chi. These balls of mist were made up of evil chi. Bang! Bang! The bloodline of the 9 dragons pulled again, and an explosion burst out from the black dragon's body, causing a large amount of fog to explode. The ball of mist exploded, and a milky white gas was revealed from the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long and took the shape of a dragon. At this moment, it was trembling in fear. Is this Gu dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then he was overjoyed. The dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon. It was like the genuine chi of a warrior, but it was many times more powerful than that. The dragon essence could absorb the evil chi and murderous chi in the world to form a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a real dragon. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. When a martial artist refined dragon essence, it would definitely make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. To Lu Ming, it was even more precious. The true war dragon technique that he cultivated was dragon-shaped vital energy. If he could refine this dragon essence, the true war dragon technique would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Absorb. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and burst out with a powerful devouring power. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and swallowed the 1-meter-long dragon essence. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodlines and pounced on the other black dragons. Although the black dragons were extremely powerful, they were like mice in front of a cat in the face of the 9 dragon bloodline. They were scared half to death and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moments, one of them was caught by the 9 dragon bloodline and the evil chi outside was broken open, revealing the dragon essence inside. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked, devouring another dragon essence. Then he continued to the next one. The black dragons roared in fear and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running away. Lu Ming gave chase. Just like that, a series of roars rang out in this underground abyss. After half a day, everything calmed down. 18 dragon essences, a total of 18. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face shining with excitement. He had killed 18 black dragons and captured 18 wisps of dragon essence. Then, he turned around again to make sure that there were no more black dragons before he stopped. Now, I'll begin cultivating the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. He released a wisp of dragon essence from his 9 dragons bloodline and began to circulate the true war dragon technique. When the dragon essence surged into his meridians, the essential chi in Lu Ming's body seemed to be excited all of a sudden. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into essential chi. Instantly, Lu Ming's essential chi became even more lifelike, as if there were small true dragons, vivid and lifelike. His true chi had become more condensed. The true war dragon technique was quickly upgraded. After refining one, he followed up with the second, the third. After Lu Ming refined 5 wisps of dragon essence, The essential qi in his body roared. The true war dragon technique had broken through from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. His true qi was condensed and thick, 7 times that of an ordinary person. This wasn't enough. He continued to refine the dragon essence. 2 days later, the remaining dragon essence had been refined. The true war dragon technique had broken through another level, reaching the 7th level. The density of the true qi was 8 times that of ordinary people. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a notch, reaching the peak of the 8th level martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with infinite power and his essential qi was extremely condensed. With a wave of his hand, his essential qi condensed into a spear's gleam and shot into the ground, creating a huge, bottomless hole. The long spear that Lu Ming condensed with essential qi was comparable to an ordinary 4th-level spiritual weapon. This was because Lu Ming's essential qi was too condensed. The weapons that he condensed were extremely strong. This greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. The true war dragon technique has been upgraded by 2 levels. My current combat strength is definitely at the level of a battle prodigy. Lu Ming pondered. The 2 levels of the true war dragon technique had allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to cross a limit and reach the level of a level 5 fighter. A talent of 5 battles. If it was spread out, it would scare people to death. Now I will fight with Huang Qixuan. I can kill him in 3 moves. Lu Ming was measuring his combat strength. His cultivation was the same as Huang Qixuan's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of martial ancestor realm. His combat strength was also at the level of a 5-battle genius, while Huang Qixuan was only at the level of a 4-battle genius. Lu Ming's combat strength was a whole level higher than that of Yan Qixuan. It was not difficult to kill him in 3 moves. Lu Ming stopped and stood up. Let's see what else is in this abyss. Lu Ming started to walk around. The abyss was very large, dozens of miles wide. Lu Ming walked around for half a day but did not find anything. It seemed that there were only 18 of those black dragons and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He didn't find any other living beings or spiritual herbs. There was nothing else but bones. After an hour, there's a stone inscription there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. A true dragon was carved on it. The true dragon scales were actually of 3 different colors. What a real stone inscription! Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription and sighed. This true dragon seemed to be real. It was like a real dragon embedded in the stone wall, and it gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the world. Boom! As Lu Ming looked at it, there was a sudden explosion in his mind. Then he realized that the surrounding environment had changed. He found that he was in the middle of a cloud, which was actually formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the cloud, and the wind whistled. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the world. To Lu Ming's shock, he saw a true dragon with 3 colored scales, rolling and dancing in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it stepped on the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming had actually seen a true dragon. Roar! The 3-colored true dragon let out a long roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth split apart, and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt his brain rumbling. There seemed to be a piece of information flying into his mind. In the next moment, the world changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming realized that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carvings on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it just an illusion? No, there's a new piece of information in my mind. It's real. Lu Ming muttered. Then he began to organize the information in his mind. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god. The message in his mind was a martial technique called the dragon god's 3 absolutes. It was a spear technique. Spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now, his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons' heaven stomping step and the heavenly path palm. his spear technique was the weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much less desirable than sword techniques, saber techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. He had not been able to find a suitable one. Now, how was the spear art he had obtained from the true Dragonstone inscription? Lu Ming could not wait to read it. Chapter 415. 415 The Three Absolutes of Dragon God. This piece of information recorded that the Dragon God's three absolutes was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and studied it carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the Dragon God's three absolutes required the comprehension of three types of heaven and earth intent realms. Furthermore, the three types of intent realms had to be completely fused together in order to cultivate it to the highest realm. Above the control force was the intent realm. They were the intent realms of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these three intent realms and merging them into one could one cultivate the three absolutes of the Dragon God to the highest realm. However, it wasn't necessary for one to comprehend three intents before one could cultivate it. According to the records, one could cultivate it after comprehending one intent, but the power would be much weaker. Comprehending a kind of intent realm and cultivating the Dragon God's three absolutes, the power of the Dragon God's three absolutes was about the same as an upper earth grade martial technique. And if one comprehended two intents and fused them together, the power would reach heaven grade low rank. After comprehending three kinds of intent, its power could reach heaven grade top rank. According to Lei Su's speculation, three intents weren't the limit. If he could comprehend four intents and merge them together, the power of the three absolutes of the Dragon God would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su was born with three kinds of intent realms. In the end, he didn't even comprehend the fourth kind. Intent, I'm still far from it. I haven't even reached the peak of control force. Lu Ming sighed. Could it be that one can't cultivate without comprehending intent? Lu Ming was a little indignant. He carefully read the message in his mind. A moment later, he revealed a hint of joy. This time, he had a new discovery. One didn't need to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth to cultivate it. As long as one comprehended the corresponding shur, one could also cultivate it, just that one couldn't cultivate it to a high level. Coincidentally, Lu Ming had comprehended the force of wind and fire, which corresponded to the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the three absolutes of the Dragon God, its power would be equivalent to a low-grade heaven-level martial technique. However, with two of Lu Ming's shur at the peak of phenomenal success, he could only cultivate the Dragon God's three absolutes to the first level at most. Only when both forces reached perfection could they be cultivated to the second level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. The first level is good enough. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He was very satisfied. One must know that he had fused two types of forces and had already successfully fused them. The Dragon God's three absolutes was equivalent to the power of a low-rank heaven-grade martial technique. The power of the first stage of a heaven-grade lower-level martial skill was already at the highest level of an earth-grade martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the first stage of the three absolutes of Dragon God, its power would completely surpass the heavenly Dao Palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. When my wind and fire power evolves into the essence realm of heaven and earth, I'll comprehend the essence realm of thunder. Then, the three absolutes of the Dragon God will be even more powerful. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. This stone inscription actually contains such a powerful supreme art. How wonderful! Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and started to read it seriously. Buzz! The environment suddenly changed. This time, Lu Ming appeared in a different place. This time, he appeared in the starry sky. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. In the starry sky, a three-colored true dragon flew over. Its 5 dragon claws stepped forward. With every step, the world rumbled and the space cracked like a spider web. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's entire body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at the 3-colored true dragon's claw. The true dragon steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Although the 9 dragons were more powerful than the true dragon, Lu Ming was still too far away from that level. Not to mention the 9 dragons, even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. There were similarities between the true dragon steps and the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming suddenly felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he could not comprehend were instantly understood and became smooth. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming could not help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He then took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth rumbled, and heaven and earth suddenly shattered. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carvings. 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, I'll try it out. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the supreme shrine. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that if he took a step out, he would destroy the abyss. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed that stone inscription. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming said softly and took a step forward. Bang! He took a step on the Supreme Shrine's platform, and it seemed as if the entire Supreme Shrine was shaking. Fortunately, the Supreme Shrine was a treasure of the 9 Suns Supreme. Lu Ming could not destroy it with his cultivation base. The Supreme Shrine only trembled for a moment before it returned to its calm state. At this moment, Lu Ming took another step. This step wasn't to start from the beginning, but to take another step on the foundation of the first. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, 2 steps in a row. Lu Ming had finally cultivated to the second step. Buzz! The world buzzed and a mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. Boom! With this step, the Supreme Shrine shook violently again, even more so than before. Whew! Lu Ming then took a deep breath. What a powerful pressure! Lu Ming pondered. With every step of the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps, his body would feel a powerful pressure from heaven and earth. With 2 steps, the pressure would be multiplied. Of course, its power was also extremely terrifying. It's even more powerful than the Heaven Path Palm. It's just barely at the Heaven Grade low rank. According to the records of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the first 2 steps are considered to be building the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase by several times with each step. That is the true horror. However, the difficulty of the cultivation will also increase by several times. This stone inscription is too wonderful. Let me take a look again. Next, Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription. The environment changed again. This time, the 3-colored true dragon was still in the starry sky. This time, Lu Ming only observed carefully and did not notice anything. Not long after, the 3-colored true dragon's body began to transform rapidly. In the end, it actually turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolored robe. A long spear appeared in his hand and he began to wave it. This is the dragon god's 3 absolutes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to take a closer look. The dragon god's 3 absolutes were divided into 3 moves. They were the True Dragon Strike, the 10,000 Dragon Kill, and the Extreme Strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated no matter how many intents or forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the Extreme Strike, could be practiced after one had comprehended the wills of wind, fire, and thunder and successfully combined them. Once it was successfully cultivated, the power was extremely terrifying. A spear thrust could penetrate everything and break everything. He did not expect that there would be a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear technique on the stone inscription. This was of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a closer look. A moment later, the world changed and Lu Ming was still in the abyss. Chapter 416. 416 The place of the final assessment. Immediately, Lu Ming took out his long spear and started to wave it. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. However, after a moment, the dragon's roar stopped abruptly and Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not dejected. Of course, the three absolutes of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his wind-fire force was only at the phenomenal success stage. It was already very good that he was able to produce the sound of a dragon's roar on his first attempt. It was all thanks to that stone carving. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming was fully immersed in his cultivation. There were two main types of cultivation. One was the dragon god's three absolutes and the other was the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. This was because these two types of inscriptions could inspire one and greatly help one's cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Ditian Divine Guard selection. At this moment, all the geniuses in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield were gathering towards the center of the battlefield. There, he would take part in the final assessment. In the Dragon's Cave, blood chi was rolling like an ocean in the huge underground cave. Suddenly, the blood chi churned and formed a blood-red giant dragon. It rushed toward a blood-robed young man and entered his body in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of blood-red light shot through the air. Buzz! Buzz! More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed young man and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother. Haha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses that I've achieved great success." Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I could have reached a higher level. But this is enough. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards, one of the 4 Sky Divine Guards, will be buried by me. The blood-robed youth laughed. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed man flattered. Let's go. Let's head to the place of the final examination. The blood-robed young man smiled and led everyone out of the dragon's cave, rushing towards the central area. There was an extremely hidden valley some distance away from the dragon's cave. This valley was filled with rolling thunder and lightning, and it was filled with endless power of lightning. A young figure walked out of the valley. His body was covered in thunder and lightning, and his aura soared to the sky. I didn't expect to cultivate for almost 3 months. Lu Ming, don't die. If you want to die, you'll have to wait until I find out the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. A cold voice came from the person as cold as the winter snow. This person was Qiu Changkong. With a cold laugh, Qiu Changkong turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon, heading towards the central region. At the same time, Lu Ming was still cultivating. In the abyss, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription in a daze. He only came to his senses after an unknown period of time. True Dragon Strike. That, Lu Ming said softly. The demon-subduing spear suddenly appeared. The power of wind and fire grew and he thrust the spear. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a 2-colored true dragon that roared wildly. The dragon god's 3 absolutes are the limit of the first level. It's a pity that I'll need to perfect the power of wind and fire to break through to the 2nd level. After nearly 2 months of cultivation, he had finally succeeded in cultivating the dragon god's 3 absolutes. Moreover, he had reached the limit of the 1st level. One had to know that this was equivalent to a heaven-grade lower-level martial skill. To be able to successfully cultivate it in such a short period of time was already very rare. It's a pity that I still haven't successfully cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Lu Ming sighed. During this period, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only one step away from cultivating the third step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Once he cultivated the third step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps, his power would increase crazily. The power of the third step was equivalent to the 6th stage of a heaven-grade low-level martial technique. It's a pity that I don't have much time left. The 3-month period is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed and looked at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig out this stone inscription? Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and studied it carefully. After a while, he flew up and took out a shiny big knife. He actually started to cut around the stone inscription. He wanted to take this stone inscription away. Zeets, the stone walls here were extremely hard, equivalent to a 4th-level spirit weapon. Sparks flew when it cut into the stone walls, and the resistance was unbelievably strong. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to cut and dig. After a long time, Lu Ming was sweating profusely and he was only halfway done. Sure, let's continue. Lu Ming buried himself in his work again. Gotcha! Suddenly, the stone inscription made a cracking sound and a crack appeared in the middle. Don't! Lu Ming shouted. Gotcha! Gotcha! The sounds became more and more intense, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone. Bang! In the end, the entire stone inscription exploded and turned into ashes, scattering in all directions. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This stone inscription had actually exploded on its own. Sigh, it seems like we can't take it away. Once we excavate it, the stone inscription will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed in pity. In that case, he was the only one who knew the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. Forget it. Without the stone inscriptions, I can still cultivate the 3 absolutes of the dragon god to the highest realm. I have to set off now. Any later and it'll be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. However, when he was more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that blocked Lu Ming's flight. Lu Ming slid to the side, stuck to the wall, and quickly climbed up. A moment later, Lu Ming finally left the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without a single sound. There were hundreds of dried corpses lying on the ground. They were all the young experts who had come in last time. As for that piece of dragon scale, it had naturally disappeared without a trace. I wonder if Bu Fifan and the others have escaped. Lu Ming muttered and walked forward. Suddenly he stopped. There were a few mummies here which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu. Lu Ming sighed. Through their clothes, he recognized 2 mummified corpses. They belonged to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu. It seemed that the strongest of these 2 super-regions did not manage to escape in the end. However, he did not see Xianfeng's body. Did Xianfeng escape? Lu Ming pondered. The ancient barren city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xianfeng to have some powerful escape techniques. Let's go. After that, Lu Ming did not stop. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon, they were out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared from the place. He was heading towards the central area with all his might. In the central region of the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, there were 108 sacrificial altars built on a flat piece of land. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was extremely majestic. 108 altars were scattered in 4 regions. Each region had 27 altars, and the 4 regions were 900 miles apart from each other. Chapter 417. For 17 The Gathering of Geniuses. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out as figures appeared outside these altars. Each direction of the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield corresponded to a sacrificial altar. All the geniuses of the eastern region of the Tianxian region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. At the altar in the eastern region, figures flickered and young men with powerful auras appeared. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Buzz. Buzz. Two rays of sword radiance appeared outside the altar. When the sword radiance dissipated, two figures were revealed. They were Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were powerful, clearly much stronger than they were 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyun appeared, someone in the crowd flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyun smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor board. In addition, there were also some familiar faces on the Cloud Emperor board, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th. Lu Xiaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. Most of the people were gathered together, but there were still some people who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyun greeted them with a nod. The number of people kept increasing, and soon, it had exceeded 5,000. Guys, look, that's the genius from the Super District, Fengyun Bay. The geniuses from White Feather City are here too. That's also a super region. Around them, people kept exclaiming in shock. This was because the geniuses from the superior super regions had all appeared. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a mass of blood-red clouds surged over. As it approached, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures inside. The leader was Zhang Sheng, the blood-robed young man from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the 100 over young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. A bunch of trash. Zhang Sheng looked at the geniuses from the super regions and laughed in disdain. He did not hold back his voice at all, and it spread far and wide. What did you just say? You're looking for death. In the Fengyun Bay area, a genius roared angrily. His killing intent flashed as his body moved and he pounced forward like a corpse. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. This was a genius expert who had reached the early stage of martial ancestor 8 Dan. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhang Sheng's figure flickered, like a phantom. In the next moment, a mournful scream rang out. Everyone was shocked to see that Zhang Sheng's claw was on the head of the young man from Fengyun Bay, and 5 holes were made in his head. The body of the young man from Fengyun Bay wriggled rapidly. In a few breaths, he turned into a dry corpse. All the blood chi essence in his body had disappeared. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Burial in shock. This was a genius in the early stage of the martial ancestor 8 Dan. Moreover, he was most likely a genius who had won 3 battles. However, in the hands of buried life, he was as weak as a little chick and had no power to resist. How strong was Burial? Boom! Boom! Powerful auras burst out from the Fengyun Bay area. Hundreds of young men stared at Zhang Sheng with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an especially powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He was wearing a wind cloud robe and stepped out. He stared at Zhang Sheng with an unfriendly gaze and said, "Friend, isn't this too much?" He's the Aeolus sect, the most powerful person in the Fengyun Bay area. Someone recognized the young man. Too much? He's just a piece of trash. Is it wrong for me to say that? If you want to attack me, you're just courting death. What, you want to attack too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zhang Sheng laughed in disdain and licked his lips. His eyes were cold and greedy as he looked at the Aeolus sect. Savage, he was completely savage. Even when facing the strongest person in a super region, he was still extremely savage. The Aeolus sect leader frowned. For some reason, being stared at by Zhang Sheng, Aeolus sect felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end as if he was being stared at by an extremely venomous snake. Where are you guys from? The Aeolus sect asked. You want to know? There's no harm in telling you, we're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhang Sheng sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss. The Aeolus sect leader's eyes flashed and he was a little surprised. He then said, "All right, I'll remember this." The Aeolus sect had retreated, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Clearly, the Aeolus sect did not make a move. They were planning to retreat. Wasn't the dragon burial abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? Could it make the Aeolus sect retreat? Everyone looked at Zhang Sheng with great curiosity. Hee. Zhang Sheng laughed in disdain. At this moment, more and more people were gathering, and there were already more than 10,000 people. Whoosh! In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, and a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. The people from the Cloud King mountain range exclaimed when they saw Qiu Changkong. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he scanned his surroundings and saw Jian Fengyun and the others. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Jian Fengyun and the others. He looked around and said coldly, "Where's Lu Ming? Where did he go? Could he be dead? Do any of you have any news about him?" His tone was overbearing and commanding. It didn't sound like a question, but more like he was ordering Jian Fengyun and the others to speak. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others frowned. They were all geniuses, so they were naturally displeased with Qiu Changkong's tone. Brother Lu is a peerless talent. Naturally, he won't die. He's most likely on his way here. Jian Fengyun said. Brother Lu? It seems that you have been with Lu Ming all this while. Tell me, where is Lu Ming? Send him a message and tell him to come over and die. Qiu Changkong continued to command. Qiu Changkong, mind your attitude. Even if I knew, why should I tell you? Jian Fengyun's voice turned cold. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Jian Fengyun, do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor board? I'm telling you in front of me, you're just a piece of trash. Now kneel down. Qiu Changkong was incomparably arrogant as he sent a palm flying toward Jian Fengyun. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out as Jian Fengyun unsheathed his longsword. A streak of sword qi shot up into the sky. It was terrifying. The early phase of the martial ancestor realm level 8. It was obvious that Jian Fengyun had also made a breakthrough during this period of time. He had reached the early phase of the martial ancestor realm level 8. Qiu Changkong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation base has improved greatly, but you're too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you've made. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Buzz! In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword qi slashed toward Qiu Changkong. Supercilious? Why do I need to look at you guys in the eye? Qiu Changkong laughed coldly. He suddenly pointed his fingers together like a sword, and a bolt of sword qi with lightning flashing around it burst forth. With a crisp sound, Jian Fengyun's sword qi was shattered. Qiu Changkong's lightning sword qi continued on its way to Jian Fengyun's throat. The speed was so fast that it was beyond human reaction time. Jian Fengyun wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Chapter 4:18. For 18 the powerful Qiu Changkong. Just as Jian Fengyun was about to die under the sword, Qiu Changkong's hand gesture changed. His sword fingers turned into a palm, and he slapped Jian Fengyun's shoulder. Jian Fengyun's body trembled, and he knelt down. Bang! Jian Fengyun fell to his knees in front of Qiu Changkong. Ah! Jian Fengyun struggled with all his might. His eyes were red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Qiu Changkong. However, with a flash of lightning from Qiu Changkong's palm, Jian Fengyun's body shuddered and he was no longer able to resist. Brother Jian! Shao how you roared, a powerful aura rising from his body. Qiu Changkong, don't go too far. Jiang Hongwen and the others also shouted. They were shocked to see that Qiu Changkong's combat strength had increased so much in just 3 months. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had improved by a huge margin, but he was still defeated by Qiu Changkong in a single move. He was forced to his knees. How could Qiu Changkong be so powerful? What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? Qiu Changkong's eyes turned cold as he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What's wrong? You want to interfere? Are you looking to die? Boom! Qiu Changkong's body exploded with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to retreat, their faces full of fear. At this moment, the strongest experts of the super regions were all looking at Qiu Changkong with grave expressions. This guy. Zhang Sheng also looked at Qiu Changkong, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He. Seeing the expressions on Jiang Hongwen and the others' faces, Qiu Changkong let out a cold laugh and revealed a satisfied expression. He looked down at Jian Fengyun and said, "Jian Fengyun, I won't kill you today. I'll let you see with your own eyes who is the strongest in the Cloud King mountain range." Ha! Qiu Changkong looked at Jian Fengyun with disdain and laughed heartily. Jian Fengyun clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to flow. "You're just a piece of trash." Qiu Changkong laughed in disdain, feeling extremely carefree. The most powerful man in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next, he was going to become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the 4 Sky Divine Guards and make all the other geniuses bow down to him. Buzz! At this moment, the 27 altars suddenly started to shake and gave off a bright light. The array has been activated. We have to leave this place and take part in the final assessment. This time, I'll definitely become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. Sigh, I'll be satisfied as long as I can become a reserve Detian Divine Guard. Buzz! The 27 altars glowed with light and inscriptions. After a while, the light from the 27 altars gathered together and a huge whirlpool appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final assessment has been opened. All you have to do is enter the whirlpool and you will arrive at the final assessment location. A deep and majestic voice came from the vortex. Ha! The final assessment has begun. Let's go! Zhang Sheng laughed and flew into the whirlpool, disappearing. The rest of the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss followed closely behind. Let's go! Let's go! More than 10,000 people flew into the whirlpool and disappeared like locusts. That Lu Ming is not here yet. It seems that he has died somewhere. Qiu Changkong coldly snorted. Then, he looked into the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you're dead, I won't be able to get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Once I become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard and flatten the Mystic Essence Sword sect, I'll get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure from your father. Don't think that I can't do anything just because that old man swore to die and refused to obey. Qiu Changkong's mind raced as he looked at Jian Fengyun. He kicked Jian Fengyun away and said, "Trash, get lost." Then he moved and rushed toward the vortex, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Brother Jian, how are you?" Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others quickly went over to help Jian Fengyun up. "I'm fine," Jian Fengyun said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Changkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. It's truly shocking. Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyun's expression was ugly. He didn't say much. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "Lu Ming, did something really happen to you? He's already dead?" Lu Ming had not arrived yet. It was very likely that there was a problem. Suddenly, Jian Fengyun's expression changed. He saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. This ray of light was too fast. It arrived here in an instant. Lu Ming. Lu Jianfengjian was overjoyed. The light faded and Lu Ming's body was revealed. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning and he finally arrived. "Ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine." Jian Fengyun was ecstatic. "Ha, brother Lu." Xiao Haoyu also stepped forward to greet him. At the side, Jiang Hongwen and the rest were extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jian Fengyun have to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the previous qualifiers. What was there to be happy about? "Brother Jian, you're injured and it seems like you've just been injured. Who injured you?" Lu Ming could tell that Jian Fengyun was injured at a glance. Although the injury was not serious, Lu Ming could tell with one look. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Jian Fengyun smiled. Lu Ming frowned. Jian Fengyun seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. Brother Jian, why hide it? Lu Ming, let me tell you. This matter is all because of you. Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. Brother Jiang, say no more. Jian Fengyun wanted to stop him. Because of me. Lu Ming frowned. That's right, it's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Changkong come from the same empire and have a grudge against each other. Just now, Qiu Changkong couldn't find you, so he took out his anger on Brother Jian. Jiang Hongwen said loudly. Qiu Changkong? He's actually this strong? Lu Ming said. That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Changkong had, but his cultivation base is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me remind you, if you encounter Qiu Changkong, you should stay as far away as possible. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder, don't doubt me. Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor Mountain range nodded. Brother Lu, Qiu Changkong is indeed powerful now. You might not be a match for him. Jian Fengyun sighed. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the vortex. When Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, the familiar feeling of the world spinning around him happened again. After a while, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The three sides of the platform were blurry like chaos, and the last side was a flight of stairs. The stairs were completely paved with white jade, and they went straight up. This is the 1,000-step jade staircase. Only those who can climb it will be considered as reserve Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Those who can't climb it will be eliminated. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 419. 419 The Battle in the Spectator's Stand. Lu Ming had long learned that the final assessment of the Ditian Divine Guards was divided into several rounds. The first round would be this 1,000-step jade stairway. Only by climbing it could one become a preparatory Emperor Sky Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000-step jade staircase, there was another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true Emperor Sky Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming speculated that they should be in the inscription array. The 1,000-step jade staircase in front of him was most likely condensed by an inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000-step jade staircase. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, a huge force between heaven and earth pressed down on him. What? Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he offset this force. This power not only affects the physical body, but also the genuine qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart moved and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong, it was like a Buddha's face in the spring breeze to Lu Ming. He did not feel much. Ta! Lu Ming walked up step by step. His body was straight and he was as unmoving as a mountain. Very quickly he had stepped over 100 jade steps. He discovered that the higher he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, such pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one he stepped on the jade stairs. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming had reached the 1,000-step jade staircase. Above the 1,000-step jade staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open and there was a flash of light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind this stone door was the second round of assessment. After passing this round of assessment, one would be able to become a true Ditian Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform, there was a vortex, which was the teleportation gate. If one felt that they were not strong enough and could not pass the second round, they could leave this vortex and naturally be transported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to try, it was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If there was really a crisis, the formation would teleport the person away to the area where the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards were prepared. That person would be considered to have failed the trial. At this time, there was a huge circular building in the 10,000 Stars city. It covered an area of thousands of acres and could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, but it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light screens. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped areas. They were the north, south, east, and west areas. The 4 areas did not see each other, and their vision was blocked by the light screen. The eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. At the center of the fan shape was the first level, and there was a fighting ring. The outer ring of the battle stage was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words, Ditian Divine Guard written on it. On the third level, there was also a stone tablet with the words, Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard written on it. Further out, the fourth level was not written at all. Further out were rows of seats. This area was the largest, just like the outermost ring of a cake. Now all the seats were full. It was densely packed with people. No one knew how many people there were. Among these seats, there was a rather special seat. This seat was occupied by the leading elders of each region. Lu Xiu, the leading elder of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, was sitting inside. Beside him were Zhao Sui, the leader of the Thousand River region, and Han Sun, the leader of the Nether Demon Palace. Their eyes were fixed on the empty area of the few levels below. Those few levels of regions were engraved with profound inscription formations that led to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. As long as someone climbed the 1,000-step jade stairs and chose to walk into that vortex, they would be teleported to the Reserve Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the Emperor's Sky Divine Guard Reserve area, which meant that they could only become one Reserve Emperor's Sky Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Sky Divine Guard, they would be teleported to this Empyrean Sky Divine Guard area. As for those who had not even become the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards, all those who had failed would be sent to the open space on the 4th level. Hee, Lu Xiu, you don't have to stare at me so intently. It's useless even if your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range has died. Let alone becoming an Emperor's Sky Divine Guard or a Reserve Emperor's Sky Divine Guard, I'm afraid that there won't even be many who can come out alive. Zhao Sui, the elder leading the team of the Thousand River region, suddenly said coldly. Lu Xiu's face darkened and he said, Zhao Sui, she hasn't come out yet. No one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue by saying this now? Tongue? Ha, what a joke. I'm sure of that. Those useless people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range will definitely die unless they find a place to hide. Zhao Sui said with a cold smile. You. Lu Xiu's expression was unsightly. Zhao Sui, you're speaking too early. Every year, there are geniuses from small regions who join the Ditian Divine Guards. On the side, the elders from the other smaller districts spoke up for Lu Xiu. Hee, a bunch of trash that only knows how to console them slaviers. I feel that Brother Zhao is right. Trash from a small region should be better off dead. To think that they want to compete with us from a large region for the position of the Emperor's Sky Divine Guard. They really don't know their own limits. A faint voice was heard. It was Han Sun, the elder leading the team of the Dark Demon Palace. His words were full of contempt, which made the leading elders of several small areas on the side look extremely ugly. You're right, Brother Han. Lu Xiu, if you want to watch, then continue. I'm afraid the more you watch, the more despair you'll feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone's coming out. Someone suddenly shouted. In the open space of the 4th level, people kept appearing. The people who had appeared all had looks of disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area had failed and were completely eliminated. The elders' faces didn't change much. In every region, a large number of people would be eliminated. This wasn't surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people would appear in the Reserve Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area. After a short while, there was finally some movement in the area where the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards were in reserve. A figure appeared in a flash. He's a genius from my region. I knew that this brat would be able to become a Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. An elder leader of a small district laughed excitedly. Following that, more and more people were teleported out of the area where the Ditian Divine Guards were being prepared. Jiang Hongwen, Shengguan Yunyan. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan in the area where the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards were preparing to be stationed. Lu Xiu's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. It was within his expectations that they could become Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. However, there were always accidents. He was really afraid that, as Zhao Sui had said, all the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had fallen in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Zhao Sui, it seems that not a single Ditian Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River region. Lu Xiu felt much more at ease now that two of them were on the way to becoming Emperor Sky Divine Guards. He looked at Zhao Sui and mocked him. Chapter 420. 420 Chapter 420 Challenge. Zhao Sui snorted coldly, his face gloomy. What's the hurry? It's still early. When the geniuses of the Thousand River region appear, you'll be scared to death. Oh, then I'll wait. Lu Xiu laughed. As time passed, the number of people who appeared in the Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard area gradually increased. However, Zhao Sui's expression became more and more unsightly. There were only a few people from the Thousand River region, which was not much better than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Zhao Sui, there are so many of you. You really scared me to death. Lu Xiu said sarcastically. In the past, Zhao Sui had laughed at him from time to time. Now that he had the chance, Lu Xiu naturally retaliated. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Sui said with a gloomy face. Oh, Zhao Sui, it's almost time for the assessment to be completed, but I haven't seen many people. Do you really think that all the geniuses from your Thousand River region can become real Ditian Divine Guards? Lu Xiu sneered. Giggle. Zhao Sui gritted his teeth. However, he was also very anxious. He knew very well that there were only a dozen or so people in the Thousand River region who could challenge the Ditian Divine Guards. There were still 40 to 50 people who could attempt to become the Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. But now, there were quite a few people who were eliminated, but they were all just bystanders. However, there were only a few of them who could make it to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard Reserve. He was a little flustered, afraid that something would happen. Han Sun, the leader of the Nether Demon Palace, also had an ugly expression on his face. This was because the situation of the Nether Demon Palace was the same as the Thousand River Waters. There were only a few who were ready to become the Emperor's Sky Divine Guards. At the place of the assessment, on the 1,000-step jade staircase, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked toward the stone door. As soon as he entered, the environment changed again, and he found himself on a platform. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back. He stood there like a straight mountain. As long as you can defeat me, you'll be able to become an Emperor's Sky Divine Guard. The middle-aged man said, his voice cold and emotionless. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that this burly man was formed by inscriptions. Boom! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He sighed inwardly at the difficulty of the Ditian Divine Guard examination. In order to defeat an ordinary 9th level martial ancestor realm expert, One's cultivation had to be at the peak of the 7th level martial ancestor realm. One's combat strength had to surpass a World War II expert. Of course, if he was a 3 or 4 battle genius, then his cultivation could be lower. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, only Jian Fengyun can achieve such a level of difficulty. Young Master Tianxi was already dead. Jiang Hongwen's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 7th level of martial ancestor realm, so he basically had no chance. Kill! All of a sudden, the middle-aged burly man bellowed and became one with his spear. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lu Ming smiled. He quickly condensed a long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Whoosh! This spear attack was more than twice as fast as the other party. Bang! The spear pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's entire body exploded and dissipated into energy. A martial arts Grandmaster 9 Dan Peak was dealt with in one move. To the current Lu Ming, this was not difficult at all. Lu Ming smiled and walked forward. In front of the platform was another stone door, and on the left was a vortex. As long as they gave up on the challenge, they would be able to leave the vortex and become the Ditian Divine Guards. Entering through the stone door meant continuing the challenge. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would appear on the fighting ring on the first level of the huge building in the Myriad Star City. There, the battle of the strongest would take place and the 4 divine guards would be decided. Since Lu Ming and the others were in the eastern region, they were naturally the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The building was divided into 4 parts, north, south, east, and west, representing the 4 heavenly divine guards. Becoming one of the 4 divine guards could be said to be the strongest expert among the younger generation in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. There were many benefits, and they were also the biggest focus of the event. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in that building. Lu Ming stepped through the stone door without any hesitation. Buzz! Heaven and earth shook. Lu Ming found himself in a secret room. There were more than a dozen stone carvings on the walls of the secret room. Each stone carving was a person practicing martial arts. This was a martial technique. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the figure of an old man condensed. Welcome to the challenge. This round is to test your comprehension ability. Everyone will appear in a secret room, but the test will be different for each person. There will be a martial technique that you are not good at, and you will be able to comprehend it. As long as you can successfully cultivate it within half an hour, you will pass this round. The moment the old man appeared, he immediately started explaining. A fist technique? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Fist techniques were indeed his weakness. Other than the low-level fist technique he had practiced in the beginning, he had not practiced any more fist techniques. This fist technique is a black-grade high-level fist technique. You only need to cultivate to the first level within half an hour, the first glimpse of the door seal. Begin now. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It was not easy to cultivate a black-grade high-level martial arts technique that he was not good at to the first stage within half an hour. Immediately, Lu Ming began to study the stone carvings in detail and began to comprehend them. Time slowly passed. In the outside world, in the huge building of the Myriad Stars City, someone has become a Ditian Divine Guard. Suddenly, a light flashed in the Ditian Divine Guard's area, and a figure appeared. Haha, it's a genius from our Jinkue region. An elder leader laughed out loud. The Jinkue region was a small region, and having one person become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard was already breaking even. If there was one more person, it would be a breakthrough. Moreover, he was the first to become an Empyrean Sky Divine Guard. Although being the first to become an Ditian Divine Guard didn't mean that one's strength was stronger than the others, there might be some people who wanted to challenge the next trials. As more and more people became Ditian Divine Guards, more and more people became Ditian Divine Guards. Sword Wind Cloud. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jian Fengyun in the Ditian Divine Guards area. "Ha, you didn't let me down." Lu Xiu laughed heartily. He was well aware of the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun still had a very high chance of becoming an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. As for young Master Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen, it could only be said that there was hope, but not much hope. Now that Jian Fengyun had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, he could finally relax. No matter how weak they were, at least one of them had become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. One had to know that in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, no one had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard in the previous tournament. If one of them became a Ditian Divine Guard, he would still be able to obtain some rewards. Chapter 421. For 21, the last stage. On the other hand, Zhao Sui's face was so dark that it almost turned into black charcoal. Even now, he had yet to see a single figure of the geniuses from the Thousand River region in the Ditian Divine Guards area. This made the bad feeling in his heart grow stronger and stronger. This was not normal, it was too abnormal. Could it be that all the geniuses of the Thousand River region had passed the last round? That was impossible. He knew very well that even the most powerful young man in the Thousand River region might not be able to make it through. He was extremely anxious. Just like Zhao Sui, the elder leading the team in the Umo Palace, Han Sun, also had a terrible look on his face. As time passed, the number of people who appeared in the Ditian Divine Guards area grew fewer and fewer. Zhao Sui, why do you look so pale? In my opinion, the geniuses of the Thousand River region must have gone to the last stage. And they must have passed it. It would be a glorious thing to see a group of people on the first level of the fighting ring. Lu Xiu said with a smile. Shut up, Lu. Zhao Sui's eyes turned red. Lu Xiu was mocking him. How could there be so many people in the Thousand River region who could pass the last level? Even if there was one, he would laugh his head off. Ha, calm down, calm down. Lu Xiu laughed out loud, almost causing Zhao Sui to vomit blood. It seems like the geniuses of the Thousand River region died in battle. I wonder which powerful region did it. I really have to thank them. Lu Xiu thought. Lu Xiu was elated to see Zhao Sui in such a state. In the past, it was the opposite. Very quickly, half an hour had passed. Many people could no longer sit still. How is that possible? Why are there so few geniuses in Phoenix Lake? Us too. Where are our people from Flaming Mountain? Arg. Only 4 people from my Yangchuan Valley region have become Emperor Sky Divine Guards. That's impossible. Loud roars rang out. Half an hour had passed. Even if he managed to clear the next level, he should have failed and come out. However, he had yet to come out, which meant that he had most likely fallen in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Among them, the team-leading elders of the Phoenix Lake area, the Yangchuan Valley area, and the Flaming Mountain area were the loudest. They were a super region, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. At the very least, there would be 34 people who could become the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. But now, there were only 2 or 3 of them. This meant that the geniuses of these regions had died in batches in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Some were happy, some were worried. Some of the elders who were leading the teams from other regions were all smiles because their regions had achieved so much success that they had even exceeded their expectations. This time, 820 Ditian Divine Guards have already appeared. It's a little more than the previous years. This generation is truly full of geniuses. Not bad. In the past, 500 people were already considered good. Adding up the north, south, east, and west, it's already very good to have 2,000 people. This time it's far more. Now, let's see how many people can get past the final checkpoint and reach the first level of the fighting ring. I estimate that there will be more than Tulavir. We have 13 super regions on our side. The strongest person in each super region should be able to make it to the end. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a super dark horse? Just wait and see. Look, There's a fluctuation on the first level's battle platform. Someone has passed the last level and is about to appear. Who is it? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring at the bottom. Buzz! The space trembled and a young figure appeared. This young man was dressed in a blood-red robe. His face was pale and cold. He was Zhang Sheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Who is this person? I don't think he's from any of the 13 super regions. He's actually the first one to succeed. Could it be that he's able to suppress the geniuses of the super regions? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Especially the elders who were leading the teams, they were all making guesses. Haha, this man is the peerless genius of our Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhang Xing. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh was heard. What? The people of the Dragon Burial Abyss? The Dragon Burial Abyss has appeared? I didn't expect that the Dragon Burial Abyss would have such a genius the moment it appeared. It's really amazing. And Nbispu, what? The surrounding spectators all exclaimed. Below, on the fighting ring, once Zhang Sheng appeared, he swept his gaze around. When he realized that he was alone, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards of the 4 Sky Divine Guards will definitely be mine. Zhang Sheng roared in his heart. Someone else has appeared. Someone shouted. On the fighting ring, there was another fluctuation, and then a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. The second figure to appear was actually Qiu Changkong. Lu Xiu was stunned. Then, his body trembled with excitement as he roared, this is the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Xiu had never expected that someone would actually make it to the last stage. Lu Xiu's roar immediately caused an uproar. What? A genius from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? How was that possible? The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was a place where even birds don't want to shit. How could someone make it to the last stage? Don't lie to me. I don't believe it either. The surroundings were filled with discussions. No, that's impossible. Zhao Sui roared. He had seen Qiu Changkong before, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he swept his gaze over the crowd. When he saw Zhang Xing, he snorted coldly and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He actually appeared faster than him. Zhang Xing did not back down and looked back coldly. At this moment, in a secret room in the assessment venue, Lu Ming shouted as he punched continuously. His fists were so powerful that they disappeared with a loud boom. Lu Ming stood still as he retracted his fists. The next moment, the old man's figure appeared again. Congratulations, you've passed this round. There's still one last round. The old man waved his hand, and the scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared on another platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. He looked exactly the same as the burly man from before. However, the aura that this middle-aged burly man exuded this time was extremely terrifying. It was several times stronger than before. Half-step King Warrior, this time it was actually half-step King Warrior. The peak of Martial Ancestor Realm and Half-Step King Realm seemed to be only one step away, but the gap was huge. If one had to describe the difference, an ordinary Half-Step King was at least 2 levels higher than a peak 9th level Martial Ancestor. Yes, more than 2 levels. As long as you can defeat me, you'll pass. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming sighed to himself. This level was too difficult. He reckoned that not many people would pass it. One had to be at least at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, one had to be a 4-battle genius to pass. Kill. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man bellowed. His long spear was like a dragon as it charged at Lu Ming. The spear's gleam burst out and enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste any more time. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Chapter 422. 422 Chapter 422 Clear the stage, killing intent. Boom! A terrifying power burst forth, as if it could shatter everything. The first to bear the brunt was the spear radiance. With a loud boom, the spear radiance exploded, and then, a turbulent force gushed forward. Bang! The middle-aged man's body cracked and turned into dust under the majestic attack of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. One move, just one move and a half-step king was killed by Lu Ming. More than half a year ago, during the war with the mystical sword sect, a half-step king was still an undefeatable existence to Lu Ming. He was high and mighty, and in the blazing Sun Empire, he was a well-deserved tyrant. But now, only a little more than half a year had passed and Lu Ming could kill a half-step king in one move. Who would believe it? In the past 6 months, Lu Ming's progress could be described as lightning fast. The middle-aged man collapsed and disappeared into energy. After that, the platform started to glow and a black vortex formed. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he was in a fighting ring after everything had settled down. Several other directions of the fighting ring were blocked by a light curtain. Only the eastern side had a fan-shaped spectator stand, which was full of people. At that moment, Lu Xiao's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring below. Then, his body began to tremble, and even his breathing became heavy. "Hey, Lu Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you shaking? Don't tell me he's suddenly possessed." An elder leader from a small district asked Lu Xiao in confusion. "No, I'm not scared. I'm scared because I saw another person pass the last stage in my Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm so excited." Lu Xiao stuttered. "It's good that you're fine." The elder in charge nodded. The next moment, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened and he looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. What did you just say? Another person from the Cloud Emperor mountain range passed the last stage? You're not joking, are you? How is that possible?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's true. Although I'm also surprised it's true," Lu Xiao said in a trembling voice. In fact, even he himself found it hard to believe. Lu Xiao's words naturally reached the ears of the people around him, but most of them shook their heads and were skeptical. How could 2 people pass the last level in the small Cloud Emperor mountain range? This had never happened before. Occasionally, a person from a small area would pass through. That was still possible as it had happened before in history. It must be known that in most super large areas, only one person could pass through. Sometimes no one could. However, there was one exception, and that was the elder leading the team at the Thousand River region, Zhao Sui. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen Lu Ming, but he had. Of course, he knew that Lu Ming was from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. There were actually 2 people who had passed the last stage in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, while only 1 or 2 people from the Thousand River region had become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Those geniuses who were ranked higher had all disappeared. Comparing the two, the waters of the Thousand River were too tragic to look at. How could this be? How did this happen? Zhao Sui kept growling, his eyes red. He could not accept this fact. The geniuses from the Thousand River region had yet to appear. He knew that they had most likely fallen. Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan, who were in the area of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, also widened their eyes. Lu Xuan, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He also passed the last level? How is this possible? Jiang Hongwen shouted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was seeing things. However, he almost rubbed his eyes until they bled. He was still looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming has become so powerful. No wonder Jian Fengyun is so nice to him. I'm so silly. I should have thought of this earlier. Jiang Hongwen muttered. At the thought of how he had advised Lu Ming to hide far away from Qiu Changkong before they entered the assessment venue, he felt his face burning. Lu Ming's abilities were probably not much weaker than Qiu Changkong's. They might even be geniuses on the same level. In particular, When he thought of how he did not treat Lu Ming well previously, he felt uneasy. He wished that he could give himself a slap. If Lu Ming bore a grudge because of this, he would have a hard time in the future. In the Ditian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun smiled. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could pass the last level. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what these people were thinking. He swept his gaze across and sized up his surroundings. He discovered that there were already 7 to 8 figures on the platform. "Kid, it's you? You didn't die?" Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of disbelief was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke was Zhang Sheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. At that moment, Zhang Sheng was looking at him with a face full of killing intent. "If you're not dead, how could I be?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered and he said coldly, "Good, very good. Although I don't know what method you used to escape with your life, you shouldn't have rushed here this time. Hee, I hope you don't run into me. Otherwise, I'll suck all the blood in your body." "Oh really? I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lu Ming." At this moment, a low growl came from the other side. Lu Ming looked over, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Qiu Changkong." To be honest, Qiu Changkong's appearance here was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. It seems like it must be related to his master. Lu Ming thought to himself. "Lu Ming, I really didn't expect that not only did you not die in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield, but you actually made it here. It's really beyond my expectations. But this is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for your old ghost father, and I can directly take action on you." Qiu Changkong glared at Lu Ming, his voice filled with killing intent. "All right, let's settle our grudges this time." Lu Ming's killing intent was also extremely strong. Boom, boom, boom. Many powerful auras rose up and confronted each other. The final battle had yet to begin, but Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong were already sparring in the midst of death. "Now, the battle hasn't started yet. You're not allowed to fight." At this time, a majestic voice came from the sky. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone knowing. It was a middle-aged burly man with a monstrous aura. His aura was scorching hot. He stood in the void like a sun, burning the void until it distorted. A terrifying and boundless pressure emanated from his body. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. This was definitely a king tier, and even among king tiers, he wasn't weak. Chapter 423. 423 The Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He's the protector of the Fire Palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Someone called out, recognizing the burly man. "What? The protector of the Fire Palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace?" Everyone was shocked. The guardians of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were extremely powerful figures with the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. They were definitely famous figures in the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Of course, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace here wasn't the main palace but the eastern branch of the Heavenly Mystic region. On the battle stage, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong snorted coldly and retracted their auras. Lu Ming sneered and retracted his aura. Buzz! At this moment, the space trembled again, and a figure carrying a long sword appeared. Xian Feng of the ancient barren city. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Lu Ming did not see Xian Feng's corpse in the underground cave of the Dragon's Cave. As expected, he was still alive. With Xian Feng's combat strength, it was no problem for him to make it to the last level. You're courting death." A cold voice rang out as Zhang Sheng's sinister eyes turned to Xian Feng. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out, and a powerful sword chi rippled from Xian Feng's body. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Zhang Sheng. Hee, they've all appeared. Good, this time, I'll settle them all. Zhang Sheng sneered. Xian Feng also saw the protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the sky. He retracted his aura and walked to the side. The audience was extremely excited. Between these geniuses, the stronger the smell of gunpowder, the more excited they were, because the upcoming battle would also be more intense. The fighting ring was silent. Time slowly passed. The space in the fighting ring trembled from time to time. Someone appeared. Very quickly, the number of people had increased to over a dozen. Half an hour later, no one else appeared. Alright, time's up. There are no more participants in the assessment area. The protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace announced in the sky. No, how is that possible? Phoenix Lake's geniuses, why are there only so few of them? Where's Huang Qixian, where did he go? My Yang Spring Valley too, where's Sun Chu? Protector, did you make a mistake? Bu Fifan of my Flaming Mountain Range is a peerless talent. He will definitely make it to the last level. Why isn't he here? The leading elders of Phoenix Lake, Yangchuan Valley, Flaming Mountain, and even another super region all shouted in disbelief. What are you shouting for? If he doesn't appear, it means he has fallen inside. It means that he doesn't have enough talent and luck. What's so strange about that? The middle-aged guardian rebuked as he looked coldly at the elders leading the teams. The few elder leaders immediately kept quiet out of fear. They felt cold all over and did not dare to say a word. All right, the previous assessment has ended. Now, let's start the final battle. The purpose of the battle is to determine the final 4 divine guards of the East Sky. I'm sure all of you know what the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards are. I'll repeat myself here. When you were teleported into the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield, you were automatically distributed in 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. The teleportation altar behind you is also divided into 4 directions, corresponding to the north, south, east, and west. Your group belongs to the east. Therefore, the strongest person will be the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards. The 4 Heavens Divine Guards represent the 4 strongest experts in this batch of Emperor Heaven's Divine Guards. There will be generous rewards. The middle-aged protector explained in detail. Everyone nodded. This was something that many people already knew. So, for this battle, the second or third place is not important. What's important is the first place. I'll say it again, what's important is the first place. The middle-aged protector shouted, his voice spreading through the entire area. On the platform, all the young men's eyes were shining, and a strong desire to fight rose from their bodies. There were a total of 17 young men and women on the fighting ring. Each of them was a genius among geniuses, and each of them had rare talents. They had absolute confidence in themselves. They were confident that they were stronger than others. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are mine. A deep voice rang out. It came from a tall and burly young man. This person was more than 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in muscles, as if he was cast from steel. Tai Guangzhong, it's fine if you're the overlord of the Iron Peak area, but you're dreaming if you think you can become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard here. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is mine. A beautiful woman with blue hair said in a domineering manner. Ha, Ao Feishuan, I think you'd better go home and have a child. You want to take over the East Heaven Divine Guards? The burly young man sneered. What did you just say? The blue-haired beauty, Ao Feishuan, widened her eyes. A bunch of trash wants to take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? You're daydreaming. Zhang Sheng curled his lips and sneered. Arrogant. You're looking for death. Zhang Sheng's words infuriated the crowd. More than 10 young experts looked at him with killing intent. Zhang Sheng smiled indifferently. All right, I'm done. At this moment, the middle-aged guardian spoke. Everyone shut their mouths. Take this jade plates. The middle-aged guardian waved his hand and 17 jade plates flew out, 1 for each of them. Everyone took the jade token in their hands. Now, inscribe your information into the jade tokens. I'm going to draw lots with this jade token later. The middle-aged man ordered. Everyone's mind moved and engraved their own information into the jade token. Then, he returned them to the middle-aged guardian one by one. The middle-aged guardian picked up the jade tablet and read it aloud. This time, a total of 17 people have passed the final stage. They are Zhang Sheng from the Dragon Burial Pool, Qiu Changkong from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Tai Guangzhong from the Iron Peak, Lu Ming from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Ao Feishuan from the Jade Lake region. The middle-aged man read out the names one by one, and in a few moments, he had finished reading all 17 names. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wait, did I hear wrong? I seem to have heard that there are 2 people from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? That poor and remote place? You didn't hear wrong, I heard it too. This is too fucking weird. 2 people actually cleared the level in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Is the sun rising from the west? The small Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is really crazy this time. The spectators in the stands discussed animatedly and were extremely shocked. As for the elders in charge of each region, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. In the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, there were 2 people who passed the level. Previously, they thought that Lu Xiu was talking nonsense. He didn't expect it to be true. This was really unbelievable. Lu Xiu was trembling with excitement. The tiny Cloud King Mountain Range actually produced 2 such geniuses. This time, his reward would definitely be terrifying. Brother Lu, don't forget me when you're successful in the future. Brother Lu, when this selection is over, I'll treat you to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Brother Lu, you must come and visit me. Immediately, some of the other elder team leaders beside Lu Xiu, and even some of the elder team leaders from the larger regions, expressed their goodwill to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu was so excited that he almost laughed. He had never felt so happy before. Chapter 424. 424 Good luck. Lu Xiu could not help but burst out laughing. It was simply too comfortable. In the past, he was only a team leader of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. He was at the bottom of the group and was often ridiculed. However, the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was on the weaker side, and no one had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard in the previous tournament. This made him less and less valued. He had once dreamed that the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range would produce a few peerless geniuses whose names would shake the world and make him proud. However, he knew that it was just a dream. It was impossible. But now, all of this had come true. How could he not be excited? Those people who had looked down on him in the past had all come to make friends with him. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, it's all thanks to the 2 of you. Lu Xiu sighed as he looked at the 2 young men on the fighting ring with bright eyes. He was especially shocked by Lu Ming. Qiu Changkong. He vaguely knew that Qiu Changkong had a powerful backer in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was still acceptable for him to achieve such results. However, Lu Ming was completely alone. He did not have any backing. He had relied on his own hard work to reach this stage. This made him value him even more. Everyone was discussing, but most of the discussions were about Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. On the fighting ring, the other geniuses and experts looked at Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong with surprise in their eyes. The corners of Qiu Changkong's mouth curled up, and he didn't even try to hide the smugness on his face. Lu Ming only smiled and stood quietly at the side. Silence. The middle-aged protector opened his mouth and the entire place suddenly became silent. Now, I will announce the rules of the duel. The rules are very simple. We will draw lots and fight one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the strongest one is decided. In the process of the battle, you can't consume any pills or use any battle beasts. You can do whatever you want, but there is one principle, and that is you can't kill your opponent. The middle-aged protector announced. Can't kill the opponent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was a pity. If he had met Qiu Changkong, he would have been able to escape with his life. Hee, Lu Ming, you're lucky. At the side, Buried Life chuckled. You're the lucky one. Lu Ming said. Oh really? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't kill you. I can still cripple you. Zhang Sheng's cold voice rang out. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. On the other side, Qiu Changkong sneered. Okay, now, I have carved 16 numbers on these 17 jade plates. They are number 1 to number 16. The last one is empty. All of you will draw lots. The one who draws number 1 will fight against number 16, number 2 will fight against number 15, number 3 will fight against number 14, and so on. The one who draws an empty number will directly advance to the next round. The middle-aged man said. With that, he waved his hand and 17 jade plates floated in the air. They emitted a hazy light and covered the numbers on them. I'll go first. Zhang Sheng laughed coldly and reached out his hand. A powerful suction force was produced and the jade token was caught in his hand. Then the others followed suit and grabbed a jade plate. Lu Ming also grabbed a jade card. Grabbing the jade token in his hand, he infused his Jinqi into it, and a number appeared on the jade token. No, it was not a number, but 2 words, empty. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect his luck to be so good. In the first round, he actually drew an empty draw. All right, report the number you drew. The middle-aged protector said. I'm number 16. Zhang Sheng was the first to walk out. He flipped open the jade token and there was a number on it, 16. I'll be number 3. Qiu Changkong walked out and opened his jade token as well. The number on the token was 3. I'm number 5. Number 6. One by one, the young men flipped open their jade tokens. Soon, he had opened all the pages from room 1 to room 16. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. If there were people from the 1st to the 16th, then wouldn't the rest be a buy? Lu Ming smiled and flipped the jade tablet. The words, buy, were written on it. It's a buy as expected. This kid's luck is really good. His luck is not bad, but it's useless. In the end, it still depends on strength. If he doesn't have strength, he will be very miserable when he meets an expert in the next round. That's true. On the grandstand, the crowd was in a heated discussion. Brat, you're lucky. Zhang Sheng cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming could not even be bothered to look at him. He directly ignored him. This was a mad dog. There was no point in saying more. When the time came, he would beat him up so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Now, the battle begins. Number 1 against number 16. The rest of you, step aside. The middle-aged protector announced. Lu Ming and the rest retreated to the side, leaving only Zhang Sheng and a young man in a brocade robe at the scene. Zhang Sheng's face revealed a sinister smile as he stared at the youth in embroidered robes and said, Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer later. Hee, admit defeat. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. I've long been displeased by your arrogance. I hope that your strength will not disappoint me. The youth in the brocade robe laughed arrogantly. You'll regret this very soon. Zhang Sheng sneered. The atmosphere was already tense even before they started fighting. In the stands, the crowd was also in a heated discussion, expressing their own opinions. That's Yu Changfei, the strongest genius of the Yushu Plain in the super region. Who do you think will win? I think it's the burial in the dragon burial pool. This person is the first to pass the test and appear here. In my opinion, that might not be the case. Being the first to clear the stage might not necessarily mean that one's combat strength is the strongest. That's true. Boom. Boom. Everyone was just discussing when 2 powerful auras erupted. Then, the 2 figures charged at each other like lightning. Jade Cutting Palm. Blood Dragon Claw. Boom. With a loud boom, a terrifying blast of air swept out. Blood red and jade green light exploded and filled the entire fighting ring. Bang. The next moment, a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying like a cannonball, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. It was Yu Changfei, the young man from Yushu Plain. Countless people widened their eyes. Yu Changfei, the strongest genius in the super region, was sent flying by one move and spat out blood. How was this possible? From the aura that Yu Changfei had just released, he was definitely at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, he had been through 4 battles. Such an expert was actually sent flying by a single move from Zhang Sheng. How terrifying was Zhang Sheng? I was wondering how strong you would be. Turns out you're just trash. Now, I'll let you know how strong I am. Zhang Sheng laughed coldly. Then he moved his body and appeared above Yu Changfei like a ghost. He stared at Yu Changfei with a cold gaze. Return it. Yu Changfei was shocked. He used all his strength and sent out 7 palm strikes. The palm strikes were crystal clear and like jade. However, Burial only needed a few claw strikes to destroy the jade palm force. He grabbed Yu Changkong's neck and pressed down hard. Chapter 425. 425 Chapter 425 Red Flame Dark Thunder. Bang! Yu Changkong's entire body slammed into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Yu Changkong spat out mouthfuls of blood. Trash, you're just trash. You're just a piece of trash, yet you're still so arrogant. You're really looking for death. Zhang Sheng sneered. He then kicked Yu Changfei's head. Yu Changfei's body flew out like a broken sack and fell off the fighting ring. After falling off the fighting ring, he fainted. Boom! In the stands, an old man stood up and roared, Zhang Sheng, your methods are too vicious. Yu Changfei has clearly lost, yet you still used such a heavy blow. You've violated the rules. This old man was the elder leading the team in the Jade Virtual Plane. Old man, what are you shouting for? I didn't kill him, so how is that against the rules? Zhang Sheng sneered. You fuck. The elder leading the team of Yushu Plane turned red and looked at the middle-aged protector. Protector, is this against the rules? Not dead, doesn't count. The middle-aged protector's answer was very simple, which made the elder leading the team of the Yushu Plane stunned. Then he sat down with an ashen face. Zhang Sheng's smile became even more smug. This Zhang Sheng is indeed terrifying. As expected of the genius who was the first to break through the barrier. His cultivation has definitely reached the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. And it's not as simple as the early or middle stage of the 9th level. He didn't even use his full strength just now. Everyone was discussing. At the edge of the fighting ring, the other geniuses and experts were also looking at Zhang Sheng with a grave expression. Burial's combat strength gave them a lot of pressure. This Burial has improved so much during this period of time. It must be related to the blood of Bu Fifan and the other geniuses. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When he was in the Dragon's Cave, Zhang Sheng's strength should be similar to Huang Qixin, Bu Fifan and the others. He should also be similar to Yu Changfei. But now, he was much stronger than before. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhang Sheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss is the winner of this battle. Let the next battle begin. The middle-aged protector announced. Zhang Sheng walked to the side of the fighting ring. 2 figures flashed and appeared in the center of the fighting ring. This time, it was still 2 geniuses from the super regions, a man and a woman. However, their cultivation was much stronger than Yu Changfei's. This was because both of their cultivations had broken through to the early stage of the 9th realm of martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, they were both battle-hardened and extremely powerful. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. All kinds of ultimate moves and killing moves dazzled some people. The 2 of them exchanged more than 200 moves before the woman won by luck. Then, the 3rd battle began. For this battle, Qiu Changkong went up, and his opponent was Tai Guangzhong from the Iron Peak. Tai Guangzhong's body was more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles were as hard as steel. He was full of strength and seemed to be invincible. Kid, you're from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Hee, it's not bad to be able to come this far from that small place. However, it's all over. Tai Guangzhong said in disdain. You're still far from enough. Qiu Changkong was extremely confident. Oh really? I'll beat you into a pig head. Boom! Tai Quanzhong took a step forward like a wild beast, causing the fighting ring to rumble. The muscles on his body swelled up, and a terrifying aura spread out. Early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9. This was Tai Quanzhong's cultivation. Iron Fist. Boom! Tai Quanzhong roared as he threw a punch at Qiu Changkong. Thunder Sword, slash. Qiu Changkong shouted. In the next instant, crimson-red lightning flashed around his body. The scarlet lightning burst out with his combat sword, forming a scarlet lightning sword. Boom! The scarlet thunder sword and Tai Quanzhong's fist collided. The next moment, bang, bang, bang! Tai Quanzhong's body trembled, and his face suddenly changed. He took 9 steps back in a row, and every step he took caused the fighting ring to rumble. Tai Quanzhong was at a disadvantage in one move. Everyone was shocked. He didn't expect Qiu Changkong to be so powerful. Damn it! Tai Quanzhong roared in anger. The next moment, a huge crocodile appeared above his head. The crocodile was over 20 meters long and covered in armor. This was the iron-armored demon crocodile, a powerful fierce beast that could fight with the flood dragon. There were 6 Esilavir chakras around the iron-armored demon crocodile. Roar! The iron-armored demon crocodile roared and rushed into Tai Quanzhong's body. Suddenly, Tai Quanzhong's already burly body expanded again, and his aura became even more powerful. Bloodline? Do you think you're the only one who has that? Qiu Changkong sneered. In the next moment, a red ball of lightning appeared above his head. Zeech, the crimson ball of lightning sizzled and surrounded by lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the Scarlet Flame Mystic Thunder. Someone cried out in surprise as he recognized the lightning. There was no doubt that this was a special bloodline, and a natural type of special bloodline at that. The same type of bloodline could actually be divided into many types. For example, the fire bloodline, the ice bloodline, and the lightning bloodline. Each of these bloodlines had many smaller types. They were strong and weak. As for the Scarlet Flame Mystic Lightning, it was considered strong even among the lightning bloodlines. Around the lightning bloodline, 6 Esilavir chakras were shining. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen Qiu Changkong's bloodline. Qiu Changkong's second bloodline was also a 6th-level king. No wonder the other geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire couldn't compare to him. Qiu Changkong activated his bloodline power, and his aura grew even stronger. His entire body was covered in the power of lightning. Lightning Sword, World Annihilation. Whoosh! A thunderbolt sword instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Tai Quanzhong. Tai Quanzhong bellowed in anger. His entire body swelled up like a giant of steel as he lunged towards Qiu Changkong. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom rang out. Tai Quanzhong let out a blood-curdling screech as his huge body was sent flying far away before crashing onto the ground. His steel-like body was covered in lightning and blood. He was defeated. Tai Quanzhong had been defeated. In front of Qiu Changkong, he had no way to fight back. Countless people were shocked. How could this young man from the Cloud Emperor mountain range be so terrifying? On the grandstand, Lu Xiu was so excited that his entire body was trembling. The 2 geniuses from the Cloud King mountain range had entered the second round. This was unbelievable. Although Lu Ming had entered the second round by luck, it was still the second round, right? At the edge of the fighting ring, Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong with a grave expression. What a powerful force. No, I don't think it can be called force anymore. It contains a trace of intent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Qiu Changkong encounter during this period of time? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Qiu Changkong's cultivation was only at the early 9th level of martial ancestor realm, but his force was extremely powerful. Lu Ming could feel that there was already a trace of intent within the momentum. This was something that only half-step kings could master. Interesting, very interesting. Lu Ming muttered, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Qiu Changkong wins. The middle-aged man announced. Qiu Changkong sheathed his sword and walked to the side. Chapter 426. For 26 it's actually him again. Next, number 4 versus number 13. The middle-aged protector announced. Another 2 peerless geniuses went up. There was nothing to say, and the battle immediately erupted. These 2 people were both battle-hardened geniuses. However, one of them had already reached the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm, while the other was still at the peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm. Naturally, the 9th level martial arts grandmaster genius had the absolute advantage and defeated his opponent. The battles continued, and geniuses stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming realized that some of the geniuses had extremely high cultivation levels. One of them was in the late stage of the 9th level martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the middle stage. It was Xianfeng's turn. After not seeing him for some time, his cultivation had improved greatly and reached the middle of the martial arts Grandmaster 9 Dan. He entered the second round with an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, all 8 pairs of geniuses had finished their battles. The 8 people who had entered the second round had all appeared. Of course, including Lu Ming, who had a bye, there were 9 people in total. The other 8 were eliminated just like that. The middle-aged guardian took back their jade plates, leaving only the plates with the numbers 1 to 8. Of course, there was also the jade plate for the bye. The middle-aged protector waved his hand. Genuine chi surged and covered the 9 jade tokens, wiping away all the traces on them. He was doing this to prevent anyone from tampering with the jade token and leaving behind an aura or mark. Then, the 9 jade tablets floated in the air, emitting a hazy radiance. And NBSP, the rules are the same as before. Here, there are 8 jade plates from number 1 to 8. Draw lots to decide your opponent. Number 1 to 8, number 2 to 7, and so on. Those who draw the empty jade plate will directly enter the next round. The middle-aged protector announced. I'll go first. It was still Zhang Sheng, who was extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, a jade token was sucked into his hand. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, Xian Feng, and the rest each drew a jade card. This time, who will get the bye card? In the audience, everyone's eyes were bright and full of curiosity. Although drawing the bye card might not necessarily mean winning the throne of the East Heaven Divine Guard, it would greatly reduce the consumption of true chi and physical strength, making the next round easier. On the fighting ring, everyone looked at their jade tokens. Lu Ming also took a look at the jade card. He was stunned. Bye again. Lu Ming actually drew the bye jade card again. My luck is too good. I got the bye jade plate twice in a row. Lu Ming muttered, somewhat speechless. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to draw the jade token. If he kept drawing empty tokens, how could he torture Qiu Changkong? Now, give me your numbers. The middle-aged protector said. I'm number 6. Zhang Sheng was the first to speak. I'm number 5. Qiu Changkong replied. I'm number 1. I'll be number 3. The rest of the people reported their numbers one by one. As the number of people decreased one by one, there were only 2 people left in the end. One was Lu Ming and the other was a fat man with big eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. There are only 2 people left. Lu Ming has not given his number yet. Could it be that he has a bye again? It shouldn't be possible. How could he draw the bye card twice in a row? I'm number 8. As the crowd was discussing, the large-eyed fatty flipped open the jade card. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression and announced the number loudly. Immediately backing up. Ooh. Countless gazes turned to Lu Ming. Nest, it's him again, it's actually him again. It's really him. How is that possible? Is this some dogshit luck? He's really lucky. He got the bye card and directly entered the 3rd round. The crowd was in an uproar as they discussed. In the elder leading area, Lu Xiu was also stunned. This works too. Wouldn't Lu Ming directly enter the third round? Countless envious gazes were directed at Lu Xiu. Lu Ming's good luck meant that Lu Xiu's luck was good. Although it was impossible for Lu Ming to become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Lu Xiu's reward would be higher the higher his ranking was. How could they not be jealous? Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others were dumbfounded. Even the middle-aged guardian looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He opened the jade card and said helplessly, "I'm the Bai card." As expected, it was him again. Everyone roared in their hearts. Alright, now that the drawing of lots has ended, let's begin the duel. Number 1 versus number 8. The middle-aged protector announced. Two figures walked towards the center. One of them was the big-eyed fatty, and the other was Xian Feng. As for the others, they walked to the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. However, it's useless to rely on luck. In the end, you still have to rely on your abilities. The higher you climb with luck now, the worse you will fall when you don't have abilities later. Chiu Changkong said coldly as he walked past Lu Ming. Oh really? I'm telling you, you're just lucky that I got the Bai card, so you can run wild for a few more rounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, what a glib tongue. Killing intent flashed in Chiu Changkong's eyes. He walked to the side and didn't say anything else. Chiu Changkong, I hope you can make it to the end. Otherwise, how am I supposed to torture you? Lu Ming thought in his heart. Boom! The battle in the center of the fighting ring broke out. Elemental edge sword technique. The statue of the god of berserkers gallops. Two loud shouts rang out. Xian Feng's sword chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut the sky. The big-eyed fatty was also very powerful. He was like a giant statue of the god of berserkers, barging in and destroying Xian Feng's sword chi. The two of them fought for 50 to 60 moves. In the end, Xian Feng's cultivation was higher than the fat man's. The fat man was only in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 9th realm. He was no match for Xian Feng and lost. Xian Feng entered the third round. The spectators couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses from the ancient barren city were indeed powerful. They were the top geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. The duel continued. Soon, it was Chiu Changkong's turn. His opponent was a genius in the middle of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm. His cultivation was higher than Chiu Changkong's. But what was even more shocking was that he was still no match for Chiu Changkong. Chiu Changkong had crushed his opponent with an overwhelming force. Well, that's will. Chiu Changkong has already comprehended a trace of thunder will. No wonder he's so powerful. Genius, what a genius! As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of martial ancestor 9th realm, he will be a half-step king. This time, he's probably the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Many of the spectators were experts, and many of them were even half-step kings. Naturally, he saw through the secret. Lu Ming, do you see the difference between you and me? Do you feel despair? Chiu Changkong walked to the side and another voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Idiot! Lu Ming pursed his lips and ignored him. You win. Chiu Changkong felt as if he had just punched air, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Next, it was Burial's turn. His opponent was also a genius in the middle of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. However, he was not Zhang Sheng's opponent at all. In just a few moves, he was beaten by Zhang Sheng until he vomited blood. If he had not admitted defeat in time, he would probably have been knocked unconscious again. Chapter 427. For 27 I object, this is not fair. Zhang Sheng placed his hands behind his back and walked to the side with a look of worship. He walked to the side and glared at Chiu Changkong with killing intent. As for Lu Ming, he was completely ignored. He was just a guy who relied on luck. He was not worthy of his attention or regard. After the burial, it would be the last battle. There wasn't much suspense in this match. One was a genius in the late stage of martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. Both of them were battle-hardened geniuses. With their cultivation levels falling behind, it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. After more than 20 moves, the genius in the late 9th level of martial ancestor realm won. This martial ancestor realm 9 dan later stage genius was called Song Yen. He was a genius from a super large region and had a cold expression. At this point, the 5 geniuses who had entered the 3rd round were born. They were Zhang Xing, Qiu Changkong, Xian Feng, Song Yen, and Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming was directly ignored by everyone. Up until now, Lu Ming had yet to make a move. In the eyes of the crowd, he was just lucky. This time, the selection of the East Heaven Divine Guards would definitely be decided among the 5 of them. Most people would place more importance on Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. Now, let's do the last lot drawing. The rules are the same. From number 1 to 4, the other area will be free, the middle-aged judge announced. Then, just like before, he removed the aura on the jade tokens and suspended them in the air. This time, Lu Ming did not take any action and just waited there. Burial, Xiu Changkong, and the rest each chose a jade tablet. Lu Ming only kept the last one in his hand. This time, I wonder who will get the buy token. No matter who has it, I bet it won't be with Lu Ming. If he can get another free pass, I'll strip naked and run 1 round around this place. So ruthless. It's that ruthless because I don't believe that there's such a lucky person in the world. There were all sorts of voices in the audience. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming flipped the jade card over and took a look. His expression immediately turned very strange. The buy card, he got the buy card again. Lu Ming's lips trembled when he drew the buy card for the 3rd time. Give me your numbers. The middle-aged protector said. Number 1. Burial flipped the jade token. I'm number 2. Qiu Wiang opened the jade token. I'll be number 4. Song Yen said. In the end, Xian Feng gave Lu Ming a strange look and opened the jade card. I'm number 3. Silence. When Xian Feng flipped the jade token over, the entire hall fell silent. The crowd was silent. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Then their eyes widened. A moment later, there was a loud noise. Nest, 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 nest. It's him again, it's him again. Isn't this too heaven-defying? He got another buy card and directly entered the top 3. He didn't even fight a single round and entered the top 3. It's really blinding my eyes. This is too unfair. Some people were already incoherent. Hey, what did you just say? If Lu Ming draws the buy card again, you will strip naked and run away on the spot. Now hurry up. What did you just say? Why can't I hear you? Oh no, I'm suddenly deaf. No, I have to find an inscriber to take a look. The perverted burly man who threatened to take off all his clothes immediately played dumb and found an excuse to slip away. Nest, this guy is so shameless. He didn't keep his word. Someone cursed. In short, the entire place was in chaos. As for Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others, they were completely petrified. They were tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. The eyelids of the middle-aged protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace kept twitching. However, no one noticed that Lu Ming was also sighing and sighing. Slowly, he opened the jade card helplessly. The 2 big words, "buy," were clearly written. I object, this is not fair. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Instantly, all sound disappeared. The entire place became so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone was stunned, and all their eyes were focused on the person who shouted. The person who was screaming that it was unfair was actually Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Everyone was in a mess. Big brother, you're the one who drew the buy card, and you've drawn the buy card 3 times. It's not anyone else, and now you're actually crying out that it's unfair? If this was unfair, then the others would be vomiting blood. Even Zhang Xing, Qiu Changkong, and the others' lips were twitching nonstop. They were completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming. How is it unfair? The middle-aged protector took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked. The others can fight each other and have their own opponents, but I don't. I just watch others fight each time. It's so boring. It's not fair. Lu Ming shouted. That was indeed what he was thinking. Why was Qiu Changkong getting a bye every time? What if Qiu Changkong was defeated by someone else? How was he going to torture Qiu Changkong and avenge Lu Yuntian? No one else knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Nest, this guy is too despicable. He's simply taking advantage of us and still acting innocent. I can't take it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Oh heavens, oh earth, please strike him to death with a heavenly lightning bolt. The scene was noisy. Other people wanted to draw an empty card, but they couldn't. He, on the other hand, drew it every time and even felt uncomfortable. Guardian, why don't I exchange with someone else? I'll exchange with him. Lu Ming said. Xianfeng's opponent happened to be Qiu Changkong. No way, this is the rule of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The rules cannot be ignored. If you draw the bye, it means that you won't be able to get the bye. The middle-aged protector gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had never mentioned the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace for this reason. Oh, okay then. Lu Ming sighed and walked to the platform. He waved his hand and took out a chair. He sat down and stared at the center of the platform in a daze. He looked very unwilling and helpless. At the sight of this scene, everyone gritted their teeth. Even Jian Fengyun and the others were in the same state. They could not wait to slash at Lu Ming. He was too hateful. The middle-aged man's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and coughed a few times before saying, "Silence." Only then did the scene slowly quieten down. All right, next, let the battle begin. Number 1, Buried Life, against number 4, Song Yan. The middle-aged protector announced. Qiu Changkong and Xian Feng walked to the side, leaving only Zhang Xing and Song Yan in the center of the fighting ring. Song Yan, right? Hurry up and admit defeat, you're not my match. Zhang Xing looked at Song Yan with contempt. You're talking big. Zhang Xing, you may be strong, but I'm not afraid of you. This time, I'm determined to win the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Song Yan wielded his saber, and his saber aura soared into the sky. You want to take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Since that's the case, I'll let you see the gap between us. Boom! Just as Zhang Xing's voice fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Chapter 428. 428 Top 3. The aura of death burst out, and the essence qi surged. It soared into the sky like a smoke signal, and his body was covered with powerful true qi. This true qi was flowing like liquid. Such terrifying true qi. This is the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. Zhang Sheng has actually reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. It's terrifying. It seems like no one is his match. Perhaps only Qiu Changkong, who has comprehended a sliver of Intent Realm, has a chance. Burial's all-out outburst caused a clamor in the audience, shocking countless people. Before this, Zhang Xing had not used his full power, so no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he had used his full power, it was shocking. Song Yan's eyes also revealed a serious look. Blade of the vast expanse. Song Yan shouted. Buzz! Above his head, 18 huge sabers appeared. The saber's body was engraved with vast mountains, which was extremely wonderful. Moreover, the blade was surrounded by 6 meridian cycles. This was Song Yan's bloodline, a special bloodline. So what if he has a special bloodline? Come out, blood dragon. Zhang Sheng let out a low roar and a blood-red light exploded above his head. A huge blood-red flood dragon appeared. It was also a 6th-level king bloodline. Their bloodlines exploded, raising their auras to the peak. However, it was obvious that the power of the burial was stronger. Wave after wave of aura pressed towards Song Yan. Song Yan's expression changed and he shouted, "Vast mountain cleaving." Buzz! A dazzling blade light burst out from Song Yan's hand. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was crystal clear and bright as it slashed towards Zhang Sheng. An empty shell. Zhang Sheng snorted coldly and shot up into the air. His claws were like the claws of a blood dragon. As he swiped out with his claws, the space rumbled and he instantly pierced through the space, grabbing onto the saber light. "Break! Break!" Zhang Sheng shouted as he clenched his fist, shattering the blade light like glass. Buzz! Following that, Zhang Sheng's figure flickered as he pounced towards Song Yan, appearing in front of him in an instant. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that his full-force attack would be so easily countered by Zhang Sheng. Vast earth-shattering strike. Song Yan roared as he waved his saber. A mountain appeared above his head and in front of him. The two mountains were filled with a vast and desolate qi. One was used to protect the body, while the other was used to suppress Zhang Sheng. "Dragon devour, point." Zhang Sheng shouted coldly as he transformed his claws into fingers. His fingers glowed with a pitch-black luster as he thrust them towards the two mountains. Bang! Bang! The two mountains exploded like balloons on Zhang Sheng's fingers. The finger force didn't stop as it struck towards Song Yan. Clang! At the crucial stone carving, Song Yan used his saber to block in front of him. With a clang, his body was sent flying like a cannonball, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Song Yan is going to lose. Isn't this a little too fast? We've only exchanged a few moves, so how can Burial be so strong? He's surpassed a battle genius. Burial has definitely surpassed a battle genius. He's between a battle genius and a battle genius. Terrifying, too terrifying. There's actually someone who can surpass the genius of 4 battles. Everyone in the audience was shocked. The most powerful warriors in each super region were usually 4 battle geniuses. 4 battle geniuses were the limit. Those who surpassed 4 battle geniuses were extremely rare. Each of them was a rare genius. To think that Burial had actually reached such a level. It was truly terrifying. Buzz! Zhang Sheng had the upper hand, and his attacks were like a storm, pouring down on Song Yan. Dragon devour, palm. Boom! Once again, Zhang Sheng's fingers turned into a palm, and he struck out towards Song Yan. This time, Song Yan was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still sent flying. He slid along the fighting ring for hundreds of meters, and blood sprayed all over the ground. "I surrender, I admit defeat." As soon as he caught his breath, Song Yan started to scream madly. There was no need to fight anymore. Song Yan knew that he was no match for Zhang Sheng. Not only was his cultivation base behind, but his ability to fight above his level was also behind. If he continued to fight, he would only be looking for a beating. Why didn't you admit defeat earlier? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Zhang Sheng coldly snorted, incomparably disdainful. Song Yan's expression was ugly. He struggled to get up and walked to the side of the fighting ring. Qiu Changkong looked at Zhang Sheng with a grave expression, his brows furrowed. Next round, number 2, Qiu Changkong, versus number 3, Xian Feng. The middle-aged protector announced. Buzz! Buzz! 2 figures flashed and appeared in the center of the fighting ring. Qiu Changkong and Xian Feng both carried their swords on their backs and stood tall. "Xian Feng, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat. My opponent is Zhang Sheng. There's no need for you to struggle." Qiu Changkong spoke. "You didn't even fight, who knew you would win?" Xian Feng's eyes were as sharp as swords. He waved his hand and a combat sword appeared in his hand, putting up a stubborn resistance. "If you don't know what you're doing, then you'll be defeated." Chiao Chang Kong coldly spoke as his sword Qi soared up into the sky. The two dazzling sword lights collided with a loud bang. Chiao Chang Kong had comprehended the force of thunder and had even comprehended a trace of intent realm, while Xian Feng had comprehended the force of gold. Both of their attacks were extremely overbearing. Buzz! Buzz! Everyone could only see two sword lights clashing in the air at an extreme speed, and in an instant, they had collided more than 10 times. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew back quickly and stopped at the edge of the fighting ring. It was Xian Feng. Xian Feng's body suddenly trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, everyone saw a deep sword wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, but not a drop of blood flowed out. That was because the area around the wound was filled with the power of lightning. The blood that flowed out was evaporated by the power of lightning. Xian Feng, if it was a life-and-death battle, you would have been dead. Chiao Chang Kong looked at Xian Feng arrogantly. I've lost. Xian Feng sighed and did not say anything more. Although Xian Feng's cultivation was slightly higher than Chiao Chang Kong's, Chiao Chang Kong had already comprehended a trace of thunder will. The gap was too great to make up for. Xian Feng was no match for him at all. With Xian Feng's defeat, the crowd burst into a heated discussion. The top two are Chiao Chang Kong and Zhang Xing. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards must be between these two. Top two? Aren't they the top three? Top three? Lu Ming, forget it. I've relied on luck to get to this point. It'll be good enough if I can block Chiao Chang Kong and Burial's move later. That's true. Did you guys notice that none of the top three are from the super regions? This is really rare. Yeah. Old Lu, I didn't expect that two people from your Cloud Emperor Mountain range would make it into the top three. Although one of them made it by luck, I still have to congratulate you. Someone from the Elders area congratulated Lu Xiao. I was lucky. Lu Xiao was already grinning from ear to ear. Zhao Sui's eyes were red with jealousy. Chiao Chang Kong is the winner of this round. The top three have been decided. The three of you will take turns to fight each other. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The middle-aged protector announced. Chapter 429. For 29 you two, come at me together. It's finally my turn. I almost fell asleep. At the side of the fighting ring, Lu Ming stood up slowly. He waved his hand and kept his chair. Then he walked towards the center of the fighting ring. This fellow. The others were already speechless. Chiao Chang Kong and Barry Life's battle had clearly ended in a few moves and did not take much time. However, Lu Ming said that he was about to fall asleep. This was obviously infuriating. Especially those young geniuses who lost, they were even more annoyed. I'm actually ranked after this guy. I'm really unwilling. That's right. This guy is purely relying on luck. If I meet him, I'll take care of him in 3 moves. A few geniuses from the super regions gritted their teeth and discussed. They didn't lower their voices, and their voices spread far and wide, being heard by many people. Naturally, Lu Ming had heard it too. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled for no reason. He went to the center of the fighting ring and stood in a triangular formation with Chiao Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng. This guy is too much of a hindrance. Let me deal with him first. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Sheng's eyes. A powerful aura erupted from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Buzz! Chiao Chang Kong unsheathed his sword and cut off the aura of death. He said coldly, "He's mine, Zhang Sheng. I'll deal with him first, then I'll fight you." Yours? But I've been unhappy with this kid for a long time. This time, I must finish him off. Chiao Chang Kong, don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. I can finish him off in 2 moves. Zhang Sheng said coldly. No, Lu Ming is mine. Chiao Chang Kong didn't yield an inch. The audience was stunned for a moment, then they sighed. Lu Ming is done for. Both Burial and Chiao Chang Kong have their eyes on him. Could it be that this fellow has a grudge against Chiao Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng? I think so. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I bet that he's going to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll strip naked and run one round on the spot. Nest, it's you again. Weren't you deaf just now? Why did you come back? Nonsense. Such an exciting battle only happens once every 5 years. How could I miss it? This time, you said you're not allowed to go back on your word. I won't cheat. Reserve Ditian Divine Guards and Ditian Divine Guard area. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others were all worried. Lu Ming, are you going to admit defeat? Jian Fengyun muttered. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming would not admit defeat. Even if he was no match for him, he would still fight. Boom. Boom. On the stage, 2 auras burst out and clashed. They were Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, Lu Ming and I came from the same country and we have a grudge. This time, let me have him. Qiu Changkong stared at Zhang Sheng. A grudge with you? Hee hee, let me tell you, he also has a grudge with me. I must deal with him myself. Burial said. Lu Ming was speechless. These 2 fellows were treating him like air, like a dough that could be kneaded at will. Since this was the case. You two, you're so full of nonsense. Are you done? If you're done, then attack me together. I'm too lazy to deal with you one by one. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard, but it swept through the entire scene like a storm. Everyone in the area was petrified. They only widened their eyes and stared at the fighting ring. After a long time, there was a shocking uproar. What did Lu Ming say? What does he mean by that? He's going to challenge Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng at the same time. He's crazy. He's crazy. Don't tell me he's out of his mind after getting the buy card 3 times in a row? To challenge both Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng at the same time, he's definitely looking for a beating. I know. He knows that no one is allowed to kill in this battle. He wants to use this to create a commotion and gain some fame. Even if he's beaten half to death, he won't really die. That makes sense, that makes sense. Hey, didn't you say that if Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, you will strip naked and run one round now? Now quick, don't go back on your word. Arg. Oh no, I'm blind, I can't see. Oh no, I'm going to find an inscriber to take a look. After that, the man quickly slipped away. Of course, he didn't really leave. Instead, he hid in a corner and watched the fighting ring. He didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Nest, I knew he was going to cheat. Even Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun, and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's way of doing things is indeed unexpected. Jian Fengyun sighed. He had thought that Lu Ming would not admit defeat and would accept the challenge. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would challenge Qiu Changkong and Burial at the same time. In the sky, the middle-aged guardian was also extremely shocked. He looked at Lu Ming with great curiosity. As for Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng, they were completely stunned. The 2 of them were dumbfounded and thought they had heard wrong. What did you say? Zhang Sheng repeated. Are you deaf? I told the 2 of you to come at me together. Stop wasting my time here. Lu Ming said loudly. Haha. Qiu Changkong suddenly burst out in laughter. Lu Ming, do you think it's useful to go all out? Do you want to use the rules that can't take your life to show your pride and courage? All right, I'll break all the bones in your body in a moment. Let's see how you're going to show your pride and courage. Qiu Changkong also felt that Lu Ming was using the rule that no one was allowed to harm others' lives to show off himself. However, he could not harm Lu Ming's life. Qiu Changkong had plenty of ways to make Lu Ming miserable. Qiu Changkong, I'm afraid that you'll admit defeat when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I admit defeat. Haha, do you think I'll admit defeat? Don't worry, if I admit defeat, I'll quit the Ditian Divine Guards from now on. Qiu Changkong coldly laughed. Guardian, is Lu Ming's request feasible? At that moment, Zhang Sheng looked at the middle-aged protector. Sure. The rules of the competition didn't say that one person can't challenge two people. The middle-aged protector nodded. All right. Zhang Sheng looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qiu Changkeng, since he's asking for death, let's fulfill his request. Break all the bones in his body before he admits defeat. I'll take the left side and you'll take the right. We'll fight again after we've dealt with him. All right, let's do that. Qiu Changkeng's expression was malevolent. Are you done discussing? If you're done, then make your move. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he stomped on Qiu Changkeng's face. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. As he took a step forward, the entire world rumbled. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Qiu Changkeng. Qiu Changkeng was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack just like that. Moreover, the power of that kick was too terrifying. Ah! Qiu Changkeng let out a long howl. Dazzling lightning power burst out from his body, forming a ball of lightning in front of him. Chapter 430. 430 Who's the Genius? Blood Dragon Claw. Zhang Sheng reacted in time and grabbed out with claw lights. The force of the claw ray continuously offset the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, the two of them had attacked in a hurry and their power was limited. Although they kept nullifying the power of Lu Ming's kick, they could not stop it completely. Lu Ming's foot continued to move forward. Bang! He crushed the ball of lightning in front of Qiu Changkeng with his foot and stomped on his face. Qiu Changkeng let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying backward. He rolled over a dozen times on the ground before he managed to stand up. However, his face was already swollen and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The footprint was especially clear, and it was imprinted on Qiu Changkeng's face. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming was too shameless. He had attacked without any warning. However, they were more shocked by Lu Ming's ability. In front of Qiu Changkeng and Zhang Sheng, a kick that sent Qiu Changkeng flying would be useless even if it was a sneak attack if one was not strong enough. However, Lu Ming could actually do it. It was enough to show how terrifying his abilities were. Ah! Qiu Changkeng roared madly. He was going crazy with hatred. He was careless and was kicked in the face by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Qiu Changkeng bellowed in rage. He had gone completely mad. His body was covered in dense lightning, and his combat power erupted without any reservation. Lightning Sword, World Annihilation. The combat sword was unsheathed, and a sword of lightning cut through the sky as if it had come from beyond the sky. Dragon Devour, point. At the same time, Zhang Sheng also made his move, using his ultimate move. Without a doubt, both of them had unleashed the power of their bloodlines. The two of them attacked at the same time with terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they attacked Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at the fighting ring. Could Lu Ming block it? Although Lu Ming's kick had been very powerful, Qiu Changkeng had only been hit by it because he had been careless. That was what most people thought. Now, faced with Qiu Changkeng and Zhang Sheng's all-out attacks, did Lu Ming still stand a chance? He wouldn't be killed in one shot, right? That would be breaking the rules. Bang! Lu Ming bent his legs and leaped. His figure soared into the sky, instantly reaching 1,000 meters in the air. Lu Ming, don't even think about escaping. Kill! Burial and Qiu Changkeng roared and changed the direction of their attacks, continuing to attack Lu Ming. Escape? Who's escaping? Lu Ming said softly, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Boom! A huge stone tablet rushed out. 5 Asilavir chakras flashed and then rushed into Lu Ming's body. 5 meridian cycles, 5th level king level blood meridian. Lu Ming is only a mere 5th level king level blood meridian. Can you guys see it? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. With such combat strength, he actually challenged Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng at the same time. What a joke, what a joke. So he has always been relying on luck. That kick just now was also calculated but not calculated. The moment Lu Ming's aura exploded, it caused a wave of contempt and ridicule. Buzz. Buzz. Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng's attacks closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step. And NBSP, a dragon roar resounded, shaking the world as a vast energy pressed down. This move again, break. Qiu Changkong roared. He had comprehended a trace of the force of thunder, causing Qiu Changkong's attack power to rise to a terrifying level. The power of the lightning sword burst forth and tore a hole in the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. At the same time, Zhang Sheng pointed his finger and Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps collapsed instantly. Die! The two of them roared. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm as he took another step forward. The second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, was another step on top of the first step. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was getting stronger with each step he took. With every step he took, the power of the steps would increase exponentially. With Lu Ming's current physical body and the strength of his essential qi, the second step could barely be comparable to the first level of a heaven-level martial arts technique. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as if a true dragon was patrolling the world. The space trembled violently, and a crazy amount of power gushed out. Bang! Bang! Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's bodies trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. Their attacks collapsed in an instant. After that, they felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards them. The two of them felt as if they had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. Their bodies were like meteors falling to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Their faces turned pale and they almost spat out blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young man in the air in disbelief. With one move, he had repelled the combined attacks of Burial and Qiu Changkong and even gained the upper hand. Was this Lu Ming's ability? This was simply unbelievable. This was too terrifying, right? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Did Lu Ming defeat Burial and Qiu Changkong in one move? This is unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level martial ancestor realm, but he's so terrifying. How many battles has he gone through? How could this be? How could there be such a powerful genius in the world? Countless people were so shocked that they were incoherent. Burial was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, an entire level higher than Lu Ming. Furthermore, Burial himself was a genius who had surpassed the 4 battle geniuses. Adding them up, he was more than 5 levels higher than an ordinary martial ancestor 8 Dan peak. Lu Ming could actually suppress Burial. Did that not mean that Lu Ming was a level 6 talent? A talent of 6 battles. Everyone's heart trembled at the thought of this word. A 4-battle genius was already a rare genius in the world. Then what kind of concept was a 6-battle genius? No one could imagine it. Previously, when Lu Ming drew the buy card 3 times in a row, everyone thought that he was just lucky. If he really had to fight, he would have been defeated long ago. Now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. If Lu Ming were to take action, he could simply sweep them away. At the edge of the fighting ring, the geniuses who had already lost were pale. In particular, there were a few people who boasted shamelessly earlier that if Lu Ming encountered them, they would finish him off in 3 moves. Now, their faces were burning hot, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. It was really embarrassing. In the area for the elders, Lu Xiu was stunned. Then, his body began to tremble uncontrollably as if he had epilepsy. Excited, he was too excited. Like the others, he had thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. However, he now realized that Lu Ming was a rare genius. Even the middle-aged protector's pupils contracted. Then he revealed a look of surprise. This time, a rare genius has finally appeared. The middle-aged protector was overjoyed. How can this be? Impossible. How can Lu Ming be so powerful? On the battle platform, Qiu Changkong cried out hysterically, finding it hard to accept this. Zhang Sheng's eyes were also filled with shock. Chapter 431. For 31 completely crushed. The two of them could not believe that they were defeated by Lu Ming in one move despite joining forces. Their blood and qi were in turmoil and they almost vomited blood. What's impossible? Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Ming looked down at them from above. When Lu Ming had advanced the true War Dragon technique to the 7th stage, his combat strength had already surpassed that of a level 5 genius. After he had cultivated the heaven rank martial arts technique, his combat strength had completely entered that of a level 6 genius. A heaven rank martial skill was too powerful, and it had a terrifying effect on increasing one's combat power. Heaven rank martial skills were extremely rare, yet they were unusually difficult to cultivate. Many low-tier kings didn't even have a heaven rank martial skill, or they didn't successfully cultivate it. From this, one could see the rarity and power of heaven rank martial skills. He was a level 6 fighter. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation base was one level lower than that of Burial, his combat strength was still half a level higher than his. That's impossible. I'm the strongest. Lu Ming, you're just an ant. An ant that has been living under my light. Qiu Changkong roared. The power of lightning flashed all over his body, as if he was wearing a coat of lightning. Having comprehended a trace of the will of thunder and lightning, he had already transcended the use of the power of thunder and was about to completely control the thunder and lightning itself. Once one completely comprehended the intent realm and condensed an intent rune, one would be able to completely control the intent realm of heaven and earth. If someone who comprehended the fire intent condensed a fire intent rune, then he could become the fire god and control all the flames in the world at will. If he comprehended the thunder intent, he could control all the thunder in the world. That was already the king realm, which was extremely powerful. Qiu Changkong had only comprehended a trace of the thunder will, and he was still a long way from forming the thunder rune. Kill. Lightning sword, skybreaking. Qiu Changkong roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack. Dragon Devour, palm. Zhang Sheng also sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. It's a pointless struggle. Qiu Changkong, you said that you wanted me to see the difference between us. Now, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lu Ming's mocking voice was heard. The next moment, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hands. Dragon God's 3 absolutes, true dragon strike. As the long spear stabbed out, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged crazily. A true dragon with green and red colors all over its body emerged. The two-colored true dragon was over 100 meters long. With a deafening roar, it pounced at Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god was cultivated with 2 forces. It was a true heaven-grade martial technique, and it was even stronger than the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! The two-colored true dragon collided with the attacks of the 2. In the sky, a blinding light shone. Then the entire space trembled as if it was the end of the world. After a while, when the blinding light dissipated, the crowd saw 2 figures falling down from the fighting ring like cannonballs. It was the burial of life and Qiu Changkong. Boom! Boom! Like 2 toads, the 2 of them fell heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled and the 2 of them spat out blood. However, the difference between the 2 of them could be seen. Zhang Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up in a hurry. His entire body was covered in a bloody glow as he stared at Lu Ming in the sky in shock. Qiu Changkong was half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His injuries were more serious than being buried. Qiu Changkong, do you understand now? Lu Ming looked down at him. Ugh. Qiu Changkong roared in rage. He felt like he was going crazy. He felt boundless humiliation and he screamed madly, "Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you and destroy the mystical sword sect. I'm going to kill your parents with my own hands. Ha, you can't fight against the power behind me." Qiu Changkong laughed maniacally. Die. Lu Ming's reply to Qiu Changkong was a cold and emotionless sigh. At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body burst out with an incomparably cold killing intent, as if he had transformed into a god of death. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. The world rumbled. Block it. Dragon's bite, fist. Zhang Sheng roared, his palm turned into a fist, and he punched out twice in a row. Qiu Changkong roared as he slashed out with his sword. Bang! A loud boom blocked Lu Ming's first step, but Lu Ming took a second step. Qiu Changkong let out another blood-curdling screech as he was pressed to the ground by the powerful force. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Zhang Sheng's body slid a few hundred meters away, leaving a trail of blood in the fighting ring. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. However, before the two of them could catch their breath, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. This time, it was aimed at burial. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Zhang Sheng was finally afraid. He shouted in horror and tried his best to resist. Bang! The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, power pressed Zhang Sheng down onto the platform, almost crushing him. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out from his body, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. The entire place was deathly silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. It was as if there was only one person left in the world, a young and handsome figure that floated in the air. Whoosh! After a long while, the entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Oh my God, Lu Ming won. Lu Ming actually won. Furthermore, he won so easily. He's too strong. Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng were unable to fight back at all. He's only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who said that he was just lucky? It's not just his luck. It's clearly the other people's luck. If he had gone in early, Qiu Changkong or Burial would not have made it to the last round. They might have been swept by Lu Ming. I didn't say that just now. On the contrary, I have always felt that Lu Ming must be a proud son of heaven who is blessed by the heavens since he can draw the by card all the time. He is definitely extraordinary. No, I remember that you didn't say that just now. You were certain that Lu Ming was just lucky and even mocked him. There's absolutely no such thing. I've already seen that he's a rare genius. How could I mock him? Absolutely not. The scene was noisy, with shouts and arguments rising and falling. It was as if this was the only way they could express the shock in their hearts. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked. A huge amount of essential qi was produced and the buried storage ring was sucked into his hand. No, you can't be scared. Zhang Sheng roared. What are you shouting for? You've lost. This is my trophy. Lu Ming berated. Burial. He had killed countless geniuses around the dragon's cave. The storage rings of those geniuses had all fallen into his hands. Lu Ming could not forget this. Zhang Sheng's eyes were red. There were endless resources in there. It was the capital that he had used to rise up. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. His heart was broken. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. Buzz! He moved and appeared in the sky above Qiu Changkong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm already injured, which means I've lost. You still dare to attack me? Qiu Changkong sneered at Lu Ming. You lost? I didn't hear you admit defeat. I've forgotten that you've just said that you'll never admit defeat. If you do, you'll be a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Even if I didn't admit defeat, I'm injured. I'm seriously injured. Can't you see? It's the same as losing. Qiu Changkong shouted. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Injured? I'm not injured enough. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward. You. Qiu Changkong howled in shock. He wanted to resist, but he was already heavily injured. How could he have the strength to do so? Bang! Pili pala! He followed in the footsteps of his death. He did not know how many bones in his armor had been broken by Lu Ming. Just now, Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing had said that they would work together to break all of Lu Ming's bones. Now, Lu Ming had broken all of their bones as he had wished. Qiu Changkong howled hysterically. Which part of the foul was it? A murderous look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he condensed a long spear of essential qi in his hand. No, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Qiu Changkong screamed madly. He could feel the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming was really going to kill him. He was going to ignore the rules and kill him. Chapter 432. For 32 Lu Ming, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He was really afraid. Lu Ming was really going to kill him. He was extremely bold. Die! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. A spear appeared in his hand. The spear turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced the air. It brought with it a terrifying force as it pierced toward Qiu Changkong. Arg! No, save me! Qiu Changkong's courage was almost shattered. His body, which was like a pile of mud, trembled violently as he let out a hysterical scream. He was screaming so miserably that he was on the verge of tears. Buzz! At this moment, a scorching wave flashed past. Lu Ming's spear gleam suddenly disappeared. It disappeared without a trace. A tall figure appeared on the fighting ring. It was the middle-aged protector. Lu Ming, the rules can't be broken. If you break them, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guard if you kill him now. You have to know the priority of this matter. The middle-aged protector said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to kill Qiu Changkong today with the middle-aged protector around. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming knows. The middle-aged protector nodded. I'm saved. Lu Ming, I'll definitely take revenge. I'll take revenge 10 times, 100 times more. Qiu Changkong laughed and roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with extreme hatred. Today, Lu Ming had embarrassed and humiliated him in front of so many people. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Men, carry them down to treat their injuries. The middle-aged man said. A few people immediately flew down and carried Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing away. I hereby announce that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards belong to Lu Ming, the middle-aged protector announced. Whoosh! The entire place was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and discussing. It's a surprise. It's really a surprise. Lu Ming actually won the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. That's right. I would never have thought that after so many years, another genius from a small region would be able to become one of the 4 Divine Guards. A genius from a small area fighting for the 4 Divine Guards. It's so rare. It only happens once every 500 years. I didn't expect to see it. I'm so lucky. So handsome. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to woo him. A young girl in the prime of her youth shrieked, her eyes shining. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had fought against 2 opponents and had an overwhelming victory. Everyone was taken aback. At the Elder in Charge area. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming has won the title of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right. Brother Lu really has a good eye for talent. Such a genius was found by Brother Lu. He even hid so deeply before. Brother Lu, please take care of this little brother in the future. The group of elders beside Lu Xiu all beamed with joy as they congratulated him. No, this was no longer congratulatory, it was simply flattery. You're welcome. Lu Xiu replied to them one by one, but his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Not far away, Zhao Sui's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he kept muttering, "How could this be? How did it end up like this?" In the reserve area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming took over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? My Cloud Emperor Mountain Ranges people actually seized the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards? Jiang Hongwen kept muttering to himself, thinking that he was dreaming. Lu Ming, you're amazing, you're amazing. I'm far inferior to him. In the Ditian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun sighed. However, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy for Lu Ming. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged protector took a step forward and came before Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You've exceeded my expectations. However, there are many geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You can't be arrogant because of this. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Guardian. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the middle-aged guardian had no ill intentions towards him. On the contrary, he had good intentions. The reason why he had stopped Qiu Changkong's death was to maintain the rules. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me at the Palace of Fire. In a while, there will be a deacon of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace who will bring you to tour the branch palace of the Myriad Star City. Your rewards will also be distributed to you. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Many thanks, Protector. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude again. The middle-aged protector nodded in satisfaction, then announced loudly, All right, this Ditian Divine Guard selection ends here. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard has selected a total of 1360 official Ditian Divine Guards. Deacon Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. As soon as the middle-aged protector finished speaking, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a goatee flew into the fighting ring and said, This subordinate will do as you command. N. The middle-aged protector nodded. Then, his body moved and he suddenly disappeared. No one could see how he disappeared. Is this the power of a lower-tier king tier? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a look of yearning. The martial king realm was also divided into 9 levels, but the gap between each level was even greater. It was several times greater than the gap between each stage of the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, there were several dividing lines in the martial king realm. According to these dividing lines, there were 4 titles. From Level 1 to Level 3 martial king realm, they were known as low-tier kings. From Level 4 to Level 6 martial king realm, they were known as kings of lower tier. From Level 7 to Level 9 martial king realm, they were known as kings of the upper tier. And above the late-stage king tier, there was still one known as a peak-stage king tier. Among them, the 3rd to 4th level and the 6th to the 7th level of the martial king realm were all dividing lines, and the difference in strength was huge. It was said that the guardians of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were all lower-tier kings. It was very difficult to break through to the next level of the martial king realm. In the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, most of the king tiers were low-tier king tiers, while lower-tier king tiers were already famous experts. All right, the Emperor Sky Divine Guards will stay here temporarily. Someone will make the arrangements later. Official Emperor Sky Divine Guards, follow me. I'll bring you to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace to settle the procedures and arrange your accommodation. Everyone, my surname is Huang, and I'm an attendant of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You can call me Attendant Huang. The goateed deacon said. Immediately after, Attendant Huang took the lead and soared into the sky. Below him, the 1360 people who had officially become Ditian Divine Guards also soared into the sky and followed Attendant Huang. Below, countless eyes were looking at them, full of envy. Once one became an official Ditian Divine Guard, not only would they be able to enjoy superior cultivation conditions, but they would also possess great power and a high status. If he were to go to those empires, even the royal families of medium or upper-tier empires would have to be polite to him, let alone a low-tier empire like the Burning Sun Empire. This was because the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards represented the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming and the group flew high into the sky and looked down. The entire huge building was in their sight. In the other three directions, light flickered, as if the other three divine guards had not been decided yet. Chapter 433. 433 Chapter 433 Divine Guard Token. More than 1,000 people followed Deacon Huang and flew across the sky like locusts. However, in the huge Myriad Star City, they did not cause any waves. The Myriad Star City was too huge, and there were too many experts. Countless people flew in the sky every day, and they were used to it. Because there were many people in the sky, there was a limit to the speed of flying in the sky of the Myriad Star City. If the speed was not limited, it would be impossible to control the speed of 10 miles in an instant, and a large number of warriors would bump into each other. At that time, he would not die in battle, but would crash into other martial artists. That would be embarrassing. Half an hour later, Deacon Huang led the group to a huge building. This building was a pavilion, 7 stories high, and it was extraordinarily majestic. In front of the pavilion, there was a stone tablet with a row of words written on it. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region. This is the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's Eastern Branch Palace in the Tianxian region? It can't be, right? Lu Ming's eyes were full of doubts. The others were the same. Although this pavilion was huge, it couldn't hold too many people. If it was said to be the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern region of the Tianxian region, wouldn't it be a little too shabby? Little guys, watch carefully. Deacon Huang seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He laughed and took out a purple gold token. He infused his true qi into it, and the purple gold token shone with rays of light. Suddenly, a wave of ripples appeared in front of the pavilion. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared. A spatial path. This place was actually a spatial path. Follow me. Deacon Huang smiled and stepped into the vortex. The others looked at each other and followed. Could there be another heavenly passage? Lu Ming pondered and stepped in. The world suddenly turned. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a huge square. The square was at least 10 miles in length and width. The ground was actually paved with white jade. On the white jade, there were inscriptions that glowed. More than 3,000 people appeared in the square. In the square, there was a shocking discussion. Who's that? Lu Ming looked forward. In front of him was a vast mountain range. Some of the mountains had peaks that reached into the clouds. It was extremely majestic. One could see that there were many huge buildings built between the vast mountains. There were palaces and towers, all of which were incomparably majestic, even taller than mountains. Between the mountains and the palace towers, one could see spiritual birds flying and strange beasts roaring, which resounded through the world. At the same time, he could see the figures of martial artists shuttling back and forth between the mountains and palaces. It was like a fairyland. Is this the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? It's actually in a plain, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy is so rich, 5 or 6 times that of the Myriad Star City. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he pondered in his heart. No wonder there was only one tower outside the 1,000-star city. Alright, everyone. This is the real branch palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Although it's only a small plane, it's considered quite large in a small plane. It's tens of millions of miles wide and has abundant resources. Attendant Huang introduced with a smug expression. Thousands of miles? It's huge. Lu Ming was secretly speechless. In fact, along the way, Lu Ming had come into contact with quite a number of small planes. Mid-level planes were very rare. This was because the medium planes were vast and boundless, and the laws of heaven and earth were very complete. they could already develop their own world. Only official Ditian Divine Guards can enter here to cultivate. Reserve Ditian Divine Guards don't have the qualifications. Reserve Ditian Divine Guards live in the Myriad Stars City and need to go through difficult trials and assessments before they can become Ditian Divine Guards. Deacon Huang continued. Many people silently nodded their heads, rejoicing that they had become the Ditian Divine Guards. If they were to become reserve Ditian Divine Guards, they would have to undergo countless trials and tribulations. Moreover, the success rate wasn't high. Your information has already been sent over. Now, I'll help you with the procedures to join the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Wait here for a while. Deacon Huang continued. Everyone saw that there was a huge palace at the side of the square. People were coming and going in the palace, and it must be the place for them to go through the procedures. Not long after, a beautiful young lady came to Attendant Huang's side and handed him a storage ring. Deacon Huang took it, and with a flash of light from his storage ring, a purple gold token appeared in his hand. This is your command token, known as the Divine Guard Command Token. It records all of your information in the Ditian Divine Guard. At the same time, if you go out, it also represents your identity as a Ditian Divine Guard. The token of the Divine Guards is made of purple gold cold iron and is engraved with special inscriptions. Outsiders can't imitate it. The first one, Lu Ming, is your token of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming walked up. Ha, little brother Lu, congratulations. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards have many benefits. Not only do you have the right to enter the 100 Deities slope once, but the place you live in is also different from the others. Wait a moment, I will take you there. Deacon Huang looked at Lu Ming, his face full of smiles. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming said politely and took the purple gold Divine Guard token. The others looked at Lu Ming with envy. Becoming a member of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard meant that he had a bright future ahead of him. Did he not see that even Deacon Huang was being polite to Lu Ming? He was trying to build a good relationship with him. Ha, you're welcome. Next, Zhang Sheng. He's injured now. I'll give him the next one. Attendant Huang took out another token. Then, Attendant Huang distributed the pieces one by one. As for Lu Ming, he had already walked to the side, holding the Divine Guard token, channeling his essential qi into it and reading it. The token was shimmering with a faint glow and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, 19 years old, from the blazing Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region, Level 1 Emperor Heaven Divine Guard. It was just a short message. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were divided into many ranks. Rank 1 was the lowest, and there were still ranks 2, 3, and 4 above it. Lu Ming did not know what the highest level was. The others were also watching. Soon, Deacon Huang distributed all the tokens. Now, I'll show you around the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Deacon Huang said. Then he flew towards the vast mountains. Everyone rose into the air and followed. I believe all of you know that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has 9 great halls. They correspond to the 9 common concepts of the heavens and earth, namely wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, lightning, ice, and mountain. However, other than the 9 great halls, there are still a few other places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that are extremely important and famous. The pagoda in front of you is the Heaven Connecting Pagoda. You can cultivate in it in the future and also test your cultivation and combat strength. The Heaven Reaching Tower is divided into many levels. There will be a corresponding reward for each level that you pass. Deacon Huang pointed to a tall tower in front of them and introduced it. Chapter 434. 434 The Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of them was a tall tower. It was dark black in color, extremely majestic and incomparably vast. It covered an area of 100 mu and was as tall as the mountain peak. No one knew how many layers it had. The Heaven Reaching Tower. It's just like its name. Lu Ming sighed. Then, attendant Huang led the group forward. They flew past mountain after mountain, palace after palace, and in the sky. Occasionally, experts would fly past and look at them curiously. Those experts were not old. They looked to be in their late 20s. The older ones were only in their 30s. They were all in the golden age of warriors. However, the aura of these young powerhouses was extremely terrifying. Each of them had a monstrous aura and was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that even the worst of them were at the half-step king realm. Some people were hard to predict, but they were definitely stronger than half-step king realm. Many of the young geniuses in Lu Ming's group were peerless geniuses in their respective areas. However, when they sensed the aura of those young experts, their faces turned pale. They were far too inferior. Cough. Don't be discouraged. Many of those young experts are the previous batch of Detian Divine Guards. They've cultivated for 5 years more than you, so they're naturally very strong. After 5 years, you won't necessarily be weaker than them. Deacon Huang shouted. That's right. In the future, I'll definitely be stronger. Me too. Many young men took a deep breath and regained their fighting spirit. Deacon Huang nodded in satisfaction. Not long after, they arrived in front of an extremely ancient and majestic palace. This is the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It's extremely wondrous. Once you enter, you can observe the changes in the intent realm of heaven and earth. It will greatly help you in comprehending the intent realm of heaven and earth. Attendant Huang introduced. What? It can help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. That's right. Not only can it help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, but it can also help martial arts grandmasters and warriors comprehend force. Deacon Huang continued. What? It can even help one comprehend force? The eyes of many young men were already shining. Of course, the Tao Comprehension Palace can be said to be the sacred land of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, second only to the 100 Deities Slope. It was established by the great palace master of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor D. Attendant Huang said smugly. Martial Emperor D, my God. All the young men were amazed. Martial Emperor D was high and mighty. He was one of the top experts in the divine wilderness continent. He was famous and his name was known throughout the ages. Who did not know him? This Tao Comprehension Palace was actually built by Martial Emperor D. It was exciting to think about it. Martial Emperor D. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. The supreme being of the 9 suns had only helped him suppress the bloodline aura of the 9 dragons for 10 years. Now, about a year had passed and there were still 9 years left. 9 years later, the power of the 9 suns supreme would disappear, and he would have to face Martial Emperor D. This was almost impossible. However, Lu Ming would not give up. He was full of motivation and fighting spirit. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would be scared to death. But I have to tell you that if you want to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate, it will cost you 100 supreme spiritual crystals for 1 day. Attendant Huang said with a smile. What? 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day? Oh my God, this is too expensive. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. A supreme spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 upper spiritual crystals, 10,000 middle spiritual crystals, and 1 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 supreme spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million lower spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. Their hearts turned cold. With their wealth, even if they used all they had, they would not be able to cultivate for a few days. Deacon Huang chuckled and did not say anything else. He continued flying forward. Not long after, they arrived in front of a huge mountain peak. On the mountain peak, ancient trees towered into the sky, spiritual birds flew in the air, and auspicious beasts lightly roared. It was a peaceful scene. One could see courtyards among the trees, layer upon layer, spread all over the mountain. No one knew how many there were. As soon as they arrived, they felt that the heaven and earth's spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. It was much denser than in the myriad star city. This is where you will live. Each of you will have a courtyard. The number of your courtyards has been marked on your divine guard tokens. You can check in with the correct number. Attendant Huang instructed. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Everyone nodded. There are other wondrous places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, but I won't bring you around one by one. In the future, you can slowly explore them on your own. With that, Deacon Huang flew in front of Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, you are the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Your courtyard is not in this area, but on the peak of the mountain. There are 4 spiritual springs there, and 4 courtyards have been built at the source of the spiritual springs for the 4 divine guards to live in. Heavens, the courtyard is actually built on top of the spiritual spring. This treatment is too good. Someone exclaimed in admiration. Countless envious eyes fell on Lu Ming. The eye of the spiritual spring was a place where spiritual energy erupted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was unimaginably rich. They looked at Lu Ming with envy and jealousy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect the Eastern Sky Divine Guards to be treated so well. No wonder everyone wanted to take this position. Being at the eye of the spiritual spring would be very beneficial to Lu Ming's cultivation. Brother Lu Ming, I'll bring you up. Attendant Huang said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Huang. Lu Ming cupped his fists. After that, Lu Ming and Deacon Huang flew towards the peak of the mountain, leaving behind a group of envious people. Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare people. Not only can Lu Ming live at the eye of the spiritual spring, but he also has a spot to enter the 100 deities slope. Even Deacon Huang has to curry favor with him. Someone sighed. This can't be helped. Who asked others to be more talented? There's no way to compare. Let's go find our own courtyard. Let's go. One by one, the young men flew down the mountain and walked toward the courtyards. Each courtyard was marked with a number, and everyone could check in according to the number. Lu Ming and attendant Huang arrived at the peak of the mountain. Standing in the air, one could see a courtyard in each of the 4 directions of the mountain peak. The clouds and mist were everywhere, making it look like a fairyland. This was the courtyard where the 4 divine guards lived. Due to the size of the mountain peak, the 4 courtyards were separated by at least several li. The one on the east side is your courtyard. Attendant Huang pointed to the courtyard on the east side and introduced. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Lu, after several months of fighting, you must be tired. Go and rest. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. Oh, and the courtyard of the 4 divine guards is surrounded by inscription formations. You need to use your divine guard token to open it. This is to prevent others from disturbing you when you cultivate. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming, thank you, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming bowed. He naturally wouldn't reject the goodwill of others. Deacon Huang revealed a smile on his face. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Chapter 435. For 35 Mu Shiyuan. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in front of the courtyard. The courtyard occupied a large area and the architecture was elegant. Lu Ming was very satisfied. On the door of the courtyard, there were a few words, East Heaven Courtyard. Lu Ming moved his hand and a purple gold token appeared. It was his divine guard token. Then, Lu Ming injected essential qi into the divine guard token. The token glowed with rays of light that extended to the courtyard. Buzz! The courtyard trembled and a light screen appeared. This light screen enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, the light screen in front of the gate split into 2. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied. In this way, he would not have to be afraid of others prying into his cultivation or his secrets in the future. Lu Ming walked in and the light screen closed automatically. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge, a flowing water, a pavilion, 2 rooms, and a living room. The courtyard was filled with a dense aura. Spiritual Qi. This fog was actually formed by the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual Qi of heaven and earth had actually turned into a physical form. It could be seen how rich the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth was here. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and felt that there was an endless amount of spiritual energy that was constantly surging out from the courtyard. The spiritual spring's eye is indeed wonderful. Let's cultivate then. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged and condensed his 9-dragon bloodline. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline roared and inhaled. A terrifying devouring power burst out. Ooh! The rich spiritual energy in the world was gathering towards Lu Ming. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into Lu Ming's essential Qi. The essential Qi that was condensed from the spirit Qi of heaven and earth was extremely pure. It continuously gathered with Lu Ming's essential Qi and condensed it. Lu Ming could feel that his essential Qi was constantly becoming purer and more condensed. It was slowly advancing and approaching the 9th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. 6 hours later, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. Awesome, this is awesome. The heaven and earth spiritual Qi here is dozens of times, even hundreds of times stronger than outside. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 100 days of cultivation outside. Lu Ming secretly sighed. After the cultivation earlier, although Lu Ming had not broken through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, he was infinitely close to it. Lu Ming estimated that if he continued to cultivate here for half a month, he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This speed was already very fast. One had to know that Lu Ming had already cultivated the true war dragon technique to the 7th stage. The density of his essential Qi was 8 times that of ordinary essential Qi. The amount of energy required was simply too much. If Lu Ming only relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, he would need at least a few years to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm in the outside world. The spiritual energy here could greatly speed up Lu Ming's cultivation speed. This is a really good place. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. This cultivation lasted for 2 days. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt the Divine Guard token vibrate slightly. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and took a look at the Divine Guard token. There's someone outside. Lu Ming had an idea. Who is it? Could it be Jian Fengyun? Lu Ming did not know many people in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Who is looking for him now? He stood up and walked out. The token glowed, and the light screen automatically separated. Outside the courtyard, a handsome young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not exude any aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain. This young man was like an insurmountable mountain just by standing there. What the profound cultivation! This man is definitely a peerless master of the martial king realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he had an idea. The young man in white smiled warmly when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Lu Ming asked. I'm Mu Xiu Yuan, and I'm just an ordinary Emperor Heaven Divine Guard of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The white-robed youth laughed. Mu! Lu Ming had an idea and asked tentatively, Oh? I've never seen Brother Mu before. May I know why Brother Mu has come to find me? It's nothing serious. It's just that you've just arrived, so there's something I have to remind you of. Mu Shuyuan said. What is it? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, you didn't go out for the past few days. Right now, the new batch of Detian Divine Guards is spreading rumors that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards don't live up to their name. They have the lowest combat strength and cultivation and shouldn't occupy such good resources. Mu Shuyuan said. There's such a thing. Lu Ming frowned. It's absolutely true. Furthermore, this time, the east side is indeed the weakest. The south, north, and west side all have half-step king warriors. The other 3 divine guards are all half-step king warriors. Furthermore, the south and west side each have 2 half-step king warriors. The competition is extremely intense. Only the east side. There is not a single half-step king warrior. I heard that the 2 half-step king warriors from the south and west side have already set their eyes on you. I'm afraid they will challenge you. Once you lose, they will be able to take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard and occupy your residence. More importantly, they will take away your spot to enter the 100 Deities slope. Mu Shuyuan said. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at Mu Shuyuan and said, what I'm more curious about is why you're telling me this for no reason. You don't need to know that. You'd better be careful during this period. Having said that, Mu Shuyuan turned around, took a step, and disappeared. What a fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Even with his eyesight, he almost couldn't see how Mu Shuyuan had left. This Mu Shuyuan is probably more than a level 1 martial king. He might be even stronger. Who is he? Why did you remind me out of the kindness of your heart? You're also surnamed Mu. I wonder what your relationship with senior sister Mulan is? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts and doubts. After thinking for a long time, he could not think of a reason. Forget it, I'll go in and sort things out. It's time to convert the resources into strength. Lu Ming muttered, turned around and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, in an ancient hall of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Mu Xiaoyuan reported the news to an old man. I have already reminded Lu Ming. Mu Shuyuan said. That's good. Although Lu Ming is not bad, he's still far from that person. We can't help him too much. Just a reminder will do. If he wants to become a powerful person, he has to rely on himself in the end. Only by going through trials and tribulations can he continue to become stronger. In the future, there's a slight possibility that he can compete with that person. The old man said with a sigh. It's hard. However, that girl has good taste. She actually found such a genius in the small Cloud Emperor mountain range. Mu Shuyuan said with a smile. After the 2 of them chatted for a while, Mu Shuyuan took his leave. Little girl, you can't go against your father's decision. The old man sighed softly and then fell silent. Chapter 436. 436 50 billion crystals. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and took out all the storage rings that he had obtained during this period of time. He cleaned them up. A day later, they were finally done. The harvest this time was extremely terrifying. It was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. There were too many of them. Most importantly, there were more than 1,000 other storage rings in Zhang Sheng's storage ring. All of them were obtained from killing other geniuses and had yet to be counted. After counting, Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals, all kinds of middle and upper spiritual crystals. If they were exchanged for lower spiritual crystals, they would be worth 56 billion. Yes, more than 50 billion spiritual crystals. What a terrifying number. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. There were also some other materials, spirit weapons and the like not included. I'm rich. These spiritual crystals are enough for me to use for a while. If I can convert all these spiritual crystals into strength, my strength will increase by a large margin. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 pitch-black branches appeared. These 2 pitch-black branches were the 2 that had spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. Initially, Lu Ming only had one. The other one fell on Autumn Water's hand. However, he had killed Li Autumn Water before, so this branch naturally fell into his hands. I don't know what use it has. Lu Ming muttered and kept it. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The place he wanted to go to was one of the more famous places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the mystical treasure house. In the mystical treasure hall, you can exchange for all kinds of treasures and have sold all kinds of treasures. The Qixian house was extremely majestic. It was a few hundred meters tall and covered an area of a few thousand mu. Inside, people came and went, and it was very lively. It's so huge. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, every sect would build a facility like the mystical treasure hall so that their disciples could exchange for treasures. The mystical sword sect had one as well, but it was many times smaller than the mystical treasure house in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming walked in. In the hall, people came and went. At a glance, there were no less than thousands of people. Look who's that? Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. So he's Lu Ming. He's quite young. What Eastern Sky Divine Guards? He's just lucky. There aren't any decent masters in the East, so he took over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. That's right, if we leave him in the South, he'll be able to escape. He's not even in the top 5. Just wait and see. The half-step king from the South has his eyes on the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He's been in seclusion for the past few days. When he comes out, he'll definitely challenge Lu Ming. His position as the Eastern Sky Divine Guard won't last long. That's right. He's not strong, but he has such good cultivation resources. Who would be convinced? Let's wait for a good show. A series of discussions sounded in the surroundings. Of course, most of them were the new Ditian Divine Guards that had joined this year. There were also some Ditian Divine Guards from the previous batch who looked over curiously. Naturally, Lu Ming heard it too. He sneered and could not be bothered with it. He walked to a room. Inside the room was the place to buy and sell and exchange items. Little brother, what do you need? An old man with a smile asked. I want to exchange all the lower, middle, and upper spiritual crystals for supreme spiritual crystals. Is that possible? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can, but you'll have to pay a 1% fee. The old man replied with a smile. He was not surprised. There were many people who came to exchange for top-grade spirit crystals every day. When one's cultivation reached the half-step king realm or even king realm, spirit crystals of other grades would be useless. Only supreme-grade spirit crystals would have any effect. Therefore, warriors above the half-step king realm would exchange their spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1%. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Young man, how many crystals do you have to exchange? The old man continued to ask with a smile. Yes, I have 50 billion lower spiritual crystals. I'll exchange them all for supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said. All right, huh? What? 50 billion? The old man casually agreed, but the next moment, he reacted. The smile on his face froze, and his eyes widened. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming was not very old and would not have many spiritual crystals to exchange for it. He did not expect Lu Ming to say such an astronomical figure. What's wrong? I can't exchange for it? Then I'll exchange for less. Lu Ming said. No, I can exchange. The old man hurriedly called out. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. Previously, his smile was just a professional habit. Now, his smile was completely sincere. If he exchanged for 50 billion lower spiritual crystals, the fee would be as high as 500 million. He would be able to take a large amount of commission from it. How could he not be happy? Little brother, wait a moment. The old man ran out in a hurry and returned after a while with a storage ring in his hand. Young man, there are 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals in total. Please count them. The old man passed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. With a thought, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with extremely dense energy. The spiritual qi contained in the top-grade spiritual crystal was almost solid. Ordinary martial artists could not refine it at all. Only half-step kings and above could. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his mind and found that there were exactly 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals in the storage ring. Lu Ming nodded. He waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared. Senior, there are middle spiritual crystals, upper spiritual crystals, and lower spiritual crystals in here. They add up to 5 billion. Please count them. Lu Ming said. Good, good. The old man took the storage ring and began to count. Lu Ming waited patiently. The old man took a full 2 hours to finish counting. That's right, it's 5 billion. The old man nodded and put it away with a smile. He then asked, Little brother, do you need anything else? Senior, I have some spirit weapons, martial arts techniques, materials, and so on. Help me take a look and see how many top-grade spirit crystals I can exchange for them. I'll exchange them all. Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. The old man took it and counted it carefully. These items were worth about 10 billion in the end. Lu Ming had an additional 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals. The old man laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Senior, I need to buy a batch of half-step king beast cores. How many spirit crystals for one? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming intended to purchase a batch of demonic cores and rush his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, one could fully focus on comprehending forced. Half-step king beast core, 100 supreme grade spirit crystals for one. The old man said. It's really expensive. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chapter 437. 437 9th level of martial ancestor. 100 supreme spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. Senior, give me 100. Lu Ming said. 100. The old man was shocked, but after the series of events just now, he was already a little numb. Then he took out 100 demonic cores of half-step kings and Lu Ming took out 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Money and goods. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the demonic core. He sighed inwardly. No wonder the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was one of the strongest powers in the eastern region of the mysterious sky region. If it was in the blazing Sun Empire or even the Cloud Emperor mountain range, it would be almost impossible to buy a half-step king realm beast core. Lu Ming kept the demonic core and left the mystical treasure hall, satisfied. Back at the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and waved his hand. 100 demonic cores floated in the air. Begin, devour. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and it roared into the sky. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Buzz. Buzz. Immediately, 5 monster cores were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Boom. The demonic pill was swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and exploded, turning into rolling energy that was constantly being refined. After his 9-dragon bloodline reached the 5th level of the king tier, the power of devouring and refining had increased by many times. The speed of refining was terrifying. The energy, impurities, and harmful substances in the demonic core were constantly being refined. The remaining pure energy essence was constantly surging into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique at full force and began to break through to the next realm. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now, he was trying to break through to the 9th level. Boom. Boom. The demonic pill of a half-step demonic king contained extremely dense energy. The bottleneck of the 9th martial ancestor realm started to loosen. Not enough, give me 5 more. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed another 5 demon cores. Boom! Pang Bo's energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he broke through the bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He had reached the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Continue. Let's rush to the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes were burning as he continued to devour the demonic cores of the semi-demonic kings. After reaching the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, the demonic pill of a half-step demonic king would slow down his cultivation. However, Lu Ming had bought 100 demonic cores, which was enough to support him. Lu Ming's cultivation level kept increasing. 3 days later, Lu Ming had refined all 100 demonic cores. His cultivation had also successfully advanced to the peak of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. At this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. Further down was the comprehension of force. By controlling force to comprehend intent, one only needed to comprehend a trace of the intent realm of heaven and earth. He could use the intent realm of heaven and earth to refine his true qi and slowly transform it into a higher level of energy, true origin. This process was extremely difficult. When most of the genuine qi in his body had been converted into genuine vitality, he still needed to comprehend a complete realm of heaven and earth and form a rune of realm in his sea of consciousness. After that, they still had to go through the trial of the lightning tribulation before they could become a king. A king was like a blade, a heavenly chasm. Wanting to cross it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Countless geniuses were often stuck at the half-step king level. Many of them had even formed intent runes at the last step, but they died tragically under the lightning tribulation. There were too many such examples. However, once he broke through to the martial king realm, he would achieve a substantial leap. Not only would his combat strength be greatly enhanced, but his lifespan would also be extended to 1,000 years. A king had 1,000 years of life and could look down on the changes of the world. They could see the rise and fall of generations of talents. Grandmasters, on the other hand, could only live for 200 years at most, not much longer than ordinary people. A king, in a sense, had already broken away from the category of mortals. It was simply too difficult to break through to the king tier. The Blazing Sun Empire, for example, had not had a king for over 1,000 years. Some mid-tier empires might have kings, but they were all low-tier kings. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for one to appear. 2 kings would be considered good. Only high-tier empires had more kings. Many geniuses claimed to have the potential to become martial kings when they were young, but most of them were exaggerated. It was only a possibility, and most of them would not be able to break through to the king's realm. Lu Ming's next step was to master the 2 types of forces to perfection. After force reached perfection, one could go one step further and comprehend intent. Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The Tao Enlightenment Palace could help people comprehend Shi, so he naturally had to make use of it. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace, there were 7 white-haired old men sitting cross-legged. Each of them looked like an ordinary old man. They didn't give off any aura and looked like 7 ordinary old men. However, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. Those who could guard the Tao Enlightenment Palace were definitely martial king realm experts. They might look ordinary now, but once they exploded, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Senior, I want to enter the Tao Comprehension Palace to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Sure, 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day. How many days do you want to go in? He asked. An old man with a face full of wrinkles said, I want a month. Lu Ming said. Then he took out 3,000 supreme spiritual crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man took it and nodded. 1 month, he said. Then, a beam of light entered the door of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The door rippled with light and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, a whirlpool appeared. The door is open. Go in. Remember, 1 month later, the Tao Enlightenment Palace will send you out on time. The old man reminded. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and strode forward. He stepped into the vortex and the world spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing in a piece of chaos. Yes, the surroundings seemed to be in chaos. There was no up or down. It was all hazy. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening explosion was heard. Lu Ming then saw a light spot shining in the chaos in the distance before it exploded. Voila! Chaos was surging. Endless intent realms and laws of heaven and earth were entangled, forming a complete world. This was a scene that could only be seen when the heavens and earth were created. The essence realm of heaven and earth. What a powerful essence realm of heaven and earth. So many essence realms of heaven and earth. Lu Ming felt that his surroundings were filled with various concepts of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, two kinds of intent domains of heaven and earth became especially clear and filled the world. It was the intent of wind and fire. They were also the two types of forces that Lu Ming had comprehended. Could it be that different forces or intents will appear here according to the different forces or intents that each person has comprehended? Martial Emperor D is indeed hard to predict. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he thought solemnly. I don't care about that. I'll comprehend it first. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, allowing himself to enter an ethereal state. He extended his thoughts and felt the wind and fire between heaven and earth. The wind and fire concepts were too profound. Lu Ming had only used the wind and fire concepts to comprehend force. Chapter 438. 438 Chapter 438 Despair. Firstly, Lu Ming had comprehended the force of fire. Fire was scorching, explosive, and incinerating everything. It represented destruction, but it also represented life. Lu Ming's mind was empty as he focused on comprehending the force of fire. With the fire force that he had comprehended and the fire concept from the outside world, Lu Ming's comprehension of fire force had advanced by leaps and bounds. Time flew by quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the mystical sword sect of the Burning Sun Empire. In the meeting hall of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, Ling Padian, the valley master of the Crimson Cloud Valley, Shengguan Ming of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, the other higher-ups of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, Hua Qi and the other higher-ups of the royal family, and Yen Quan were all gathered. How's the war going? Lin Shui asked a golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect. Sect leader, just like before, the main focus of the 10-direction sword sect is defense. There will only be occasional small-scale attacks. The gold-robed elder reported. It seems like our guess was right. That sinister Qiu Weiyang must be waiting for the results of the selection. If Qiu Changkong joins the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards, he can use the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace's power to deal with us. Lin Shui's face was serious. That's right. The Ditian Divine Guards are extremely powerful. If they mobilize the forces of some mid-tier empires to deal with us, we'll be in deep trouble. Moreover, Qiu Changkong has a powerful backer behind him. Shengguan Ming said in a deep voice. Everyone sighed, their expressions grave. This question had been on everyone's mind for more than half a year. Now, we can only hope that Lu Ming will succeed. If Lu Ming becomes the Ditian Divine Guard, then even if Qiu Changkong joins the Ditian Divine Guard, he will still have some reservations. Lin Shui said. The selection of the Ditian Divine Guards should have ended 10 days ago. Is there still no news from them? Ling Padian said anxiously. I have already sent a group of people to wait for news in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Once there is news, it will be sent back as quickly as possible. Lin Shui said. I'm really worried to death. Ling Padian grinned. He had always been impatient, and this matter concerned the fate of the sect, so he was even more anxious. Calm down. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Lin Shui said. Although he said this, he was still very anxious in his heart. Sect leader, we have news. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man flew in from outside and shouted. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden robe, and he was obviously a golden-robed elder. Elder Feng, is there any news about the Ditian Divine Guard selection? Lin Shui stood up and asked nervously. Not bad, there's news. Elder Feng nodded heavily. Qiu Changkong, how is Qiu Changkong? Did he become a Ditian Divine Guard? Ling Padian asked anxiously. Qiu Changkong? He has indeed become a Ditian Divine Guard. Elder Feng thought for a moment before he spoke. What? Did Qiu Changkong really become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard? Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others' faces all changed. The worst thing had still happened. Qiu Changkong had actually successfully become a Ditian Divine Guard. Everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. According to the news, Qiu Changkong had a fortuitous encounter this time and became extremely powerful. Not only did he become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, but he also passed the last stage and participated in the battle for the East Sky Divine Guard. Many of the strongest geniuses of the Emperor Sky in super regions were defeated by him, and he finally made it into the top 3 in the battle for the East Sky Divine Guards. Elder Feng said, What? Everyone's faces changed. Boom! Everyone couldn't control their breathing and stood up from their chairs. Their faces were pale and they looked terrible. How could this be? How did this happen? Lin Shui kept repeating the same words. She couldn't accept the news. Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others also had ugly expressions. How can Qiu Changkong be so strong? How is this possible? Many people growled in disbelief. They really wished they were dreaming. Not only had Qiu Changkong joined the Ditian Divine Guards, but he had also participated in the battle for the East Heaven Divine Guards and had even made it into the top 3. This was unbelievable. At the same time, it was a heavy blow to everyone. Since Qiu Changkong was so terrifying, he would definitely be placed in an even more important position in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His status and power would definitely be greater as well. It must be his master. It must be. Without his master's help, how could Qiu Changkong have reached this level? An old imperial uncle of the imperial family growled in a low voice. He was filled with unwillingness. Now that Qiu Changkong had reached such a level, the imperial family would never be able to take revenge. Bang! Lin Shui seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She sat down heavily on the chair, a trace of despair in her eyes. If even the strongest geniuses in a super-large region were no match for Qiu Changkong, how could they fight back? What could he use to resist? Well, sect leader, and everyone else, I'm not done with my information. Elder Feng hurriedly said when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. You haven't finished? Could it be that Qiu Changkong is going to do something even more shocking? Ling Padian asked. That's not it. It's about Lu Ming. Elder Feng said. Oh, has Lu Ming joined the Ditian Divine Guards? Hua Qiqiang asked, raising his spirits. That's right. Lu Ming is indeed a genius. He successfully joined the Ditian Divine Guard. I heard that only 3 people from the 36 empires of Emperor Yun joined the Ditian Divine Guard. Elder Feng said rather smugly. Lu Ming has joined the Ditian Divine Guards. Ha, I knew it. He would definitely succeed. Hua Qi's eyes lit up as he smiled. He was happy for Lu Ming. However, the others were not happy at all. If they had heard about Qiu Changkong before, they would have been extremely excited. But now, they couldn't be happy. The ordinary Ditian Divine Guards were far inferior to the geniuses who could compete for the East Sky Divine Guards. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, Qiu Changkong had entered the top 3. Not only was his personal combat strength much stronger than the ordinary Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards, but his status and authority were also much higher. He did not have to worry about Lu Ming at all. They were still in a worrying situation. Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. To think that he could become an Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Blazing Sun Empire. What a pity! What a pity that he met Xiao Changkong. Lin Shui sighed. Sect leader, everyone, I'm not done with my information. Lu Ming did not just join the Ditian Divine Guards. Elder Feng continued. Could it be that Lu Ming also passed the last stage and participated in the fight for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? The eyes of Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others lit up. Although reason told them that it was almost impossible because it was too difficult, they still hoped that it was real and that a miracle would happen. Chapter 439. For 39 Chapter 439 the whole clan celebrating. To be able to participate in the contest for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was a leap, a qualitative leap. He had completely entered the ranks of the strongest geniuses in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If Lu Ming could reach this level, even if he was not Xiao Changkong's match, he would not be too far off. He would definitely be valued by the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Xiao Changkong would more or less have some scruples, and they would have room to negotiate. At the scene, everyone looked at Elder Feng expectantly, hoping that he would nod. Elder Feng nodded. That's right. Not only did Lu Ming pass the last round, but he also participated in the fight for the Ditian Divine Guards. He even died. Lu Ming actually passed the last level. That's great, that's great. I didn't misjudge him. Now, the omnipresent sword sect will have to think twice if they want to destroy us. Before Elder Feng could finish his sentence, Ling Padian started laughing madly. His face was filled with joy, and even his beard was raised. That's right. Lu Ming is a genius. I was wrong about him back then. Lin Shui also sighed, but her eyes were also filled with ecstasy. I knew it. Lu Ming will definitely create miracles. Hua Qi's face was also filled with ecstasy. The others were also all smiling and extremely excited. Previously, they did not expect that Lu Ming could actually reach this level. This was really great news. Someone, tell this good news to old Master Lu and Madame Lu. Lin Shui laughed. Wait a moment, sect leader, I'm not done yet. Elder Feng cried out again. The entire place fell silent again. I say, brother, you're a big man. Can't you just say everything in one go? Don't be so wishy-washy. Ling Padian called out. Sect Master Ling, I wanted to say it just now, but you interrupted me. Elder Feng said with a bitter expression. Weren't you too excited just now? Ling Padian grinned. All right, Elder Feng. If there's any other news, please tell us. Lin Shui said. Yes, Sect Master. It's about Lu Ming. Not only did he participate in the battle for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, but he also won the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards in the end. Elder Feng nodded and told him the news in one breath. When he finished, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Silence. There was complete silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned as they stared at Elder Feng in a daze. Elder Feng laughed bitterly. He had expected everyone to react this way. When he first heard the news, he had also had this expression on his face. In fact, it was even more exaggerated. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Are you saying that Lu Ming has taken over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? After a long time, Lin Shui was the first to react and asked in disbelief. Brother, is this news true? You're not lying to us, right? Ling Padian asked in a daze. He simply couldn't believe it. It's true. The Cloud Desolate Empire's royal family has already confirmed this news. They might even send people over to congratulate. Elder Feng said. Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others looked at each other. They could see the indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Eastern Sky Divine Guards, Eastern Sky Divine Guards, what will the 10 Direction Sword Sect do now? Ling Padian laughed wildly. Peerless genius, peerless genius. Shangguan Ming sighed. As for Hua Qi and those who were on good terms with Lu Ming, such as Yen Lan, they were so excited that they were trembling. Lana, you have good taste. This time, you have hope. Yan Lan sighed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. Yan Quan also sighed in his heart. He was glad that he had made the decision to help Lu Ming for 10 years. Given Lu Ming's talent, he believed that Lu Ming would surpass him very soon. In fact, Lu Ming had already surpassed him. In the future, he would most likely still need Lu Ming's help. At the scene, everyone was extremely excited. They were just short of shouting out loud to express their emotions. They did not even dare to dream that Lu Ming could actually take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This was like stepping on the strongest geniuses from many super-large regions. It was already unimaginable to be able to fight for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, let alone the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This time, Lu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. Qiu Changkong would definitely not dare to act rashly and use his power to interfere in the affairs of the Burning Sun Empire. Sect leader, sect leader. At this moment, a Silavira-robed elder rushed in. What's the matter? Lin Shui was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Sect leader, the Cloud Desolate Empire royal family is here to congratulate. The Silavira-robed elder said. He didn't know about the news and was a little surprised. He didn't know why the Cloud Desolate Empire royal family had come. The Cloud Desolate Empire was without a doubt the strongest out of the 36 empires of Emperor Yun. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Blazing Sun Empire. He's really here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Lin Shui quickly got up. The others followed suit. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect, they saw dozens of people. There was a total of more than 30 people, all of whom were standing in the air. Without a doubt, they were all martial ancestor realm powerhouses. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe, and he was emitting a powerful aura. He was a half-step king. Cloud Desolate Empire's honored guests have arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Lin Shui quickly cupped her fists. You must be sect leader Lin of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Ha, no need to be so polite. I am the Qi King of the Cloud Desolate Empire, and I am here to congratulate sect leader Lin. I heard that Lu Ming is from the Mystical Sword sect. I didn't expect that the Mystical Sword sect would have a genius like Lu Ming. He won the East Heaven Divine Guards and greatly increased the prestige and reputation of the 36 kingdoms of the Cloud Emperor. He has also increased the reputation of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Therefore, I'm here to congratulate him. The middle-aged man in the flood dragon robe said. Lin Shui and the others were extremely excited. Previously, when Elder Feng said that, even though they were extremely excited, they were still afraid that there might be a mistake in the news. But now that even the Prince of the Cloud Desolate Empire had come personally to congratulate, there was definitely no mistake. Your Highness, please come in. Someone, prepare a banquet to welcome Your Highness. Lin Shui loudly ordered. Yes. Someone immediately went to carry out the order. Also, inform Old Master Lu and Madame Lu about this news. Also, invite Old Master Lu and Madame Lu over. Remember, you must be respectful and can't show the slightest neglect. Lin Shui ordered. Yes, don't worry, sect leader. One of the gold-robed elders left to carry out the order. Oh, so Lu Ming's parents are here as well. I would like to see what kind of person can give birth to such a peerless genius like Lu Ming. The Cloud Desolate Empire's De Qi King laughed. The Mystical Sword sect held a grand banquet to celebrate the occasion. When Lu Yuntian and Li Ping heard the news, they were incomparably excited and happy. Li Ping was so moved that tears flowed down her face. In contrast to the celebration in the Mystical Sword sect, the conference hall in the 10 Direction Sword sect was filled with tension. Damn it, damn that Lu Ming. How did he take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? How is that possible? Qiu Weiyang roared, exuding a terrifying aura and cold killing intent. In the main hall, the others were silent, not making a sound. After a long time, Qiu Weiyang's voice was heard again. Pass on my order. Pull back our forces and wait for news from Long Sky. Chapter 440. 440 A Good Dog. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Tao Comprehension Palace. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept around Lu Ming's body. It was as cold as a knife. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly stood up. His body trembled and he floated like a ghost, as light as a feather. After a long time, he stopped in place. The force of wind has finally reached perfection. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. His wind and fire force was already at the limit of the major achievement realm. After 7 days of comprehension in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, he had finally reached the Great Perfection realm. However, it also showed that the Tao Enlightenment Palace was indeed wonderful. In just 7 days, it could help Lu Ming break through. Now, I'll begin to comprehend the force of fire. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming's power of fire had also reached the perfect stage. In just half a month, Lu Ming's wind and fire force had all reached the perfect stage. Buzz! Lu Ming held the long spear and gathered the power of wind and fire. With a slight shake, the space rumbled and a spear ray burst out, flying to an unknown distance. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. His wind and fire force had reached perfection. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. There was a huge difference between the perfection and the completion of force. The difference was several times. After the fusion of wind and fire force, its power was even more powerful. At this moment, Lu Ming's combat strength was infinitely close to that of a level 7 genius. That's right. Initially, Lu Ming had already reached level 6. Now, he was infinitely close to level 7. I've said a month's time. There's still half a month left, just enough time to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. Lu Ming pondered. With both forces at the peak, he could already cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 2nd level. Just like that, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation and devoted himself to cultivating the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. In the Tao Enlightenment Palace, he combined the wind and fire intents to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Half a month later, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 2nd stage. This caused his combat strength to skyrocket once again, and he was now a level 7 genius. These spiritual crystals were so worth it. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. At this time, the 1-month period was almost up. Lu Ming left the Tao Enlightenment Palace and flew towards the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Eastern Sky Courtyard. He used the Divine Guard token to activate the inscription formation and walked in. He didn't notice that in the distant sky, a young man was watching him enter. Lu Ming has finally finished cultivating and returned. I'll report to Senior Brother Kai Go immediately. The young man muttered. With a flash, he flew towards one of the courtyards of the Ditian Divine Guard. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and sat on a stone chair in the pavilion in the courtyard. He poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it slowly while admiring the flowing water under the small bridge. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. It was time for him to relax a little. May I know where Senior Sister Mulan is? If she's here, she should have heard the news that I've become a Divine Guard of the East Heaven and will come to find me. It seems that I have to find some time to inquire about it. I wonder how the war is going in the Burning Sun Empire? I'm sure the results of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection have already been sent back to the Blazing Sun Empire. Now that I've become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Qiu Changkong shouldn't dare to act rashly. The war in the Blazing Sun Empire shouldn't have too many changes in the short term. The most troublesome thing is his master. I wonder which great figure in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is Qiu Changkong's master? Lu Ming pondered as he drank. Lu Ming, get out here. Suddenly, a loud roar came like a storm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shot out two long beams of light that flickered. It's finally here. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he poured himself a full cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and strode out. Walking out of the courtyard, he saw a young man in his mid-20s standing in the air, staring at the eastern sky courtyard with burning eyes. At the sight of Lu Ming, the young man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Lu Ming, you've been hiding like a turtle for more than a month, and you've finally shown yourself. Lu Ming, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. The throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards is not for you. You're not qualified. Now, give it to me or you'll only humiliate yourself." The young man shouted as soon as he saw Lu Ming. "Buzz! Buzz!" Earlier, the young man had shouted so loudly that he had long alarmed the other Detian Divine Guards on the mountain peak. At this moment, one figure after another flew out from the courtyards and stood in the air, looking over. It's Kaigo! Kaigo is finally going to challenge Lu Ming. Kaigo is a half-step void god realm. He was defeated in the battle of the Nantian Divine Guards. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is in danger. This time, there were not many masters in the east, not even a half-step king. Lu Ming was only able to get the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards by pure luck. That's right. The 4 Divine Guards are for the capable. It's only right for Kaigo to challenge him and take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The surrounding Detian Divine Guards discussed animatedly. Qiu Changkong, Zhang Sheng, also appeared in the crowd. After more than a month, their injuries had healed, and they were gloating at the misfortune they had caused. Lu Ming, so what if you've taken over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Wouldn't it still be snatched away? Ha! Qiu Changkong laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other 3 directions to be so powerful. It's a good thing I didn't get the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Otherwise, it would be taken away before I could even get a seat. Ha! Zhang Sheng was also laughing coldly. Who are you? Lu Ming naturally heard the others' discussion. He asked on purpose. My name is Kaigo. Lu Ming, I advise you to quit the Eastern Sky Divine Guards on your own. Kaigo said. As expected, you're a good dog. I say, you came to my place just for such a small matter? Lu Ming pursed his lips. The others looked at each other. Kaigo's eyes turned red, and a cold, killing intent burst out. His face was twisted as he roared, Lu Ming, you little bastard, what did you say? You're looking for death, you're looking for death. I was going to let you go, but now, you're dead. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a dog in public. He deserved to die. You're just a dog. Don't bark so loudly. You just want to challenge me, don't you? Fine, I agree to fight with you. Tomorrow morning, we'll fight on the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice was clear and loud, and it spread far and wide. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to agree so easily. Kaigo was also stunned for a moment. Then he revealed a cold and vicious smile and said, All right, little bastard, I'll let you live for one more day. Then get lost, you dog. Lu Ming said indifferently. You win. Kaigo gritted his teeth so hard that he almost suffered internal injuries. Now you're going to talk. Tomorrow I'll make you cry. Kaigo gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Chapter 441. 441 The contest between momentum and intent. The others discussed animatedly and turned to leave. Lu Ming, how dare you offend Kaigo like this? It's really unwise. It seems like I don't have to do anything. You're going to die in Kaigo's hands. Qiu Changkong laughed coldly before turning to leave as well. After that, the news of the battle between Lu Ming and Kaigo spread like wildfire. Lu Ming turned around and entered the Eastern Sky courtyard. He began to meditate and regulate his breathing. the sun set and rose again, and a day had passed. The Divine Guard battle stage was built on a mountain peak. The peak of this mountain was relatively wide and flat, and there was a battle stage that was 10 miles wide and wide. As the name suggested, this was for duels between Ditian Divine Guards. The fighting ring was made of black metal and was covered with inscriptions. Even a low-tier king wouldn't be able to break it. On the Divine Guard battle platform, life and death were not to be disregarded. Early in the morning, the Divine Guard's battle stage was already surrounded by people. There were at least 10,000 of them. This time, there were about 6,000 to 7,000 new Ditian Divine Guards in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. It could be said that other than those who were in closed-door cultivation or had important matters to attend to, the majority of them had come. In fact, some of the previous Ditian Divine Guards had also come to the scene after receiving the news. After all, it was related to the succession of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, so it naturally received attention. Whoosh! A figure flew through the air and landed on the Divine Guard fighting ring. Kaigo has arrived! Someone shouted. The moment Kaigo landed on the fighting ring, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Buzz! Not long after, another figure appeared on the fighting ring. Lu Ming is here too. I didn't expect him to really dare to come. There's nothing we can do if he doesn't come. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has a rule that the 4 Heavens Divine Guards can be obtained by challenging others, and they can't avoid the battle. If he doesn't come and avoids the battle, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will also strip him of his position as the Eastern Heavens Divine Guard. Lu Ming's arrival caused a heated discussion. Kaigo opened his eyes as well, and a thick killing intent burst out from his eyes. He said coldly, Lu Ming, if you have any last words, leave them behind. You won't have the chance later. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, is that so? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Kaigo laughed coldly. Buzz! At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the fighting ring. Half a time is related to the succession of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. I'll be the witness. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. What else do you have to say? The middle-aged man shouted. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Lu Ming and Kaigo shook their heads. With the middle-aged man's announcement, the atmosphere became even more lively. Who do you guys think will win? Does Lu Ming have a chance to win? Impossible? I don't deny that Lu Ming's talent is indeed terrifying, but his cultivation level is too low. When he took over the East Sky Divine Guards, he was only at the peak of the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm. Only a month has passed since then. Even if he breaks through to the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm, or even the peak of the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm, he can't possibly be Kaigo's match. Moreover, it's impossible to break through from the peak of the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm to the peak of the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm in a month. A half-step king is much stronger than a peak 9th grade Martial Ancestor realm. He's 2 whole levels stronger. Moreover, Kaigo himself is an expert between level 4 and level 5. Adding them up, Kaigo is more than 6 levels stronger than an average peak 9th grade Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Ming can't possibly be his match. For a genius like Kaigo, when he's at the half-step king realm, unless it's a battle at the same cultivation level, no one can beat him. In that case, Lu Ming doesn't stand a chance? Lu Ming can't possibly win. The person who spoke the last sentence was a cold-looking young man in a golden robe. This person's words attracted countless gazes. This was because this person was another of the 4 Divine Guards, Zhong Hao of the Southern Divine Guard. Kaigo is not weak. Even if it's me, it won't be easy to defeat him. It's impossible for Lu Ming to defeat Kaigo. Zhong Hao said firmly. His cold expression was filled with confidence. Brother Zhong is right. Not far away, another beautiful woman laughed. This beautiful woman was the Northern Heaven Divine Guard of the 4 Divine Guards. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the other side. There was a young man in a white robe. He was as handsome as jade. The most peculiar thing about him was that there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows, which made him look even more mysterious. There wasn't a single person beside him. They seemed to be afraid of this person and kept their distance. This man was the last of the 4 divine guards, the divine guard of the Western Paradise. At the same time, he was also known as the strongest person among the 4 divine guards. When he was fighting for the Western Kingdom divine guards, the other half-step king didn't even last 3 moves against him. This showed how terrifying he was. Everyone looked at him, wanting to hear his opinion, but he did not say a word. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Kai Go were about to take action. Lu Ming die. Kai Go shouted coldly as a long and thin green sword appeared in his hand. Buzz! The green long sword let out a soft cry and instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of meters, stabbing toward Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that many people present could not see the sword's trajectory clearly. Intent. It was obvious that Kai Go had already comprehended a trace of the concept of wind on the basis of wind force. Even if it was just a trace of the creation of wind, it was enough to make Kai Go's combat strength increase rapidly. Wind and fire. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and thrust it forward. On the long spear, the power of wind and fire was condensed to perfection. Ding! Ding! The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Boom! The violent genuine qi, the power of wind and fire, filled the entire fighting ring. Buzz! Buzz! The next moment, the 2 figures retreated rapidly, each retreating several miles, and then stood still. Everyone present was stunned and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming, he managed to block Kai Go's wind concept attack. How is that possible? Did you guys see that? Lu Ming's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a terrifying cultivation speed. That's not the main point. Both of them did not use any martial arts techniques just now. They were only testing the waters with their attacks. How could Lu Ming possibly block Kai Go's concept of wind? Force can actually block intent. How is this possible? The crowd was in a heated discussion and were extremely shocked. This is the power of wind and fire. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, because the person who spoke was actually the divine guard of the Western Paradise, Sheng Wushuang, who had not spoken before. Lu Ming has comprehended 2 types of impose. Furthermore, the 2 types of impose have been fused and have reached perfection. Sheng Wushuang said slowly. However, he did not sound serious. He was just stating a fact as if Lu Ming was not worthy of his attention. The fusion of wind and fire? No wonder, no wonder. This Lu Ming is also impressive. He actually comprehended 2 types of force and even fused them successfully. The most shocking thing is that he actually cultivated both to perfection. Many people were amazed. Chapter 442. 442 Chapter 442 Overbearing Killing. Many people were shocked. It was not easy to cultivate one type of shi to perfection, let alone 2. Moreover, he had successfully fused them. The difficulty of this wasn't just 2 times that of comprehending a type of shi, but rather an exponential increase. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength is so terrifying. Someone exclaimed. It's hard to achieve great things by doing 2 things at the same time. Sheng Wushuang snorted coldly and said in disdain. Brother Sheng is right, Zhong Hao said with a smile. Awoo! At this moment, a wolf-like howl was heard in the fighting ring. The aura on Kai Go's body grew stronger. A black dog with 2 heads appeared above his head. The double-headed demonic dog was an extremely powerful demonic beast. 6 Esilavir chakras were wrapped around the double-headed demonic dog. It's indeed a dog. Did I say anything wrong? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that Kaigo's bloodline was really that of a dog. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I'm a two-headed hellhound, go to hell. Kaigo bellowed as he activated his blood meridian. At the same time, his long sword trembled and the tip of the sword sliced through the air. Instantly, wind blades were formed and they were sent flying towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were at least a few dozen wind blades that were extremely sharp, even sharper than the blade ray. Only those who had comprehended a trace of wind concept would be able to execute it, and even a force at the perfection stage wouldn't be able to do so. This could be considered to be the preliminary control of the wind. Buzz! Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear and shook it. Dozens of spear flowers appeared in the sky. Each of these spear flowers contained the power of wind and fire. Bang! Bang! After dozens of explosions, the wind blades and the spear flowers were destroyed. Heavenly Dog's sun-eating sword. Suddenly, Kaigo let out a long howl and thrust his long sword out. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A sun appeared, followed by a huge yellow dog. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sun. With the sun in its mouth, it pounced at Lu Ming, exuding a terrifying aura. Whoa whoa, the dog is biting. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and shouted, almost causing Kaigo's mouth to twist in anger. Bang! Bang! Then, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps. 9 dragons heaven trampling steps, 2 steps in a row. And NBSP, heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power exploded like a flood. The yellow dog's body trembled violently, and with a final wail, it exploded. Kaigo's figure could not help but fly backward. Heavens, what did I just see? Lu Ming actually managed to defeat Kaigo. How is that possible? It's indeed unbelievable. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifyingly strong. However, Kaigo has yet to unleash his strongest combat strength. It's hard to predict the outcome. Look, Kaigo is about to go all out. Boom! At that moment, the aura on Kaigo's body had actually risen by another level. Rays of red light wrapped around his body. This secret technique was Kaigo's strongest state, and his combat power surpassed that of the top 4. Whoa whoa, the yellow dog has transformed. Lu Ming shouted. The crowd was speechless. Kaigo was so angry that his chest swelled. But Heavenly Dog devours the sky. Kaigo let out a long howl and a terrifying sword gleam burst forth, condensing into a heavenly hound that pounced towards Lu Ming. This heavenly hound was formed from sword chi and could destroy everything. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's end this, true dragon strike. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and thrust his spear. Groan! A dragon's roar was heard as a 2-colored true dragon flew out, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. The 2-colored true dragon and the heavenly hound collided. At this moment, the entire fighting ring shook violently, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. Quickly retreat. Many people who were close to him retreated frantically. Anyone under the half-step king realm had to retreat 10 miles. Only the half-step kings didn't. Nest, isn't this too strong? Is this the battle power of someone below the king tier? A normal martial artist of the same level would be smashed into pieces in one move. He's too strong. He's the strongest genius of the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Who will win? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the fighting ring. The 2-colored true dragon suddenly let out a loud roar. The heavenly hound let out a wail and collapsed. With a scream, Kaigo's body was sent flying like a cannonball, sliding several miles on the fighting ring. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards Kaigo. His long spear was like a cold bolt of lightning, piercing towards Kaigo. Kaigo was shocked. He rolled on the ground more than 10 times and dodged Lu Ming's attack. Yellow dog rolling around. Not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Lu Ming took a step forward and violent energy blasted forward. Kai Go let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying like a little chick, blood spurting from his mouth. I surrender, I admit defeat. Kai Go was afraid as he howled in shock. Admit defeat? I don't accept this. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze was extremely cold. The spear's gleam was as cold as ice. It pierced through the void and stabbed at Kai Go. This time, Kai Go could no longer avoid it. Pucci! The long spear pierced through Kai Go's chest, lifting him up into the air. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me go. Let me go. Kai Go let out a shrill cry of pain. He felt that death was so close to him. As long as Lu Ming's essential qi exploded, he would be dead for sure. He was afraid. He was afraid to death. As long as he thought of the great future leaving him, he would be so afraid that his whole body would tremble. Let you go? Did you ever think about letting me go when you tried to take my Eastern Sky Divine Guards away? If I'm not strong enough and lose to you, will you ever let me go? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold as he asked 2 questions in a row. I was wrong. I failed to recognize MT Tai. I failed to see. You are the true God's favored son. I am dog shit. Yes, I am dog shit. I beg you, please let me live. Kai Go begged pitifully. In order to live, he could not care about anything else. It's too late to talk about this now. Let's go. Lu Ming was unmoved and said coldly. This time, he would not let Kai Go off. He wanted to intimidate the others with his thunderous timing and tell them that he, Lu Ming, was not a pushover. On the contrary, he was a murderous soldier, a murderous soldier. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Kai Go screamed madly and struggled madly. Buzz! Lu Ming shook his long spear and his essential qi exploded. Kai Go's heart exploded in an instant. Kai Go howled and stopped breathing. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Lu Ming had won. Half-step King Kai Go had been killed. Before this, no one would have thought of such an ending. Almost everyone thought that Kai Go would definitely be able to crush Lu Ming and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He had never expected that the result would be the complete opposite. In the end, Lu Ming overpowered Kai Go and killed him. Some of the people who were certain that Lu Ming would be defeated felt their faces burning. This was especially so for Zhong Hao. He had even said that even he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat Kai Go and that Lu Ming was definitely not Kai Go's match. He had a very proud look on his face. However, the reality was that Lu Ming had crushed Kai Go. This was equivalent to saying that Lu Ming was stronger than him. He felt that he had been slapped by Lu Ming and his face was burning. Chapter 443. 443 Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, Sheng Wushuang. Detestable. Zhong Hao growled in his heart, extremely displeased. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was full of solemnity. Kai Go was at the half-step king realm, 2 levels higher than a normal peak 9th level martial ancestor realm. At the same time, he was a genius who was ranked between level 4 and level 5. His combat strength was more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary martial arts grandmaster 9th level peak. Lu Ming, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level martial arts grandmaster realm, was actually able to win. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached level 7? At the thought of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath, their eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. A genius after 7 battles? How was this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Even the previous batch of Ditian Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave gazes. How could this be? How did this happen? In the crowd, Zhang Xing and Qiu Changkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open, unable to accept what was happening. It had only been slightly more than a month, and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Now, even if the 2 of them joined forces, Lu Ming could kill them in one move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this goes on, I'll be the one who dies. Qiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Buzz! On the fighting ring, Lu Ming swung his spear and threw Kai Go's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked in his essential qi and Kai Go's storage ring was sucked into Lu Ming's hand. As for Kai Go's blood essence, there were too many people at the scene. Lu Ming did not devour it. Who? As Kai Go's corpse fell to the ground, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. I hereby announce that Kai Go has failed his challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Lu Ming was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows was walking in the air, step by step, towards the fighting ring. Sheng Wushuang, it's Sheng Wushuang. What is he doing on the fighting ring? Could it be that he is excited and wants to challenge Lu Ming? No way. If that's the case, there'll be a good show to watch today. This young man was none other than the divine guard of the Western Paradise, who was known as the most powerful genius of this batch, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang stepped into the fighting ring and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You're worthy of being my opponent now. Sheng Wushuang was handsome and had his hands behind his back. The surrounding young women looked at Sheng Wushuang with shining eyes. Oh. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh, he said. To be honest, he had never heard of Sheng Wushuang. However, you're only worthy of being my opponent now. In the future, you might not be. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you've already taken the wrong path. Sheng Wushuang continued. He had his hands behind his back, as if he was an elder giving advice to a junior. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Was there something wrong with this brother's brain? He felt too good about himself. On what basis did he say that he had taken the wrong path? The others were stunned, and only a few of them had thoughtful expressions. Haven't you realized it yourself? You've comprehended two types of forces at the same time. Although it's a great boost to your combat power, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend one type of force and one type of essence realm of heaven and earth, but you've comprehended two at the same time. In the short term, you might seem powerful, but it's actually an extremely stupid move. In the future, even if you can break through to the Martial King realm, your achievements will be limited. That's why I said that you can be my opponent now, but in the future, the gap between you and me will only grow further and further. You will never be able to catch up with me. Sheng Wushuang continued with great confidence. That's right. Sheng Wushuang is right. Comprehending two types of force will greatly increase your strength in the short term. However, it will definitely affect your cultivation in the future. The people around them felt that what Sheng Wushuang said made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's attitude really pissed Lu Ming off. Hence, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, "Who the hell are you? You have your own path, I have mine, I don't need you to tell me. Moreover, for someone like you, surpassing you is just a matter of minutes." Lu Ming waved his hands casually. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You've gone astray and even tried to surpass me. What a joke. I'm kind enough to give you advice, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I'll just let you live and die on your own." Sheng Wushuang snorted and left with his hands behind his back. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Who does he think he is? He looks like the #1 expert in the world. How laughable. Lu Ming muttered. He then rose into the air and left the place. Of course, this battle could not help but become the topic of discussion for others. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming had used his own strength to prove that he deserved to be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, what Sheng Wushuang said had spread. Most of the people agreed with Sheng Wushuang. There was a limit to how much energy a person could put into comprehending two types of Shi at the same time. If Lu Ming did not correct his mistakes, his future achievements would be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the eastern sky courtyard, he continued to comprehend the force of wind and fire. Naturally, he would not give up on cultivating the wind-fire force just because of what Xing Wushuang said. Ever since he had comprehended the wind and fire force and fused them, the wind and fire force had been of great help to Lu Ming. Moreover, the Dragon God's three absolutes wasn't just a single force or intent realm that could unleash its power. Therefore, he had to cultivate the wind and fire forces together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning and combine wind, fire, and lightning to cultivate the Dragon God's three absolutes to the highest realm. Time slowly passed. On another mountain peak, in a courtyard, Qiu Changkong and a young man in purple were sitting opposite each other. Damn it. How can that bastard Lu Ming be so powerful? How can his cultivation level improve so quickly? Damn it. Qiu Changkong roared in anger. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter or he has some treasure on him. The young man in purple picked up a cup of wine, took a sip and smiled. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was the one who had sent the invitation letter to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to come forward and find a reason to execute Lu Ming? Qiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a cold light. Silly. Master, although you're the master of the Thunder Hall, one of the 9 halls, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. He's under the attention of the other hall masters. If you attack Lu Ming, you'll definitely upset the hall masters. It might even alarm the palace master. At that time, you'll find it hard to explain and you'll be punished. I can't just watch Lu Ming improve continuously. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to suppress him when he grows up. Qiu Changkong asked anxiously. Chapter 444. 444 The Hall Master's Lesson. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't do it, but we can. However, even if I do it now, I'm not 100% confident. The young man in purple muttered to himself. Then what should we do? Why don't we invite the other senior brothers? Qiu Changkong replied. As for the other 2 senior brothers, one of them is traveling outside, and the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached the Great Circle realm, and I'll be going into seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm soon. When I break through to the Martial King realm, I can kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The young man in purple said with a smile. Senior brother is about to break through to the Martial King realm? Qiu Changkong was ecstatic. That's right. I've been stuck at the half-step king realm for many years. Now that I've reached my limit, it's time to break through to the Martial King realm. The purple-robed youth said. How confident are you, senior brother? 80%. The young man in purple was very confident. Ah, that's good. Let Lu Ming live for a little longer. When senior brother breaks through to the Martial King realm, it will be the time of Lu Ming's death. Qiu Changkong was ecstatic. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for a Martial King. As long as the young man in purple broke through to the Martial King realm and came out of his closed-door cultivation, he could simply find an excuse to challenge Lu Ming, and Lu Ming would be dead meat. Lu Ming, you can be arrogant all you want, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Qiu Changkong coldly laughed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the power of wind and fire every day. But the progress was very small. And NBSP, after force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend intent from it. Many people would be stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will hold a lecture and personally explain the force and concept of wind. We can't miss this. Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard, flying towards the Wind Palace. Every once in a while, the 9 hall masters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would personally give lessons and explain the force and intent realm of the related attributes. It would attract a large number of Ditian divine guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Wind Palace, he noticed that there were other figures flying in his direction from other directions. There was no one checking at the main entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Wind Palace and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious. The floor of the main hall was filled with prayer mats. There were at least tens of thousands of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on the futon. Lu Ming's entrance attracted many people's attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He found a futon at random and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Very quickly, it broke through 2,000 people. The majority of them were the Ditian Divine Guards who had just joined this year, while a portion of them were from the previous batch. Palace Master Feng is here. Someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking toward him. The old man looked to be in his 60s and had a faint smile on his face. There was no trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura on his body. Just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to show the slightest bit of contempt or disrespect. It was said that the 9 palace masters were all upper-tier kings. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary late-stage king tier. His strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Palace Master Feng. More than 2,000 people stood up and bowed. No need to be so polite, please sit. Palace Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Palace Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, all the people who have come are below the Martial King realm and have comprehended the wind force. I'll explain in detail how to comprehend a trace of wind concept from the wind force, and then how to use this trace of wind concept to finally condense an intent rune and pass the test of the heavenly tribulation to reach the Martial King realm. Palace Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to hear this. To know all this, you must first clearly understand what force is. What is the intent realm? Palace Master Feng's voice continued to ring out. Momentum is actually a type of intent realm of the heaven and earth. However, it is a very superficial way of borrowing it. This is because every attribute will have momentum. Like water, when it's gentle, it can nourish all things. This is also a kind of power of water. When it's violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a kind of power of water. Like the wind. When it's gentle, it's like a clear wind. When it's violent, it can tear everything apart. These are all the forces of the wind. When you comprehend force, you're actually just borrowing the intent realm of heaven and earth. It's commonly known as borrowing force. Borrowing force can increase your own attack power, defense power, and so on. As he said this, a powerful aura burst out from Palace Master Feng's body. His aura suddenly became as majestic, heavy, and unattainable as an ancient divine mountain. The next moment, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the essence realm of the heaven and earth is completely different from momentum. The essence realm of the heaven and earth is control. Control an attribute and use it to create all kinds of mysterious means. After saying that, Palace Master Feng suddenly stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a tornado that was spinning rapidly. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming had no doubt that as long as Palace Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear apart a mountain. Then, Palace Master Feng moved his hand and the tornado disappeared. A blade of wind appeared on his finger. The blade of wind was like a blade, cutting through the space and causing the space to ripple like water. One could see how terrifying this wind blade was. Of course, there are strong and weak when it comes to controlling an attribute. According to the degree of control, the essence realm of heaven and earth can be divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 essence realm of heaven and earth. Palace Master Feng explained the momentum of the wind and the creation of wind. Sometimes he would even practice it himself. Lu Ming listened attentively, for fear of missing every word and action. All this while, Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating on his own. When did such an expert explain and practice in person? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many of the questions that had troubled him for a long time were answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more and more relaxed. His mind was becoming more and more active. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of wind force had increased by a large margin. The Wind Palace Master's speech went on for 3 hours. All right, today's lecture ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You're all dismissed. Palace Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue listening. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Palace Master Feng's gaze swept toward Lu Ming and he said, Lu Ming, wait a moment. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Palace Master Feng had stopped him. The rest of the people around them looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chapter 445. 445 Advancing to Half-Step King. I've heard that most of the past 4 divine guards were chosen by the 9 Hall Masters and accepted as their personal disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to take him as his disciple? It's highly possible. Lu Ming has such cultivation and combat strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be favored by Palace Master Feng. I'm so envious. It would be great if I had such a master. Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in hushed voices as they speculated. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lu Ming and the Wind Palace Master. Lu Ming came before Palace Master Feng and saluted him with cupped fists. He said, I wonder why the Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay behind? Sit down first. Palace Master Feng smiled and raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on a futon beside Palace Master Feng. Lu Ming, are you 20 years old this year? Palace Master Feng asked. Not even 20 years old, I'm still a little short. Lu Ming answered. You're not even 20 years old yet, but you already have such cultivation and combat strength. It's really commendable. Your future is limitless. Palace Master Feng sighed. Lu Ming's expression changed, but he did not reply. I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and what Xing Wushuang said a few days ago. Even though Xing Wushuang's words are too absolute, it's not without reason. There's a limit to one's energy. Cultivating 2 wills at the same time can increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. However, in the future, especially after reaching the Martial King realm, the comprehension of the heaven and earth will be crucial. If you don't break through your will, it'll be difficult for you to break through your cultivation. This will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I have the intention to take you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the concept of wind in the future. Palace Master Feng said everything in one breath. He looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Lu Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was also very tempted to take Palace Master Feng as his master. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the creation of wind. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the force of fire, this was something he absolutely couldn't do. The force of fire was the force he had comprehended the earliest. It wasn't something he could give up on just because he said so. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming, thank you for your favor, Hallmaster Feng. However, I have decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to let you down, Hallmaster Feng. By saying that, it was equivalent to rejecting Palace Master Feng. You win. Palace Master Feng's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider. Thank you, Palace Master Feng. I have made up my mind. Lu Ming said. You're really stubborn. Go quickly or this old man will be annoyed. Palace Master Feng waved his hand and said. He had an expression of disappointment. Lu Ming stood up, bowed, and strode away. Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. After suffering and hitting a wall, I only know how to regret it. Palace Master Feng sighed. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down with his legs crossed. The contents of Hall Master Feng's explanation kept flashing through his mind, constantly corroborating with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's understanding of the wind deepened. However, it was unknown how far he was from being able to comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals and entered the Dao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still had not touched the threshold of the intent realm. It seems like I can only use intent crystals. Lu Ming pondered. In the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. Among them, there were 4 pieces of wind attribute, 5 pieces of fire attribute, 3 pieces of thunder attribute, and the rest were of other attributes, such as gold and water attributes. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment. Chapter 446. 446 Oppression. Although he had only comprehended a trace of the intent realm of heaven and earth and was still far from condensing an intent rune, it was already a great improvement. I still have 9 wind attribute intent crystals left. I might as well use all of them to deepen my understanding of wind intent. Lu Ming had an idea. He continued to take out wind-type ultimacy crystals, crushed them, and started cultivating. This time, there were even more tendrils of profound meaning that were absorbed by Lu Ming. The amount he absorbed was several times more than before. And NBSP, he had comprehended a sliver of intent realm of heaven and earth, and his intent realm absorption of intent realm crystals had also become stronger. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was also slowly deepening. Lu Ming only ended his cultivation when he used up the last 9 pieces of wind attribute profound meaning crystals. Now, I can put aside the wind mentality for a while and start to comprehend the fire mentality. Also, I need to find time to start comprehending the thunder force. In 2 days, the Fire Palace Master will be conducting a lecture. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered and continued cultivating. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming headed to the Fire Palace. Just like the Wind Palace, there were a lot of people here, almost 2,000. The layout of the Palace of Fire was very similar to that of the Palace of Wind. The main hall was filled with prayer mats. Lu Ming walked in and sat down on a futon at random. That's Lu Ming. He really came to the Palace of Fire. He really wants to cultivate wind and fire at the same time. He's really overestimating himself. I heard that a while ago, the Wind Palace Master wanted to take him as a disciple, and the condition was that he had to specialize in wind concept. He actually rejected it. I've also heard of this matter. He's really too arrogant. Just because he has a little bit of achievement, he's already acting so high and mighty. He doesn't even listen to the opinion of the Hall Master. I think Xing Wushuang is right. The distance between him and Xing Wushuang will only grow further and further. The other Ditian divine guards in the surroundings glanced at Lu Ming from time to time as they mumbled and discussed in low voices. Lu Ming shook his head after hearing that. He could not be bothered. Walk your own path and let others say it. He firmly believed that he would use his actions to shut these people up. Very quickly, the Palace Master of Fire arrived. The Palace Master of Fire was a tall old man. He wore a fiery red robe and had a powerful aura. After he arrived, he swept his gaze across the room and paused for a moment on Lu Ming. He did not say much and began to explain. Lu Ming listened attentively. 3 hours later, the explanation ended. Lu Ming felt that he had learned a lot. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming began to cultivate non-stop. The next day, Lu Ming used up all 5 pieces of fire-type esoteric crystals. However, it was a pity that he was still a little short. Lu Ming did not comprehend a trace of the concept of fire. I still have one more chance to enter the 100 deities slope. I might as well put aside the wind-fire concept for now and start to comprehend the force of thunder. When the force of thunder is a little mature, I will enter the 100 deities slope and maximize the use of this precious spot. Moreover, the Thunder Palace Master is going to give a lecture tomorrow. I'll go and listen. Lu Ming pondered. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Lightning Palace. When Lu Ming walked into the Thunder Palace, he immediately caused a commotion. That's Lu Ming. What is he doing here? Could it be that he still wants to comprehend lightning force? Crazy, I think he's crazy. Not only is he cultivating the force of wind and fire, he's also trying to comprehend the force of thunder. He's really delusional. He's so stubborn. I don't think he can even break through to the Martial King realm. The others were all discussing excitedly. Brother Lu, you've really exceeded my expectations. A figure sat down beside Lu Ming. Brother Xiao, Lu Ming said. This young man was Xiao Haoyu, who had been saved by Lu Ming in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Brother Lu, I don't know what to say. Xiao Haoyu sighed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with what others were saying. He waited quietly. After a while, an old man in a green robe walked up to the higher part of the hall and sat down cross-legged. Then he looked around with lightning-like eyes. When his gaze fell on Lu Ming, he was a little surprised. Then, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shouted coldly, Lu Ming, what are you doing here at the Lightning Palace? Get out. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. What was with this Thunder Palace Master? Even if he did not agree to Lu Ming cultivating the thunder concept, he should not have berated him and asked him to get lost. Lu Ming stood up and cupped his fists. Hall Master Lei, I'm only here to listen to the class. There's no rule in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that forbids me from listening to the class. Listen to class? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that you're arrogant and overconfident? You want to cultivate the wind and fire essences together. What's more ridiculous is that you came to the Thunder Hall to listen to the thunder essence. You still want to comprehend the thunder mentality? What a joke. Our Thunder Hall doesn't welcome arrogant people like you. Thunder Palace Master waved his sleeve and shouted. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even more. Lu Ming, I heard that the master of the Thunder Temple is Qiu Changkong's master. Xiao Haoyu's soft voice rang in her ears. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and came to a sudden realization. Lu Ming finally knew who the mysterious master behind Qiu Changkong was. He knew who the big shot of the Empyrean Divine Palace was. It was actually the Thunder Palace Master, one of the 9 Palace Masters. It was no wonder that the master of the Thunder Palace had scolded Lu Ming as soon as he saw him. Lu Ming had found it strange at first, but everything made sense now. Hee. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. Hall Master Lei, am I being too arrogant? It doesn't seem to matter how many different types of intent realms I've cultivated. Furthermore, there are many experts in the world who have become unrivaled by cultivating multiple intent realms at the same time. What makes you think that I can't do it? How dare you? What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to me like that? The Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly and stood up suddenly. An unbelievably powerful aura burst out. It was as deep as the ocean and it was impossible to predict. Bolts of lightning flashed on Hall Master Lei's body. His terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming suddenly let out a long howl. The 9 dragons' bloodline burst out, and dragon roars were heard. A spear's gleam burst out to resist the aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if there was an archaic divine mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds pressing down on his head. The spear's radiance collapsed instantly, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body seemed to be groaning and his bones were creaking. Bang! Lu Ming almost knelt down. He shouted and exerted force on his waist. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and barely managed to stay on his knees. Lu Ming, who are you? You also dare to compare yourself with those unparalleled experts who have dominated the world. Those experts can cultivate several intent realms at the same time because they have that kind of talent. Do you have it? Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly. I've already said that it's my own business as to how many intent realms I want to cultivate. It has nothing to do with you. Old fellow, do you feel that you've lost face after your disciple Qiu Changkong was defeated by me? As the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace, you actually dare to attack me because of your own disciple's incapability. Aren't you ashamed of bullying the weak? I will report this matter to the Palace Master. Lu Ming roared. Chapter 447. 447. Sooner or later, I'll pay you back 10 times over. Lu Ming roared. He was going all out. And with so many people watching, he didn't believe that the Thunder Palace Master would dare to do anything to him. Audacious. Impudent. Thunder Palace Master shouted angrily, and his aura became even stronger. Lu Ming tried his best to resist the aura of the Thunder Palace Master and shouted, Old fellow, do you think that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is yours? There are rules set by Martial Emperor in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and I have not broken any rules. You are abusing your power for personal gain and bullying the weak. Do you not respect Martial Emperor D? Also, in the future, if anyone offends your disciples, or if you don't like the look of someone, you can bully and punish them at will. Lu Ming shouted loudly, directly putting two big hats on the head of the Thunder Palace Master. As soon as he said this, the nearly 2,000 people present looked at Thunder Palace Master with strange eyes. Lu Ming was not wrong. He did not break any rules. It was his own business to cultivate a few concepts. Even the Thunder Palace Master did not have the authority to chase Lu Ming away, because it was the right of every Detian Divine Guard to attend classes in the 9 halls. This was a rule set by De and Martial Emperor, and even the 9 Palace Masters could not violate it. Little bastard. Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned gloomy. Lu Ming was not an ordinary Detian Divine Guard. He was the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and he had long attracted the attention of the other hall masters and even the palace masters. In front of so many people, he really did not dare to do anything to Lu Ming. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself. Stubborn and arrogant. If you don't repent, half-step king realm will be your limit. Now, get out of the Thunder Palace. Thunder Palace Master retracted his aura and berated. Lu Ming straightened his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured just now. I will remember today's humiliation. One day, I will take it back 10 times. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he shouted. He then turned around and strode away. The others were shocked. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to speak to the master of the Thunder Palace in such a manner. The master of Thunder Temple's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the end, he did not make a move and watched Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming has only achieved a little bit of success and he's blinded by it. He's overestimating himself. A person like him will never achieve anything great in his life. You must not learn from him. After Lu Ming left, the Thunder Palace Master said to the others. Yes. A few scattered sounds were heard. This made Thunder Palace Master very dissatisfied. He snorted coldly and began his lecture. Lu Ming walked out of the Lightning Palace and clenched his fists tightly as he turned to look at the Lightning Palace. Thunder Palace Master, right now, you are stronger than me. I will bear with it. But sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and kowtow to admit your mistakes. Moreover, I believe that this day will not be too far away." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with killing intent. Then he strode away. Now, he had to quickly cultivate his fire force to the fire concept. Then, he would focus on cultivating his thunder force. He had to break through to the Martial King realm as soon as possible. Only after reaching the Martial King realm would one have a certain right to speak. Those below the Martial King realm were all ants. Without strength, one could only be bullied by others. Only when one's own strength was strong could one control one's own fate. Lu Ming had long understood this principle and had been trying to put it into practice. Back at the Eastern Sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. "Since I can't attend the lecture, I'll forcefully use the intent crystal to comprehend lightning force firsts." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. He then took out a lightning intent crystal and squeezed it. Gotcha! The lightning intent crystal exploded, releasing wisps of intent. However, Lu Ming had not even comprehended the lightning force yet. The number of intent tendrils that he could absorb was very little. It could be said that an entire esoteric crystal was a pure waste. However, the ultimacy crystal was no small matter. It was a treasure that even kings coveted. Even if he only absorbed a trace of it, it would be of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes tightly and devoted himself to his comprehension. The power of lightning is extremely terrifying. It represents extreme speed and destructive power. It even represents the might of the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, all living things will be dormant. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Lu Ming's mind as he continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Just a little bit more. Following that, Lu Ming took out the second thunder-type esoteric crystal and crushed it without any hesitation. This time, he absorbed more intent threads than last time. An hour later. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and 2 bolts of lightning shot out. At the same time, a force erupted from his body. Force of lightning, elementary level of force of lightning. I've finally learned the basics of lightning force. Then I'll use the last piece of lightning intent crystal in one go. Following that, the third thunder-type intent crystal was used by Lu Ming. So far, Lu Ming had used up all 29 pieces of intent crystals he had obtained from the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. This time, he absorbed even more intent tendrils. Lu Ming's comprehension of the lightning force was greatly accelerated. After 2 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His lightning force had directly reached the small success stage. He had used 3 pieces of thunder attribute profound meaning crystals. The total value was definitely more than 3 billion lower spiritual crystals. He had used such a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate the force of thunder to the small success stage. If others knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and curse Lu Ming for being a wastrel. Now, I've already comprehended a little bit of the wind mentality. Originally, I could use the wind mentality to start refining my true qi and slowly turn it into true essence. However, with the amount of Zhen qi I have, I don't know how long it will take me to refine my Zhen yuan with just one intent. I should wait for the fire and thunder to completely comprehend a bit of intent, and then combine the 3. Only then can I refine my Zhen yuan faster. Furthermore, before I refine my true energy, I have to try my best to cultivate the true war dragon technique to the highest realm of the 9th stage. Otherwise, once my true qi turns into true energy, it will be at least 100 times more difficult to improve the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming analyzed his own cultivation and the direction of his cultivation. Once the true war dragon technique transformed true qi into true essence, the difficulty of raising it would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to upgrade the true dragon technique to the 9th level before his essential qi was converted into essential core. Coincidentally, he had some dragon blood flowers and a piece of dragon bone. Lu Ming was a man of his word. With a wave of his hand, dragon blood flowers appeared one after another. Swallow. Lu Ming immediately picked up a dragon blood flower and swallowed it in one gulp. He began to circulate the true war dragon technique and put all his effort into cultivating it. One after another, the dragon blood flowers were refined by Lu Ming. His true war dragon technique was also improving rapidly. 2 days later, all the dragon blood flowers had been refined by Lu Ming. He then took out the dragon bone. According to speculation, it should be the dragon finger bone, which was obtained from the dragon's cave. Although countless years had passed, it still contained rich essence. With the help of the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming began to refine the dragon bone with all his might. The dragon-shaped genuine qi in his body became more and more condensed and powerful. Chapter 448. 448 Foundation Establishment Chapter of the True War Dragon Technique. As for the dragon bone, it became smaller and smaller under the combined devouring of the 9 dragon bloodlines. This refining process took 7 days. Groan. Suddenly, the roars of dragons pierced through the clouds and shook the entire mountain. One figure after another was alarmed and flew up to the sky to look at the mountain peak. That's the eastern sky courtyard. It's Lu Ming. What the hell is he doing now? He's probably cultivating some kind of secret technique. On the path of martial arts, the intent realm of heaven and earth is more important the further you go. He only knows how to cultivate some unorthodox secret techniques. His combat power has indeed increased, but what's the use of that? That's right. He's already on the wrong path. Ignore him. Let's go, the old man said. After a round of discussion, these people were too lazy to pay attention to him and returned to their respective courtyards. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached a critical moment. The true qi in his body had been condensed to the extreme. It was completely made up of true dragons, and each true dragon swam in his meridians. Then, another dragon's roar came from the cyclone in his dantian. At this moment, the qi cyclone in his dantian had undergone a fundamental change. Originally, the qi cyclone was made up of pure true qi, but now it had become 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons continued to circle around each other. On the side, small true dragons kept flying in and out. I've broken through to the 9th stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and burning. After 10 days of cultivation, he had refined the dragon blood flower and the dragon bone. He had broken through 2 levels of the true war dragon technique, from the 7th to the 9th. Lu Ming's abilities had increased sharply again. Roar! At this moment, a true dragon flew out from his dantian and charged straight into his sea of consciousness. Boom! There was a rumbling explosion in his sea of consciousness. A message inexplicably appeared in Lu Ming's mind. True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment Chapter, Major Completion. This was the sentence that suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. What do you mean? Great completion of the Foundation Establishment Chapter? Could it be that the True War Dragon Technique is divided into many chapters, and I'm only cultivating the foundation stage? Lu Ming was in a daze. His mind was filled with questions. Maybe it's very possible. After all, the True War Dragon Technique was brought out by the 9 Sons Supreme from the 9 Dragons' ruins. Maybe he only brought a part of it out and didn't bring the whole thing. If that's the case, then there are other chapters of the True War Dragon Technique. If a single foundation chapter can cultivate 10 times the amount of true qi, then how terrifying are the other chapters? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. Towards the end, his heart was already burning with passion and he was full of expectations. It seems that I must go to the 9 Dragon Ruins if I have the chance in the future. Lu Ming decided in his heart. It could be said that his current achievements were inseparable from his relationship with Jiulong. The first bloodline was awakened by a drop of blood essence from the 9 dragons. The true war dragon technique and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps he cultivated were both brought out from the 9 dragon ruins by the 9 Sons Supreme. Lu Ming had to go to the 9 dragon ruins. Now that the true war dragon technique has been fully cultivated, it's time to go to the 100 Deities slope to take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, Lu Ming left the eastern sky courtyard and went to the square where he had first entered. He took out the Ditian Divine Guard's token and channeled essential qi into it. Runes immediately appeared and a small vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into it. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was already in the Myriad Star City, in front of the huge pavilion of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he flew to the west. The 100 Deities slope was more than 300,000 miles to the west of the Myriad Star City. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would only take him a few hours to travel 300,000 miles. 2 hours later, an area shrouded in gray fog appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Looking from a distance, this area seemed to be endless and vast. The 100 Deities slope was extremely strange. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the 100 Deities slope wasn't called the 100 Deities slope but had another name. One day, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and more than 100 corpses fell from it. There were corpses of all races. Some were human-shaped, and some were from other races. Some of them were not big, while some were as big as mountains. According to the records, some people had seen the corpses of divine beasts like true dragons and phoenixes fall. Each and every one of the corpses had a monstrous aura, and were all existences beyond imagination. That was why people called him the 100 Gods. After those corpses fell to the ground, the entire 100 Deities slope changed. The entire area was filled with killing intent and baleful qi. No one could enter this area. No matter how strong an expert was, once they entered that area, their bodies would be torn apart by the powerful killing intent and their divine soul would be destroyed. It was only after 10,000 years had passed that there were some changes. Some people discovered that those below the Martial King realm could enter. However, those above the rank of Martial King were still unable to enter. Those above the rank of Martial King would die an unnatural death. In the past, there had even been a supreme existence at the Martial Royal realm who had barged in, but had not come out yet. As for those below the rank of Martial King, they would be fine and would even be able to obtain unparalleled opportunities. Inside, not only would it be very helpful for the comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth, but one could also obtain some supreme treasures. There were even people who obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled existence inside, and from there, they soared to the sky and became the peak experts of the continent. There was a period of time when the 100 Deities slope became the focal point of all the major factions in the divine wilderness continent. However, as time passed, more and more people entered. Most of the treasures and inheritances inside had already been plundered clean. This was why the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was able to occupy it later on. Otherwise, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace alone might not be able to take over such an important place. Even now, the 100 Deities slope was still one of the most important sacred grounds in the Tianxian region's eastern palace. The number of people who could enter was extremely small, and not many people could enter every year. Lu Ming slowly approached the 100 Deities slope. Who is it? This place is the forbidden ground of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. A loud shout rang out, and an aura shot up into the sky like smoke. It was extremely terrifying. A tall middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Lu Ming. King Tier, this was definitely a King Tier, and he was extremely powerful. The 100 Deities slope was the sacred ground of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was normal for there to be powerful existences guarding it. Lu Ming was certain that there was more than one expert around the 100 Deities slope. There were probably many experts. Senior, I'm the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This is my Divine Guard token. Lu Ming cupped his fists, took out the Divine Guard token, and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it. His expression softened and he revealed a faint smile. You are indeed the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. You have one chance to enter the 100 Deities slope. Go on in, but you can only stay in there for 3 months at most. After 3 months, you must come out, or you will be in danger. He then returned the Divine Guard token to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely come out in 3 months. Lu Ming took the token and in a flash he flew forward. Chapter 449. 449 Spring Water and Sword-Shaped Plant. When Lu Ming flew into the area filled with black fog, he suddenly felt a huge force acting on his body. Lu Ming's expression changed. He slowly descended and landed on the ground. Indeed, flying is not allowed on the 100 Deities slope. Lu Ming muttered and then looked around. It was very strange. Everything was normal outside, but once he flew into the gray fog, not only could he not fly, but even the surrounding environment had changed. As far as the eye could see, it was a gray desert. Yes, it was all desert, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Lu Ming did not hesitate and strode forward. However, not long after, Lu Ming's expression changed again. That was because he felt that his cultivation level was being suppressed and kept dropping. It had not been long since his cultivation was suppressed to the middle stage of martial ancestor 9 Dan. It's one thing to hear the rumors, but it's another to feel it for myself. It's not a good feeling to watch your cultivation level drop continuously. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Then, he couldn't be bothered and continued to run forward. According to the experience of his predecessors, the deeper he went into the 100 Deities slope, the more opportunities he would be able to obtain. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's cultivation had been completely suppressed. He could not circulate his essential qi at all. He was no different from an ordinary person who had not cultivated. Fortunately, Lu Ming's physical strength was extremely strong. He had already achieved the 6th stage physical body, so he could still retain some combat power. Furthermore, his use of force and intent wasn't suppressed. However, since he could not use his essential qi, Lu Ming's speed had been reduced by many times. He could only travel like an ordinary person. Who? Lu Ming's muscles bulged and he ran across the desert like an agile monkey. All of a sudden, Lu Ming stopped. He felt a strange wave of fluctuation spreading toward him. A ray of blue light was floating in the air. This is the domain of the heaven and earth, the domain of water. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On the 100 Deities slope, one of the fortuitous encounters was to encounter this kind of heaven and earth intent realm floating in the air. According to the speculations of the experts, this essence realm of heaven and earth should have been left behind by the corpses that had fallen here. Those powerful existences had comprehended the intent of heaven and earth to an incredible level and merged it with their own will. After death, the intent of heaven and earth didn't dissipate and would wander around the world. If one could encounter it and comprehend it, they would have great gains. This was because the intent realms of heaven and earth seemed to have been tamed by someone, and it was much easier to comprehend them. One wisp was worth at least several intent crystals. Unfortunately, it's the water concept. I can't use it now. Lu Ming sighed and left the place reluctantly. He continued to move forward and walked around. Lu Ming did not encounter anything for the next 2 days. He did not even encounter a wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth, let alone any treasure. On the third day, Lu Ming encountered a wisp of the creation of earth, which made him sigh with misfortune. However, on the seventh day, Lu Ming's luck came and he encountered a wisp of fire concept. Immediately, Lu Ming used his own power to entangle this wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth and began to comprehend it. Following Lu Ming's comprehension, this wisp of intent realm of heaven and earth began to dissipate slowly like an intent crystal. It was no wonder that the quota to enter the 100 deities slope was so precious. That was because the intent realm of heaven and earth that wandered within the 100 deities slope would decrease. Perhaps after a few years, the 100 deities slope would no longer be so attractive. A day later, the intent completely dissipated and Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire force had greatly deepened. He was getting closer and closer to comprehending a trace of fire concept. After that, Lu Ming continued to spin. On the 11th day of Lu Ming's entry to the 100 deities slope, he once again encountered a wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth that was useful to him. Thunder concept. Lu Ming was overjoyed and began to comprehend. The force of lightning had advanced by leaps and bounds. With this wisp of heaven-earth intent, the force of lightning had reached major completion. Lu Ming had cultivated 3 types of forces. This was one of his advantages at the 100 deities slope. He could easily encounter the concepts of heaven and earth that were useful to him. If one had only comprehended one type of force, it would be much more difficult to encounter the corresponding force. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to encounter it more than a few times in 3 months. However, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out after that. For 7 consecutive days, he did not encounter a single trace of Shi. I'm really unlucky. I've been spinning around all day and can't even cultivate my true qi. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell the faint scent of medicine coming from the front. What's going on? There's desert everywhere, not a drop of water, not even a blade of grass, so how could there be a medicinal fragrance? Lu Ming was very curious and followed the scent of the medicine. Not long after, Lu Ming saw some rocks standing in the desert. This was the first time Lu Ming saw rocks in the 100 deities slope. The 100 deities slope was filled with desert and sand. There's water and a spiritual herb. Lu Ming walked into the pile of rocks and was surprised to find that there was a small pool in the middle of the pile of rocks. It was less than 1 meter in length and width. There was a clear spring in the pond, which emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual qi and life essence. In the spring, there was a blade of grass. The grass's leaves were thin and long. It had 8 leaves, each of which was like a sword. The leaves were green and luscious. There is actually a plant growing on the 100 deities slope. It is really amazing. Furthermore, I can feel that this sword-shaped plant is actually emitting an extremely powerful sword intent. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Perhaps there was a supreme being's corpse that fell here. Its essence turned into this spring, and its intent turned into this sword-shaped plant. Amazing, these 2 things are both amazing. This clear spring contains a strong life force and can be used to cultivate top-tier spirit herbs. And this sword-shaped plant, if a sword cultivator touched it, he would definitely treat it as a treasure and learn the sword way from it. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he was extremely excited. Then, Lu Ming took out a jade box and carefully placed a stream of clear spring water and the sword-shaped plant into it. Not even a drop of spring water was left in the small pool. Wait, I wonder if it's useful for the 2 branches to cultivate spiritual herbs? Lu Ming had an idea. He suddenly thought of the 2 withered branches that spurted out from the heaven's gate. With a thought, 2 dried branches appeared in his hands. He then placed the 2 dried branches into the clear spring in the jade box and soaked them in. Let's wait for a while and see if it's useful. Lu Ming smiled and kept the jade box in the supreme shrine. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been at the 100 deities slope for 1.5 months. During this period of time, Lu Ming had encountered a wisp of wind concept and a wisp of fire concept. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had advanced another step. As for the force of fire, it had even achieved a qualitative leap, comprehending a trace of the concept of fire in one go. Lu Ming's power of fire had finally advanced to an intent realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin after he had comprehended a trace of the wind and fire forces. At the same time, he could begin to cultivate the third stage of the Dragon God's three absolutes. Chapter 450. 450 Chapter 450 Towering Anger. Lu Ming spent the rest of his time searching for intent realms while comprehending the third stage of the Dragon God's three absolutes. Although he couldn't use true Qi on the 100 deities slope and couldn't use the three absolutes of the Dragon God, it didn't hinder his comprehension. As long as he comprehended it thoroughly, he would be able to successfully cultivate it when he left the 100 deities slope. 2 days later. What? As Lu Ming was running, he suddenly realized that there was another young man running in front of him. The young man looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His body looked very strong. It was obvious that he had also seen Lu Ming. His eyes flashed as he continued to run and disappeared in front of him. Looking at his age, he's most likely a Ditian divine guard from the previous batch. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This was the first time he had met anyone else after entering the 100 deities slope. Those who could enter the 100 deities slope were definitely not simple. They were either geniuses or had a powerful backer. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and did not think too much about it. He continued to search while comprehending the three absolutes of the Dragon God. The next day, Lu Ming came to a desert with strong winds. In this desert, the wind was strong and fierce. It whistled endlessly, bringing up sand and dust. Lu Ming did not have essential qi to protect his body. He could only channel the force of the wind to resist the strong wind around him. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard the chirping of birds coming from the front. Bird chirping. Lu Ming was stunned. The 100 Gods slope could be said to be barren and deathly silent, so how could there be birds? Lu Ming was very curious. He followed the sound and searched. That's the qi. Not long after, Lu Ming stopped and looked at the sky in shock. 100 meters up in the sky, there was a round bead. The bead was green and crystal clear, as if it was made of the most beautiful green jade. On the surface of the pearl, there was a small green bird. It flew around the pearl and let out chirps. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the green bird was not a real bird, but an illusion of the bead. Could this soon be the spirit of a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon giving birth to a weapon spirit? What grade was this spirit weapon? Moreover, the wind concept on it is so dense. This is definitely a supreme weapon. Ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If he could obtain this kind of spirit weapon, it would have endless uses. Lu Ming approached it carefully. He released the concept of wind from his body, trying to attract the bead. Buzz! Buzz! When Lu Ming got closer, the green bird noticed him. It let out a crisp chirping and sized him up with its big eyes. Lu Ming activated the concept of wind and approached the round pearl. When the little bird came into contact with Lu Ming's concept of wind, it had a friendly look in its eyes. He seemed to enjoy the aura that Lu Ming exuded. There's a chance. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He exerted more effort to cast the concept of wind. Brat, get lost. This bead is mine. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A burly and tall young man strode over. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one he had met yesterday. The burly young man's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the bead. Immediately after, a concept of wind burst out from his body. The level of mastery was even higher than Lu Ming's. "Kid, disperse your wind concept and let me do it," the burly young man rebuked with a commanding tone. "Idiot," Lu Ming said indifferently. He could not be bothered with the other party and focused on controlling the concept of wind. At that moment, the bird was basking in Lu Ming's creation of wind. It seemed to be enjoying it. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming with the bead. "I've succeeded." Lu Ming was overjoyed. The little bird flew towards him, which meant that it had acknowledged him. "Damn it." Seeing this, the burly young man shouted angrily, "This bead is mine. You want it? In your dreams." Boom! A powerful wind concept rushed toward the bead. Boom! The burly teenager's concept of wind collided with Lu Ming's, creating a violent boom. Lu Ming's concept of wind trembled and dissipated with a bang. The green bird seemed to be frightened. It shrieked, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky with the bead. "Where do you think you're going?" The burly young man roared and bent his legs. The muscles in his body burst out, and his burly figure soared into the sky and grabbed the bead. "Damn it." At this moment, Lu Ming roared madly. He stomped on the ground and his figure soared into the sky, rushing towards the round pearl. Buzz! Buzz! The little bird shrieked and flapped its wings rapidly. Gusts of strong wind emerged. The little bird and the bead turned into a green light and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming and the burly teenager fell rapidly and landed on the desert, blasting two big pits in the desert. "Damn it." Lu Ming shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. The bead that was about to be in his hand was destroyed by the burly young man just like that. Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. That bead was definitely not a trivial matter. It was a weapon used by an unparalleled expert who had cultivated the wind concept. If Lu Ming could get it and comprehend the wind concept on it, his wind concept would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It was not impossible for him to condense an intent rune in a short time. But now, it was all gone. His killing intent towards the burly young man was obvious. "Kid, what are you shouting for? I haven't even questioned you yet. Kid, I told you to disperse your wind concept and let me do it. Why didn't you do as I said? Now that you've caused me to lose this supreme treasure, tell me, how do you intend to compensate me for my loss?" The burly young man glared at Lu Ming with an extremely gloomy expression, his killing intent flickering. "Compensate you? Ha!" Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He was the one who had discovered it and was about to get it, but it was destroyed by the burly young man. Now, the burly young man actually wanted him to compensate. It was simply laughable. "I'll pay for your head, you idiot. Today, you must die." Lu Ming's gaze was menacing as he strode toward the burly teenager. "Ha, you want to kill me? What a joke. This is the 100 deities slope, where cultivation is suppressed and physical body is superior. My physical body has already reached the upper tier of level 5, surpassing some kings. You want to kill me with just your abilities? You're the one who's going to die." The burly teenager laughed wildly. His muscles bulged as he took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch, aiming at the other party's fist. "You still dare to compete with me? You're looking for death. Shatter!" The burly young man revealed a ferocious smile. He wanted to shatter Lu Ming's fist with one punch and let him lie on the ground and wail. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. "Gotcha!" As the burly youth wished, the sound of bones breaking rang out. However, the burly young man's face no longer had any ferocity or excitement, only fear and disbelief. "Ah!" Then, the burly young man let out a shrill scream. Chapter 451. 451 Thunder Cauldron Tribulation. The burly young man's face was completely scrunched up, and it was twisted with endless pain. Bang! Lu Ming's fist was filled with a terrifying amount of energy and it exploded. The burly young man's fist exploded like tofu. The burly young man's body retreated crazily and he let out a hysterical scream. The two of them exchanged a punch. The fist did not shatter Lu Ming but he himself. Now go to hell. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the burly young man. What are you doing? What are you doing? The burly young man shouted like a frightened little girl, without any of his previous arrogance. At that moment, there was only fear in his heart. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body had exceeded his imagination. It was definitely above rank 6. His physical body had reached the 6th grade even before he reached the Martial King realm. How did he cultivate? What are you doing? Did you not hear that? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's killing intent was like the snow in winter, bone-chilling. No, you can't kill me. I'm the son of the Wind Palace's guardian. If you kill me, my father will definitely not let you off. The burly young man roared. Hee, there's only the two of us here. How would your father know if I kill you? From the moment you tried to seize the bead, your fate has already been decided. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The physical body of a upper-tier rank 6 was extremely powerful. With a punch, the air trembled like a falling meteorite, bringing with it a terrifying force as it headed toward the burly young man. No, no! The burly teenager roared, but it was impossible for him to avoid it. He could only wave his other fist in an attempt to block Lu Ming. Gotcha! When the two fists collided, the burly young man's other fist also exploded like tofu. My hand, my hand. The burly young man let out an extremely shrill scream. His facial features were completely twisted together, and tears and snot were flowing down his face. His entire body was trembling, his legs were trembling, and his crotch was wet. He had peed himself out of fear. Regret, extreme regret. If he had known this would be the result, he would not have taken the bead. Initially, he thought that he could suppress Lu Ming with his 5th stage physical body. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, I know my mistake, I know my mistake. The burly young man staggered backward and begged. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying fist force hit his chest. The violent fist force directly penetrated his body and shattered his heart. The burly young man's eyes instantly popped out, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. His face was full of regret, and the next moment he died. Lu Ming swiped his hand and removed the burly teenager's storage ring. What bad luck. I've run into this guy and let a peerless treasure escape. No, I have to continue chasing. Maybe I can catch up. At the thought of this, Lu Ming took a step that covered dozens of meters and chased in the direction that the round bead had flown in at top speed. This chase went on for thousands of miles. However, there was still no trace of the bead. Hey, my precious pearl! Lu Ming wanted to roar. Then, Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to chase. However, this time, Lu Ming stopped before he was 100 miles away. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening rumbles sounded in front of them. Endless lightning flashed as if it wanted to destroy the world. There was an ocean of thunder and lightning. The endless thunder and lightning flashed everywhere like lightning snakes. It was extremely terrifying. There was an ancient cauldron floating in the air. It was as large as a mountain, and it was the source of the boundless lightning. In the sky, dark clouds filled the air. Between the dark clouds, there was actually a pool. In the pool, water was constantly flowing down. The strange thing was that the water was blood red in color. Like the water of the ocean, it flowed towards the huge cauldron. The huge cauldron kept sending out lightning bolts, bombarding the blood red water flow. However, it was useless. The blood-red water flow kept hitting the huge cauldron, causing it to rumble and shake. The lightning on the cauldron's body was decreasing, and its light was dimming. Tribulation transcendence, it's tribulation transcendence. This huge cauldron is actually tribulation transcendence. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming did not know what kind of tribulation the pool in the sky was, he was sure that it was a kind of heavenly tribulation. There were many types of heavenly tribulations. Lu Ming only knew a few common ones. Lu Ming found it unbelievable that a huge cauldron was actually undergoing a tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The pool in the sky tilted slightly, and endless blood-colored water poured down like a vast ocean. The sky rumbled as it pressed down on the giant cauldron. Clang! The giant cauldron shook, and a bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket burst out from its body, trying to repel the blood-colored water flow. Unfortunately, although the power of the lightning was extremely terrifying, the blood-colored water flow seemed to restrain it. The lightning had no effect on the blood-colored water flow. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored water stream kept hitting the cauldron, and the huge cauldron kept shaking as if it couldn't take it anymore. This huge cauldron is definitely a supreme treasure, just like that bead. If I can get it, I'll be rich. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably be washed away by the blood-red water, and not even a residue will be left. Lu Ming pondered secretly. He could only stare and feel anxious. At this moment, the cauldron began to shake even more violently, and the lightning it was emitting was getting lesser and lesser. It seemed like it could no longer hold on. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The stone egg that had been hanging on Lu Ming's hair suddenly flew out. It emitted a bright light and rushed towards the pool in the sky. In the process of flying, the stone egg actually became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became bigger than a mountain. A crack actually appeared on the eggshell. It was like a big mouth that bit towards the pool. Boom, boom, boom. The pool seemed to have been disturbed. It shook slightly, and the world rumbled. An infinite amount of blood rushed out of the pool and rushed toward the stone egg. However, the stone egg glowed, and it was completely fearless. It rushed over and appeared above the pool. The next moment, the stone egg bit down. Gotcha! Half of the pond was directly bitten off. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth shook violently as if the heavens were angry and were about to face the end of the world. However, the next moment, gotcha! The stone egg opened its mouth and bit, swallowing the remaining half of the pool. The world suddenly became calm. Buzz! The stone egg glowed and shrunk rapidly. It flew back to Lu Ming's hair and hung on it as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and only reacted after a long while. What the hell was this? It even swallowed the pool of water where the heavenly tribulation manifested. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Lu Ming widened his eyes and muttered to himself. Although he knew that Dandan was extraordinary, this was indeed shocking. Clang! At this moment, the huge cauldron made a sound and its body shrank rapidly. After a while, it became the size of a fist and flew toward Lu Ming. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.